Starting map this week is indeed Fighting Spirit. So let's get started. Game 1. CPL Team League, Team Drag versus Team Not1LegitPlayer. Sorry. And in the top left-hand position as our Teal Protoss, we have Bad Penny. And in the bottom right-hand corner, also playing Protoss, with a very manner opening, we have Anthem. And if I was looking correctly, Anthem is a member of... No, Bad Penny is a member of Team Drag, and Anthem is on No One Care That. And of course, this is some Tier 3 action, so I don't know exactly what to expect from the play. You can definitely get the unexpected in terms of builds and other such things here. And I do not know the players at all. I assume that Tier 3 is some MMR and below, but I don't remember what the cutoff MMR is. If someone knows that and wants to update me, I can fill you guys in, but I cannot recall that off the top of my head. So it looks like we are going to have... Whoa, hello, zoom. What was the auto thing to zoom? Someone told me that last time, and it was useful. Was it one of the F keys, or was it Alt and one of the F keys? I forget. To just jump back to the same scale. Alright, so we do have pylons at basically the same time, so no weird initial starting build order differences between each player. And of course, you guys know the map. It's Fighting Spirit. You all know the drill. I really don't have too much to talk about in the way of the map. Alright, we're gonna put a gateway up here and a gateway over here. So initial building placements look reasonable. Nothing super weird. So that's at least a little bit encouraging. Apparently, it is around 13 to 1400 is sort of the bottom cutoff. So it's like what, like 13 something to maybe 16 something, 17 something, or 15 something maybe. A starts at 15 or at 16, or maybe even 17 because the league goes up to 9, like below 2K, right? Less than 2K, non-inclusive. All right, so we have gas from both players. Someone is hating on Fighting Spirit. I don't have any problems with Fighting Spirit. I grew up playing that in Destination. Destination was probably the map I originally learned on, and then that switched to Fighting Spirit. I like a little variety. I like having, and as much as I hate to say it, I used to be one of those guys that would just play Fighting Spirit over and over and over and over and over because I knew it and it was easy. But I kind of like the fact that ladder actually forces me to play on different maps. It adds some variety. It helps you learn how to not just... Like, because I would play on Fighting Spirit so much that I would play any other map and I would just not be able to think correctly on the map. I would forget where everything was. It would just feel wrong, right? But you get more used to that when you're constantly playing different maps, the way ladder forces you. So I like it. I can't say I love every ladder map, but I'm getting used to them. Alright, so we have scouts coming in. Looks like pretty similar scout timings here. And we have a Zealot opener, Zealot Core Zealot, and it looks like the same actually from both players. Both opting to get a single Zealot out before their Dragoon, and gets a hit off on the probe, and looks like Anthem is going to send his Zealot across. No, never mind. Actually, Bad Penny gets his ramp secured and is going to keep that probe out from Anthem, and, oh, actually, wait, did Anthem possibly get the probe to the ramp and circle around? And then sometimes if the ramp is blocked, the probe will go like right here and circle, and you won't actually see up it. I think I gotta... Can I check that with his vision? Okay, no, never mind. He actually went into the base a little bit and then left once the Zealot was out. I forgot you could do that in Remaster, which is nice. And we're getting range. Not getting range, so we're probably going to see DTs here from Bad Penny. So we're going to have to watch for the Citadel here from Anthem and or a Forge, since this is Tier 3, you never know what to expect. But if we don't see a Robo very soon, I will be a little bit concerned for Mr. Anthem. I guess we could see some sort of weird speed seal build, but I'm expecting DTs. Probes are not being cut. Alright, there indeed is the archives. So we are definitely going to see DTs. And okay, Anthem is getting a robotics facility. And now we'll just see if he's opting to go greedy for Reaver first, and going to take some damage from the DTs, or if he's going to get his obs out. Probe obviously not getting in, so that is quickly shut down. Sees that he's up his ramp. Only two Dragoons, which might give him an idea. And now we have a probe going out here for Bad Penny. Is he going to Nexus before his DT? Now it looks like he's going to do one gate DT, and he is going to Nexus beforehand. Alright. And in the meantime, Robo about to finish Goon Range, second gateway. So we're probably not going to see super fast Reavers with that second gateway. He's probably going to go for ops first. Alright, so DT is on the way. He will want a forge of his own, which he is going to get. Alright, so that's looking nice. And, alright, we're going to get both at the same time. Are we going to make a shuttle first? I sort of don't like the decision to get this gateway that fast along with all of this, because I don't think he's going to be able to make Dragoons out of both gateways without having to cut pretty hard. And it looks like he's going to go for obs first. No shuttle being made as of yet, so he's going to get an obs out. So he should be absolutely fine for this DT as long as he doesn't pull Dragoons right from his front. And DT's going to head across. We've got our forge. Are we going to get Storm for High Templar? No. In fact, we've got a bit of an idle gateway here going for Bad Penny right now with just one DT. Now, the one thing that's going to be a bit annoying for Anthem is the DTs are, or the Dragoons are set up outside the base. And he's not blocking his ramp. Oh, his obs is actually going to be out in time. So if his obs takes a weird path, although this timing looks pretty good, I think Anthem is just going to see this DT right as it comes in. Yeah, this is really fortunate. So this DT is just going to walk to its death. Yes, it is. Alright, so that was... Man, if that DT, that obs was rallied out. If that DT would have been a few seconds later, it absolutely would have gotten to walk right in, and he probably would have gotten 5 or 10 kills before Anthem noticed and reacted. We can see cannons are up now here for Anthem, who's going to build 3 at the front. He is now getting his High Templar and his Storm, as well as a second gateway. Now, I believe getting the Nexus that quickly is a little bit on the greed side, going off one gateway, because it just doesn't give you a lot to defend with. Like, he'll have a Reaver coming out soon, and that's just not a lot of units. You know, if you can bait the Storms out and keep the Reaver alive to shoot down all these cannons, it's definitely breakable with good Reaver control off of just one gate like he did here. He's getting out a lot of High Templar, though. The first Reaver is out. Smart, very smartly keeping an obs at home. And oh, he's going for a bust in here on these cannons. And actually, as few units as are, this is very dangerous. In fact, this is part of the greed here. If he would have rushed in there sooner, he might have been able to break this. He's going to keep this cannon going down. And so far, I really like the control from Anthem. And oh, this is a mistake. Okay, never mind. Anthem doesn't spot it. Unable to kill those Dragoons. But now he's going to continue the pressure. Snipes another cannon down. But he needs to be careful here and not overextend, as now it is 2 gates for both players. And of course, Storm is getting very close to being done here on these Templar. Just flashing back here, yeah, very close to having a Storm. He has reduced the cannon count. He's lost a couple Dragoons in the process. But notice there's only 1 unit left defending, so it's really going to be all about these Storms once the shuttle is out here to bring the Reavers up. And he's going to go again and prevent that cannon. High Templar moving forward. I think Storm is done. Why? Oh, is he going to chase it and throw down a Storm? And is Anthem watching? Oh, okay, he throws down a Storm, and Anthem is not watching. 4 injured goons, dying immediately to that Storm, and definitely now Anthem is on the back foot and is going to be kicked back out. He might have some hope to bust. This is a little bit rough for Bad Penny, who is a little over-focused on defending right now. But yeah, that Reaver is going to be important here. It's because, I mean, his Nexus is pretty far behind. Where you can see already going up to, what, 5 gates now? 4 gates, and getting a very late robo. But it's only 2 gates here, and a long way from a Nexus. So from an economic position, Bad Penny's sitting pretty comfortable, and I think Anthem is going to really want this Reaver and Shuttle to do some damage, but I don't think he's gotten... Oh, he's getting speed. Now, if he gets speed, he might have some ability, but that's a lot of Storms to dodge with a Reaver that you pretty much have to put in this small area to break these 4 cannons. But he's absolutely going to have to break the cannons to have any sort of chance of doing damage, unless, of course, he just realizes, hey, I'm not breaking this, but I can take my speed shuttle, I can swing around to the main, and maybe get some probes done. And it looks like that's actually what he's planning to do right now, which is probably the smarter decision, in all honesty. So Nexus finishes almost a perfectly timed transfer from Anthem here. We can see +1, and Anthem is going to add a few more gates, trying to get up in that macro game. And it looks like he's going to try maybe to take a very fast 3rd base behind us. Shuttle still just chilling, no cannons in the main, nothing being kept in the main, so very vulnerable main. The only thing Anthem doesn't have going for him right now is there's no pressure at the front, so Bad Penny's he's in his base macroing. He's got as good of a chance as you'll get to see a shuttle coming in, and oh, I like this from Anthem. He's going to scout with the obs first. Be like, alright, it's clear, it's safe, my shuttle can come in, I'm not going to lose it, I have speed. And now he's got to pull the trigger. Alright, here we go. Speed Shuttle comes in. So Bad Penny's got his chance to react. Is there a reaction yet? Nothing yet. Reaver's down. No reaction. Big damage from the Reaver coming up. Anthem definitely needed a few of these kind of Reaver shots to get back into it. There's a probe pull, but a lot have died. A ton have died, but at the same time, it looks like Bad Penny is moving out, throwing down a few storms, getting some serious damage on those Dragoons, but he's lost a ton of his economy, and now it's just going to be up to Anthem to defend if Bad Penny continues the pressure but does not. And wow, that is a decimated mineral line, unfortunately for him. He's still left with about 2 groups of probes. Anthem sitting at about the same. So now Anthem is basically even this game out economically. Although if he gets some big hits here, you can just say goodbye. Another Reaver Scare. My god, this is not going to detonate. Or is it? Nope. So close to going in the spot. Now that's going to start getting some probes. And oh no! Oh no! Is it going to go off? Oh my gosh. Alright, Anthem's down to like... Okay, yeah, let's say he's got about 15-20 probes mining minerals, as opposed to Anthem, who has quite a bit more. So Anthem now at a subtle economic advantage. And pretty much Bad Penny is going to move on the map and try to get something done. Now there is a Reaver out, which will be very helpful for defending against these Dragoons. In fact, there's a second Reaver out and a shuttle on the way. And looking at the Dragoon count, we've got, what, 9 Dragoons against a little bit more than that. So it's going to need some very good storms to break Anthem here. And or he's going to need to kill the Reavers very fast. But even then, the Dragoons are going to vastly outnumber these. So he's going to need to kind of hit everything with his storms. It's a pretty big ask here for Bad Penny to break this, barring Anthem just sitting there and eating a bunch of storms. Plus he's got to come across the bridge into the choke. Now I don't like with Storm that Anthem is backing into this tight space. It's going to allow some pretty good storms. There we go. Now he's getting a little bit more spread on these Dragoons, trying to snipe the Templar, but not doing the best job of it. He eats a tremendous number of storms. Let's be honest, those were the storms that Bad Penny needed, and now he's taking some storms on the Reaver. The Speed Shuttle being too fast, but he needs one more. It's too late, though. I think the Reavers are going to hold this off, and the attack fizzling out here from Bad Penny, especially with no reinforcements. Looks like he is macroing at home. However, with too high Templar, no energy, probes are safe, and this attack is more or less repulsed. Actually, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, he tries, but... Did he just try to pick that up with a shuttle? Alright, probe kisses the Templar to death, and the last Templar is going to be assassinated by the Dragoon, and it looks like we have a 4 Dragoon reinforcement. Where are the units here? I guess Anthem had some poor macro during that attack. No reinforcing units coming out. And, whoa, actually, that's a little bit scarier. That is a Zealot Pain Train, and did he remake Reaver prop? Oh, he did. Props. Alright. Well, he's going to need some good Speed Shuttle micro to deal with this, because there's no way that 4 goons are going to fight against a group of Zealots and 4 goons as well. And honestly, Anthem is quite possibly just going to die right here, right now, to these speedlots. I don't even think he can save his Nexus. Like, he probably has to go up for his ramp and wait for his Reaver, which will let Bad Penny target the Nexus if he wants. Or perhaps he's just going to go for it. Yeah, he is indeed evacuating the Natural. I think that's the best he can do. Probe's glitching out his Dragoons pretty badly. Trying to get back, but these Zealots are about to flood into the main. Is the Reaver out yet? No, it's on the ground, but he needs to build Scarabs. He is not doing that. That's just hurting his reaction time. And now we've got the Dragoons in the Natural. Bad Penny ransacking the Natural. Ramp is actually being pretty effective here. And Anthem trying to defend. That's the kind of Reaver shots he needs. Making a few Dragoons, missing a few gateways here. Anthem in a bit in panic mode. And yeah, I think that is just too much army now as macro comes out of a solid 6 gateways here from Bad Penny. Reaver doing its best, but the ramp is broken. There's not enough units. And say goodbye to the Reaver. And with that, the game, Bad Penny is going to take the first game in an extremely manner. Anthem with good game, well played. So yeah, I guess I should have watched that more closely during the battle and paid attention if Anthem missed a round of macro, or if it was just the fact that Bad Penny, out of his 6 gateways, was able to outproduce him. But I think, judging by the number of units that came from a relatively even fight, I think Anthem might have lost that just due to some rough macro, missing a few rounds during that battle. And of course, he did eat. He tried to snipe the High Templar, but Dragoons are just kind of clunky, and he did snipe a few Templar, but he also ate like 3 sets of Storm, which cost him quite a bit. So in the top, sorry, let's try this again. Bottom right-hand corner as the blue Protoss, we have Bad Penny, and in the top right-hand corner as our brown Protoss, we have Anthem. Hello Age, hello Minsk, hello It's a Blue Falcon, hello all people that have typed in the chat, and all people that have not typed in the chat, welcome, welcome. Just some CPL casting today. If you were hoping to watch Flash vs. Jadong, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but if you were hoping to watch some intense CPL action between our learning players, you have come to the right spot. So, another macro map, Circuit Breaker. My understanding is it's loser picks map from the pool. So Anthem has opted to play on Circuit Breaker. So definitely just feeling confident in his standard macro play despite the loss to DT's last game. Which is really a bit unfortunate for Anthem, honestly. If he could have stabilized from that first attack, or from that attack from Bad Penny, he would have been in an okay spot, but a little too much damage going down. Alright, so both players looking about the same on their timings there. And what do we got next? Alright, so we got Gateway, and presumably Gateway. I mean, anything else would be really weird. You know, a second pylon build, a gas build, that would be some very unexpected things to see. Especially since these two players have already shown that they do seem to have a pretty solid grasp of basic PvP build orders, even if the one gate DT was a little unusual. Alright, so we are going to see standard from both players. No two gate business. And looks like Bad Penny or Anthem maybe thought he saw the probe, or maybe he did see the probe and changed his path. Maybe both players saw their probe in the middle or something like that, because they've clearly both gone to the middle and then opted to scout directly over. So yeah, here we go. Very equally timed gateway scouts from both. Looks like both have thrown down their cybernetics core, so just about as even as the game can be so far. Actually, slightly more gas for Bad Penny. Slightly faster simulator timing. Bad Penny is going to harass some of the probes mining gas just a bit. You can see the second pylon. Probe just running around. Looks like he's opted to make a second zealot, or a first zealot. So again, both these players are playing kind of the greediest possible PvP, opting to go for core before any zealot. And just busy scouting around here. Alright, we got Dragoon out. We got Dragoon. No, not started yet. Anthem, you're Dragoon, bro. You gonna make it? No, he's gonna get range before Dragoon. I don't like that. No reason to get range that fast. It'll just slow down your army timing, and you'll get range for any critical moments where you actually really need it. So I like Bad Penny's build a little bit better here so far. And he's trying to hide over here. I think Anthem is quite... Oh, actually, I think he saw that. Yeah, he saw that. Alright, so Scouting Probe is maybe going to meet its doom. It's going to try to get out alive. It's going to die. And meanwhile, Bad Penny has gotten out with that. Another pylon. Of course, this time both players getting range, so we're not going to see a DT build. Actually, wait. What? Did he fake range, and that's why he delayed his Dragoon, and now he's going to make a Citadel? What is going on here? What am I missing? Oh, that's what I'm missing. But why does he not have any gas? Alright, well, he's made a robo. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong person. Alright, so Bad Penny's made a robo. Anthem's busy spending his stuff. I was looking at Anthem like he had... Or I was looking at Bad Penny like he had no gas and seeing no building and getting confused. I just confused myself. Don't worry about it. Shit happens. Alright, so 2 gates and our robo. And actually, whoa! Alright. 3-gate robo here from Anthem. And the proxy robo from Bad Penny off of 1 gate. Likely some fast Reaver harass, especially since we're not seeing a Citadel or Archives. I don't think we're going to see a DT drop into the main. A proxy DT drop. Be more of a PvT thing. Yeah, alright, so we got our support bay and our shuttle coming. So the good news for Anthem is that he will have more than enough Dragoons to defend this. The bad news for Anthem is he's going to be out of position. He's rallying his goons to his natural. And, okay, this is good. I was going to say, the other bad news is going to be he's not going to see the shuttle until it's about here, but it looks like he's going to build a pylon on the edge of his... He still may not see the shuttle. So that's not going to be ideal for Anthem. And the final concern here... Actually, no, I covered that. Lost my train of thought for a moment. Alright, so Reaver's coming on the way. Has not made any zealots to bring up here to load into the shuttle, which will add to its effectiveness. Alright, he looks like he's going to get a pylon up here. So he is going to have some better base coverage, and he'll get some warning when the shuttle enters his base. And it's just going to... Oh, the other... No, that is the bad thing. He has not built anything here. So he's not going to have a convenient way to run probes from the Reaver. Notice he doesn't have vision. He could click on this mineral to run the Reaver, but he's probably not going to see that in a panic. Maybe this gas. But he doesn't have the best options to run his probes away efficiently. He's sending his obs down now, but he's not going to find that in time. And oh no! Okay, well, this is going to be really bad for Anthem, provided that he can't break this ramp, because he's about to get his probes just murdered, especially since he's going to be focused on this attack. And oh, this is going to be close. All right, let's see how he's left a few Dragoons at home. If he reacts in time, he at least has something to defend with. But at the same time, oh no, this is going to be interesting for Bad Penny. We're going to have a lot of multitests. This is probably going to result in the death of all of Anthem's probes. Will he see in time? He certainly hasn't seen anything yet. Oh my god, that was the duddiest of dud scarabs of all time. But the battle's being fought here, but this could also be bad for Bad Penny, because he's going to need to hold his ramp, and the shuttle is not going to be easy to bring back. Alright, Reaver damage being done, and actually, Anthem... GG, apparently. I kind of have to rewatch that. Like, that attack wasn't going great. He does have range, right? I'm assuming he has range. I just want to see how badly that attack was going for him to just, like, insta-GG. Not that badly. He's got more Dragoons here. Yeah, he's losing a lot of probes. Alright, so he loses all that shit. But, I mean, yeah, it wasn't great, but... I feel like he could have at least tried to go up the ramp and at least see what can be done. Yeah, if you can't get up the ramp, then okay, maybe you GG, but, you know, it had only been one Scarab hit. If you can get up the ramp, do some damage, I feel that was a little fast, but Bad Penny takes the first series 2-0 against Anthem. And then let's see who else is Tier 3, if we can find them. But there's too many names. Too many names. Alright. Oh, can I do this? This might actually work. Wrench, 3OD, Aggie, Gladstone. I'm so glad I can actually hold this over. But I don't even know. Wrench or 3OD? Do we see... Okay, we see a Wrench is Tier 2. So we have confirmed Tier 2 game with Wrench. Melon Monkey or Aggie? Do we see either of those names? Okay, that's Tier 2 as well. So we have two Tier 2 games there. Monkey and Aggie. Wrench. Alright, Shoop and Gladstone is Tier 3. What about this Nablime and Tim? Or Crane and DM? Nablime or Tim? Or Crane and DM? There's Nablime, so that's a Tier 1 game. Alright, and if anyone sees a game that's Tier 2, or Doc versus Eric, if anyone knows which one of these is Tier 3, because I believe there's 3 of each, and we're missing... Oh, this one's actually... Oh, some of these were actually labeled. I didn't even realize that. Alright, well, some of the others aren't. I don't know Crane, and I don't know Doc versus Eric, if anyone knows where they stand in terms of tiers. So these are two Tier 1 games. We obviously have 2 of our Tier 2 games. There's only 1 Tier 3? My understanding is there's 3 Tier 3s. I was told there was 1 walkover. Because I see, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we're missing, there should be 2 sets of Tier 3 games. We casted 1, which is this one. But one of these, not this one, but one of these here is a Tier 3. But I don't know which one. Gorgonoth is Tier 2. Alright, so who is Tier 1? Is it Crane and DM or Doc versus Eric that's Tier 1? Because I know these two are tier 1. And you're saying this is tier 2, so that's all of our tier 2s. So one of these is tier 3 and one of these is tier 1. Oh yeah, Doc Holiday. What's Doc Holiday? Doc Holiday, are you tier 1 or tier 3? Crane is tier 1. Okay, so Doc Holiday is tier 3. So we're going to cast Doc versus Eric. You're tier 2? So there were 4 tier 2 games. Okay. Maybe there's 2 tier 3 and 4 tier 4. I don't know. But all right, spawning in the bottom left-hand position as the yellow Zerg, we have one of the other CPL casters and also players, Doc Holiday TV. And over on the bottom right-hand position as the red Terran, we have Ovechkin, who I also know nothing about. And this is tier 2, folks. All right, so a quick question for Doc Holiday. Were you originally a StarCraft 2 caster or a Brood War caster? I can't help but notice your name is Doc Holiday TV. So it gives me the feeling that you initially played StarCraft 2 maybe, and then came over and started playing a little Brood War as well. Okay, that's what it is. 2 tier 3, 4 tier 2s, 3 tier 1s. All right, I'm with you. Surprising there's that little tier 1 or tier 3, but I got you. And of course, back on Fighting Spirit. And we'll see if I don't know anything about either of these players' abilities in this matchup. But Doc Holiday, if you want to comment on how you feel about ZVT, I can incorporate that. And it looks like we have a 9 scout here out from Doc Holiday. Doc Holiday basically says he's a god, so we're expecting a swift 2-0 victory. Presumably 2 games that will end by the 3-minute mark, because that's pretty much god tier. Like if you're winning by the 10-minute mark, like you're beating your opponent pretty bad. If you're winning by the 5-minute mark, you're dominating him. And if you're winning by the 3-minute mark, yeah, you're pretty much just god at that point. Like, I mean, if you beat your opponent in a best of 3 in 6 minutes or less, that's a pretty overwhelming victory. Yeah, it means you're a cheesy little shit, but it's still an overwhelming victory. Or it just means you're very, very good at triggering your rage-happy opponent. Oh no! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! SCV genocide. Okay, it's not genocide yet. There's only 1 dead. But we've got an SCV kill here for Doc Holiday, who is throwing down his 12 hatch in the process, just being a murderous drone. Terran does get his refinery down, but notice he was a little bit slow to mine from the refinery in the commotion surrounding that vicious drone assault. And then the drone is actually going to escape with his life, having seen the barracks, having seen the gas. He knows he's not going to get to see much more. He might see a factory going down, but probably not. Marine being made to chase that away. And second SCV, we're going to have a double scout here from Ovechkin. It looks like we are going to have a double scout here from Ovechkin. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Tier 3 does tend to be also players that are very, very new and not necessarily that committed, so I can understand that argument. So an Overlord is headed out over here to go check out the third base. Possibly going to sack the Overlord to see what's up. We do have a factory going down, so maybe we're looking at some 1-1-1 play here from Ovechkin. And the spawning pool, wait a second here. Did he do 3 hatch before pool? I believe he actually did 3 hatch before pool, looking at the health of that hatchery versus that pool. So Doc Holiday is just like, I am going to get my Mac rolling right away. Yeah, alright, greed. As the response to the presumed 1-1-1 opener here from Ovechkin. And we're seeing an academy, which also strongly supports 1-1-1 type play, or at least some sort of play with Marines and Vultures. If he was going to go mech, I don't think he would get an academy that fast. It'd be a little fast even for scans. Alright, we got a Sunken going up from Doc Holiday, anticipating the academy, or sorry, what? Anticipating the initial vulture, but it is not going to be an initial vulture. He's going to at least, he might still make a vulture, but he's going to prioritize some sort of upgrade and or a tank over that vulture. I'm locked on to things I don't want to be locked on to. Ah, he's going to go straight for a tank. Alright, so no opening vulture here. for Ovechkin, which is honestly going to be terrifying if speed... Oh, okay, yeah. This situation is going to get pretty scary for Ovechkin. If he stays up his ramp, alright, he might be alright. But he's getting a medic, so this is like one base kind of tank marine push. But still, speedlings against this are going to be pretty scary. If he gets caught up in the open against 3-hatch speedling, there's not going to be a lot he can do, especially without a fire bat or two in that composition, and especially with one barracks. Now, if he just sits up here till he has a decent ball, gets another med in there, gets a fire bat or two, then the masked ling becomes significantly less scary outside of the possibility of some sort of backstab. But let's face it, if two groups of lings surround this army, and it's slow, it... ouch. Ouch. Hello, Brood War. Welcome to Brood War. That shit happens if you're not watching it. And oh my god, this could, I mean, there's ways that Doc Holliday could mess this up, but this group is so small. He has no idea what's out on the map. Okay, so Doc Holliday is doing this about as bad as possible. All right, now he's doing it a little bit better, but let's face it, this is not going well for Ovechkin right now. Lings are surrounding the shit out of the Marines. No follow-up behind this. I think this is just going to be Ling all in. Tank is down. He's just got to run back to the ramp. I don't even think he has stim yet. Yeah, he is out way early with these Marines. So yeah, just a few left. Can he get a medic block or something on the ramp to save him? Nope. Speedling's flooding into the main. Is he going to make a panic vulture? No, he's just got a tank here. He is in a pretty decent defensive position here, but that is just so many speedlings. All right, panic fire bat's going down. Let's see if he can get some good fire bat shots. Maybe he can pull some miracle off. This is actually a pretty great position for these fire bats. Doc Holliday very much focusing the tank. Does get it, but the fire bats are helping to hold off the lings, and now they are here with medic support, so actually... Ovechkin may hold this despite the initial damage. Ling's trying to get the fire bat. They do get one, but one's still alive. More are being produced. He is staying on top of his macro reasonably well. Doc Holliday having a hard time with that because he is just spamming Lings, missing a few rounds. But the downside here for Ovechkin is that his SCV line is getting massacred as the fire bats try to defend against this, and the fire bats sometimes getting separated from the medics going down, and it looks like Ovechkin is just taking too much damage. He's not being able to get up a mass of fire bats to hold on to these. His SCVs are fighting nobly, but he's got like 4 left. I question the decision to keep making the tanks against this. Ling's continuing to stream in. He's doing his best with this small control, but this is just way too many Lings here from Doc Holliday. Probably could have gone for some tech in the middle of that. All right, he does get his lair going down. And yeah, is Doc Holliday going to stabilize? Probably. Or is Ovechkin going to stabilize? Probably not. You can see how bad his money is. He's not able to make anything more right now. This Marine is going to die. Just one fire bat left to pick off and surround. Can the medics heal it? No, they cannot. All right, SCVs are all gone. No mining. And Doc Holliday definitely going to take game 1 at this point. And there we go. GG from Ovechkin. A little bit unfortunate. Probably should have waited. He got the academy really fast. He could have thrown down a scanner, and he could have waited for a little bit more. Definitely cost him against that Ling all in. You know, if you're gonna have that small of a group of Marines, you gotta make sure the map is safe. Like, he had no scouting intel of what Doc Holliday was doing, and he just walked into a death situation. So we'll see if Ovechkin can get some vengeance in Game 2, and he has elected to play, Ovechkin that is, has elected to play on Sylphid. So spawning in the 12 o'clock position as the Orange Terran, down a game, is Ovechkin. And in the bottom leftist position at 8 o'clock as the Brown Zerg, we have Doc Holliday looking to close the series out in a quick 2-0 victory. And he did win that first game pretty fast. I think that was about 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. I wasn't paying super close, but we definitely got some damage done. Alright, so what will be in mind this time? And Doc Holliday obviously going for the mind games. He's like, 3-hatch before pool. I'm going to do econ, and then I'm just going to Ling all in off that econ, because who cares? Who cares? I showed him some econ. He saw econ. He's not going to ever suspect that I would do 3-hatch Ling all in. But then he did. Alright, that is the late Overlord. Unless we're going to do a 9-hatch or a 9-pool. I don't know why 9-hatch was the first thing that came to mind. Questionable. I guess because I've been playing some ZVZs and I've been doing a few 9 hatches. So 9 pull now, the only question is 9 pull with gas. Presumably for speed or just 9 pull. And of course, alright, drone trick, so probably not gas. And of course, Sylphid is a map with no ramp, so Ling's a little bit stronger. Not quite as glorious as they are on a reverse ramp map, but going to be a bit stronger here as Ovechkin gets out that first barracks. And Overlord is headed to the correct destination. And we've got Overlord coming here, so we'll see if the initial Lings here from Doc Holliday can get anything done, or if Ovechkin will have some decent blocking in place. Now, the worry for Ovechkin is if he doesn't double scout, and Doc Holliday is going to find him, so he's going to know directly where to send his Lings. And Ovechkin may not get much warning for these Lings, because by the time this SCV gets to the base, Doc Holliday's Lings are going to be close to Ovechkin's base. And so if Ovechkin doesn't immediately sort of prepare for this, he's going to have 6 Lings going into his base, and that's going to cause a lot of problems. Quite potentially game-ending, to be honest. So, alright, yeah, Lings are out. He's not double scouting. So this is going to be pretty bad for Ovechkin if he doesn't just safely decide to block the ramp because he is suspicious. I guess the Overlord went just far enough to see that barracks? Actually, wait. He's just blindly... Wow. Alright, he's just blindly going here. I don't think he saw that barracks unless I just don't understand how this vision thing works. And nope. This is going to be really, really bad for Ovechkin. He is about to take a tremendous amount of damage from these Lings, barring some great SCV micro. Going to need to get in touch with his inner flash. That is not the start he wanted. So the command center SCV is fucked. The command center is fucked. Cancelled already. Terrible start for Ovechkin. And still in major danger from these Lings. SCV's pulled off the line. Can Ovechkin get some crazy micro? That is not the start he needed. This is not looking good. Our further Lings being rallied. Right now at the moment it does not look like it. But the Lings are... Oh, that's not what you want to do there. That was a little bit of a mistake. But let's face it, tons of SCVs are going down. Panic bunker. But already the economy of Ovechkin's being devastated. The command center is canceled. It's starting to look like there is absolutely no coming back with this. Literally no micro on these Marines. Not quick enough reaction. And there it is. GG. 9 pool takes the day for Doc Holliday, giving him a swift 2-0 against Ovechkin. Alright, well, that was a quick series. So I guess now we'll go into Wrench versus Triple Overdose. Starting on, you guessed it, Fighting Spirit. So yeah, alright Doc Holliday, that was pretty good. I think you won that series in less than 10 minutes. So, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner as our orange Protoss, we have 3OD. And in the bottom right-hand corner as the brown Protoss, we have Wrench 420. And I don't know either of these guys at all. There's too many new Brood War players, which I mean I guess is a good thing. Like, I shouldn't be unhappy about that, and I'm not. But it's not like the previous CPL where I could actually, I felt like I could like commentate and offer some, you know, strengths and weaknesses of the players and that kind of stuff. But I unfortunately just don't know most of these guys. Alright, so Wrench is going to build gateways kind of back here in his base, I guess. And a more normal, more standard pylon placement here for 3OD. I'm assuming that means Triple Overdose. Is there any way to turn this off? Like, you used to be able to do DND, but that doesn't actually stop that. I don't even know if DND works anymore. Alright, maybe it doesn't stand for Triple Overdose. Or maybe the stream is really instantaneous and you meant that /DND doesn't work in this at all, in Remaster at all. Alright, so we have a Gateway Scout versus a Pylon Scout. So slight difference in Scout. A little bit marginally better economy here from 3OD. And we're getting gas for both players. But DND doesn't stop this shit, see? You can DND till you're blue in the face and you can't turn that off. Unless there's probably some setting for it. Maybe there's some setting for it. Alright, so Wrench is still looking. I guess he scouted through the middle, seeing that path. Of course, not going to find anything. And what do we have down here? A second pylon. Oh, alright. So we're getting Zlot first, Lot before Core. And this was Core's Lot. So a little bit safer, or at least slightly slower tech style of play here from 3OD, or perhaps more harass-oriented. We'll see where this Zealot is headed. And we should see now a Core going down. There we go. There's the Core, and Zealot is indeed headed out for harass. As the Cyber Core goes down here for Wrench 420, but of course it's going to be one Zealot against one Zealot. If he positions that perfectly, should be able to block the ramp, and oh, very unfortunate moment. 3OD a little too focused on trying to get an initial pylon kill. Loses his scout to the Zlot, which is going to allow the Zlot to come over and chill on the ramp. Although I don't think it is positioned correctly, so this Zealot will be able to walk in and do a little bit of harass obnoxiousness. Give a little bit of trouble here to... Oh, totally misses it, so that's obnoxious. Doesn't even get a free hit. Alright, so in comes the Zealot here from 3OD. Let's see if he gets any probe kills on this. He's going straight into the middle line. Bit of a risky place to go to. Nice initial probe drill there, keeping that probe out of harm's way. And actually, so far, I really... Oh, I would say... Oh, I am liking these probe pulls. Very nicely handled there by Wrench. Gets that just right. Loses absolutely nothing other than a marginal amount of mining time. Free Zealot kill, no probes taken care of. And, alright, we got a robotics facility. Unfortunately, his Guna is a bit slow, so he's not going to be able to deny scouting here for, what's his name, for Wrench. So Wrench has seen the Robo. And we can see Dragoon range spinning for both players. Did he get range? He might have gotten range before his first Dragoon, which I don't really like. Alright, so we got a counter Robo. Very similar timings of both players' Robo. Just a little bit faster here for 3OD. But Wrench starting to have a few Dragoons at the ramp, and actually 3OD is going to send his Dragoon across the map. I hope it's just going to sit in the natural. Hope he's not going to try to walk up the ramp. He's got to know there's going to be more than enough here. Yeah, I guess he's going to sit in the natural and wait and see what happens. Got the second pylon. Oh, yeah, that was... Yeah, it even loses a bit of health on that Dragoon. Bit of a bummer. Now, if he's just trying to poke up the ramp and see what's up there, it's not the end of the world. But if he does it again, he's in real danger of losing the Dragoon. So he's trying to tease out here what Wrench is doing, trying to get a feel for what's at the ramp. Do the Dragoons have range? All those kind of different things that can give you an indication if your opponent's going for DTs or not. Or possibly like Speed Reaver. Of course, his range is done. His obs is on the way. His shuttle's on the way. Oh, he's going to opt to skip obs, or skip DT, or sorry, skip obs. Presumably because he poked up the ramp, saw that there was range, and said, okay, you got range, you're not making DTs, I can get my Reaver straight out comfortably. And there is the support bay. Now he's going to make shuttle first. Probably? No? No, he's going to go Reaver first. Alright. And, of course, the obs is going to head straight to the base of 3OD, and he's going to get wonderful scouting intel, because there's no obs here for 3OD. No way to kill off the obs of Wrench. And it looks like we have 2 Dragoons right to the front. The only thing that's worrying me right now for 3OD is his Dragoon count is very low. He's not actually making a Dragoon here in this gateway. Well, I hope that starts soon. Maybe he's going to wait for 2 and just kind of simultaneously... Alright, so Wrench comes down from his ramp, going to chase 3OD away. Having a bit of... Is he going to expand? Is he going to cut Dragoons and expand? I don't know. That's interesting that he goes for a Reaver that fast, and then cuts Dragoons and goes... So he misses his macro, and then misses his macro from this gate, and then makes a shield battery because he's scared. But he's got a Reaver up. I don't know about this. This is a little bit questionable. A little bit questionable. Got a shuttle going around the edge. Oh, actually, Wrench... Maybe he's just suspecting it. I might have been focused a little bit too much over here. I missed something, if something tipped him off. But he definitely decided to move his Dragoons over here. But he doesn't know that the speed shuttle is coming from the other angle. But is he watching? So far, the answer appears to be yes. Alright, the Dragoons are moving, but the probe pull is quite slow. That could be a very dangerous Scarab. Alright, but the Reaver's getting shot right now. Will the Scarab go? No, it's gonna dud. Alright, so the Reaver is... The shuttle micro is like not... Wow. That was a bit rough. That was not the moment to go AFK. Now the shuttle is sitting here. Juicy target. What is going on for 3OD? Is his cat like attacking him in the face right now or what? Because that was like really the only thing he had going on, and he just lost everything for a dud Scarab. So now 3OD is in a really, really poor position. He's made 3 gates. Check that. 4 gates and a battery. He's walled himself out of his base, I think. It's a little hard to see down here, but that looks pretty fucking walled out. I don't know what's going on, but I think 3OD is basically going to lose this game now. I don't really see anything coming back from this. He's going to attack into a Reaver, which has Scarabs, so that is... I don't know what the fuck that was, but that's not the way you want to micromanage that attack when you're defending. Goon's getting a little too excited, and now the Reaver's getting way too excited. Reaver needs to chillax and go hang out over here. But honestly, he's walled himself out. Hopefully all these Dragoons spawn on the right side of the gateways. But, yeah. Let's see, where does this Dragoon spawn? Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure he has to shuttle Goons over this. Maybe Goons fit between gateways, but I'm pretty sure they don't. Like, 95% sure. Still a lot of supply for 3OD, but he's gonna have trouble reinforcing. And here we go, here comes a bust with a shuttle. Very nice arc here from Wrench, and that is gonna force him right back up his ramp. So say goodbye to say goodbye to the Nexus. And now is he gonna try to bust up the ramp, or is he just gonna say happily, I've got a huge advantage, I feel good about this, whatever. The shuttle is not being helpful right now. Reaver's not being helpful. And just a little bit of tense fighting at the ramp, but every second that goes by, it is good for Wrench, and 3OD's money is going out of freaking control right now. He's going to go for a snipe on the Reaver, and there's a decent chance he's going to get it because, okay, he needs to drop the Reaver again. Actually, Dragoon's getting some pretty decent shots off here, and actually the Dragoons in the back are fighting a little bit. Can the Reaver get one more good Scarab off? Yes, it can. Reaver comes down. Will he go for the assassination? Shuttle flies too far away. Reaver goes down quite quickly, and it looked for a while like 3OD was going to win that fight, but in the end, Wrench is going to take that fight, and that really leaves about nothing for 3OD at this point. Shuttle also gets sniped off 2 bases, nothing really making... I mean, obviously, we're having some really brutal no macro moments here from 3OD, exacerbating the situation. He's going to lose power. No, he's not going to lose power on any gateways. There's a pylon over there, hidden beneath the display bar. And now a Reaver up the ramp as well. The lack of reinforcements here from Wrench is a little bit unfortunate. He could just be obviously closing this out. But now with 4 Goons spawning, he's actually going to clean this up. Wise decision, I think, to run the shuttle away. And it looks like 3OD is going to momentarily gain control of his base, but he is very badly outsupplied and whatever you want to call it, behind at this point. He does have more gateways. Like, he has the slimmest of hopes for some sort of last hurrah all-in-y type attack, but realistically it's not going to happen. If he would have made a shuttle and a Reaver with all that money he has, another one, then infinite small chance of maybe some big miss micro allows him an opportunity. But with what he has now, it's just, you know, he'd have to like spam stop on his Goons, Wrench would, to win this one. So I think we're going to see a last attack and then hopefully a GG. A lot of queuing going on right now. He's going to come back out and make a Nexus. At least that is something. So, alright, trying to make miracles happen. Unfortunately, he's running in on a line pattern, which is pretty rough. The Reavers could do a little bit more. He realizes, nope, I'm not going to be able to attack there. That's not going to work out for me. He's still got this one walled out Goon. Fortunately, most of his Goons spawn on the correct side of the wall of death of gateways. These poor Dragoons. Oh, he's actually got 6 gates. One base, 6 gates. Well, that's a lot of production power, but this poor Dragoon, it's just walled out. Alright, running into the natural again. I guess he's going for the YOLO attack. Here comes some Scarabs. And by that, I mean way too many Scarabs to deal with. This Goon's gonna go. Okay. Does harness control over that Dragoon. 6 gates, and we still got 1,000 minerals. 3OD, if you're watching this, definitely tighten up your build and your macro. This stuff will go a lot better for you if you do that. This is really killing you. I realize you just made a Nexus, but like 6 gates on one base, that's never gonna work. the fact that you can even afford 6 gates on one base is part of why Wrench is giving you such a hard time. Like, it doesn't help that you lost your shuttle for nothing, but your macro was like nail in the coffin. Alright, so Wrench accumulating a fairly decent army, about to have leg speed, and overrun 3OD. Alright, so Nexus is up, and it looks like Wrench is picking up his stuff. He's got his speed. He's like, I'm gonna go attack. Another gateway going up over here, and yeah, actually, you might get a snipe on the shuttle. I wasn't paying attention. Reaver's being dropped. Doesn't really matter though. Just the general army size is far too big. Shuttle's going into who knows where land, and there it is. GG, well played, or just game well played by 3OD, and Wrench goes up 1-0. And we will go into their game 2. As Wrench looks for redemption, having as 3OD looks for redemption, having selected Circuit Breaker. So also feeling like macro is his tune, his advantage, his hope, his dreams rest on the macro here. So spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Circuit Breakers as the purple Protoss, we have Wrench 420. And in the top left-hand corner, as the brown Protoss down a game, looking to get himself back into this series, we have 3OD. I missed the opening chat message. Sorry guys, you probably saw it. I unfortunately did not. Alright, no super early probes. Probably not looking at any proxies at this point. If we are, it's going to be way too late. It's going to be a sort of an inefficient proxy. Now we should see some pylon. Alright, so again, he likes these gateways over positioned interestingly in his base. I like on Circuit Breaker, I like putting a pylon here and just having the usual kind of like sets of gateways. Something about gateways over here, just, I don't know. Personal preference, but... Alright, so we got a pylon scout from 3OD, so feeling pretty nervous. We'll see if he goes through the... Oh, he's going to go through the... Is he going to go through the middle? No, he's not going to go through the middle. And gateway down for both players. A little bit faster for Wrench, reflecting that difference in scouting, opting to scout a little bit later for a slightly, subtly stronger eco. And off we go. Is he going to go cross? Oh, he's going to go cross. Interesting. I mean, usually you go cross if you want to scout the center for proxy gates, but CB has an unbuildable center, so... I guess maybe he's just looking for like a zealot on the way and then turning. He just wants to be really safe. Is he going to see the probe here? Yes, he is, but that doesn't necessarily tell him anything. Especially at this level where people are so unpredictable with when they scout, like, you're not going to glean any information from that. Gas is up. 3OD actually with a marginally faster gas in this case. But no Cybercore here, so... What? What? I guess just opting for Zealot first. Although both players got a Zealot first. So I don't really know what to say about this. Both players got blocked though, pretty badly. So not ideal for supply here. Alright, there's the Cybercore. That's a pretty significant difference in Cybercore timing. I was not paying attention to what 3OD did, but it looks like he's delayed his Cybercore quite heavily. And I don't even see a second Zealot. So... I don't know what to make of that. Can get range. He's not going to make a second Zealot either. He's going to save up for Dragoon. And, oh, okay. Probe for 3OD gets in. That's nice. Going to draw the Zealot away. Will allow the Zealot from 3OD to walk in again. Now, last time Wrench had some very nice probe defense, but this time you can see the timing is quite a bit different. Wrench has a Dragoon and a Zealot out this time. so this should be less of an issue. With the level of probe holding he showed well, that doesn't help. But we'll see. Let's see how the probe pulls are this game. And he goes immediately, and there we go. Nice little move down to the bottom, and he's attacking one. He's a little slow this time. Oh, actually gets a good drill, but can he pull that one? No. So we'll get one, make that 2 probe kills. A little bit less efficient this time for Wrench. Does lose 2 probes. Not a bad trade for a Zealot. Definitely making even in terms of financial cost. And we're going to go into 3 gates from 3OD along with the Robo. So a nice solid kind of flexible PvP build. I remember quite a while back, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, maybe a little bit more, Movie was talking about 3-gate, and he said that he really likes 3-gate PvP for when he is confident that he is, you know, better than his opponent, because he says he feels that it's a build that's not really stronger or weaker than other builds. Like, it's not particularly great, but it's reasonably even against everything. So if he's confident in his play, then he will play 3-gate so he doesn't die to anything and just gets into kind of a safe, longer macro game position where he can then win against his opponent that he's confident he's better than. And so we have actually a support bay here. So this is not a 3-gate obs, 3-gate robo obs, which is what Movie was talking about. This is going to be 3-gate reaver, so a very aggressive quasi all-in type build against the gate robo gate here from Wrench, who is going to get an observatory first. I really... Alright, 3OD. I didn't even notice this on the first pass. Number 1, the positioning of your shield battery is awkward. But number 2, you got 3 gateways, man. You're up a ramp with 3 gates. He's not breaking that. Like, even if he 4 gates you, he's not breaking it. You got 3 gates. And you're going Reaver. This shield battery is just killing your build. It's slowing you down, and it's not... You know, the whole point of 3-gate robo, like, you're getting a super slow expansion with huge investment, is to more or less go run him over. And that shield battery is look what this is doing! Ah! That shield battery is just, you know, it's the antithesis of what you're trying to do. It's just slowing down the efficiency of your build. Wrench pulling a few Dragoons back in case of an incoming shuttle, and now Dragoons being streamed across the map. And headed up to the ramp. He's going to try to break up the ramp, but of course that ramp is locked down solid. Going absolutely nowhere. More Dragoons on the way. Reaver is out. Shuttle's out. No speed. But this is just so safe right now. So comfortable for Wrench. It looks like 3OD is just going to kind of set up a contain here. Try to prevent the Wrench from coming down the map and, like, expanding. At least the Reaver doesn't glitch on this thing. Here comes the shuttle. Reaver's going to need some assistance. Has he rallied the Reaver all the way to his opponent's base? That would be fantastic if he crawled all the way. And now it looks like Wrench is coming down with a Reaver of his own. And I mean, you can see right here 3OD, like, you've got 3-gate robo, and he's got you. He's ahead of you in Dragoon count. He's got 8 Dragoons. You have 5. He has 8. You have 5. You have 3 gateways. He has 2 gateways. I mean, 100%. It's just build order that's hurting you. Like, if you clean up these random buildings and streamline this build order, you're fine. But you've basically already lost because he's got way more stuff than you, despite you putting down more gateways and doing what in theory would be a much scarier build order. So yeah, I guess the main takeaway from here is you're basically kind of self-build order losing your own games. We've got an obs from Wrench, gonna find out what's there. Trying to bust in. That's actually a bit disorganized from Wrench, but now he's getting his Reaver back into place, moving this Dragoon out of the way. Shuttle comes into the main, but look at that, 3 Dragoons there now. Is the probe pull gonna be on time? It's a little bit sluggish, although the Dragoon attacks the wrong target. Does get off one Scarab, trying to bust in at the same time. That's gonna result in all the goons dying over here. Those are some pretty nice Scarabs though. Does distract Wrench. So basically, 3OD opts to trade all of his, trade all of his army for the probes, some of the probes here of Wrench, which can work out, but given the lack of expansion and the fact that 3OD doesn't really have enough, I don't think, to hold this army of Wrench. I'm pretty worried right now for 3OD. I mean, you know, he's still behind in supply despite all those kills, which tells you something about the army of Wrench in comparison. And he also really hasn't rebuilt a shuttle or reaver, so macro and what to make is continuing to be a little bit of a concern here. And really for Wrench, the only thing I'd say I've seen is sometimes you just have a tendency for like reavers or some important guys to be a little bit out of position, and against a good opponent that is aggressive, like he would run in there and snipe your reavers, and you could end up kind of losing something like that. You shouldn't lose. Oh, a goon is going to get caught in the middle. Not ideal for 3OD. And actually, oh shit. Okay, he notices that one. At least he's going to pull that away, but he's got 6 Dragoons and a Reaver against what? That's 10 Dragoons and 2 Reavers. So Ren should probably go around rather than try to force this over the bridges. Well, he's going to let him get up here. So, all right, Shuttle gets into a good position. He needs to get those Reavers down. Finally getting those down, and we have a pretty good arc here. This looks like it's going to go pretty easily in favor of Wrench. Nothing left to defend that Reaver, so down that goes. And 3OD leaves that game. No GG, possibly a bit irritated after that first loss to get hammered down in the second game. But not too bad for Wrench. 3OD, like I said, it's not exactly that it's terrible. It's just, you know, your build order's just got to be better. Like, if that gets tightened up, and then, I don't know, your shuttles, you're a little bit AFK on the shuttles. Maybe watch a little bit if you know how to do shuttle micro and figure that out a bit, because going for those fast shuttles to harass with and then basically just dropping the Reaver and ignoring it is really, really costly in PvP. Alright, so in the bottom left-hand corner, going into our next set of Tier 2, as the Yellow Zerg, we have Blossom. And in the bottom right-hand corner, as the Brown Protoss, we have IRK's Aggie. No, but especially like at that level, definitely just some general mechanics practice will make a huge difference. You know, Brood War kind of has this interesting phase where, like, the first part of Brood War, mechanics are basically everything. Like, build orders really don't matter if you have 40 APM. You know, I mean, I could do whatever that. Like, if someone plays against me that has 40 APM, I can do whatever strategy I want, and I'm gonna win. You can probably, in some cases, come close to winning with you know, worker only strategy, just mass workers. It's that kind of a thing. And then you get to a point where strategy starts to matter a little bit as the mechanics get better. But, you know, what I saw there in the games against 3OD is just there wasn't enough in the way of macro, in the way of build orders and all those things. And it was just, you know, you can't do anything when you're making that few units. I mean, when your opponent's just out macroing your 3-gate Robo Reaver, 3-gate Reaver with 2 gates, with gate Robo Gate, there's no answer for that. You know, he's economically ahead, he's getting a faster Nexus, and he's got more units than you. There's just, you know, there's no recourse. So we got, okay, well, this could be interesting here. We'll see how well Age can deal with it, or Aggie. Sorry, I always see Age because I see the capital G and I see the E. I don't know. I missed the second G. So we'll see if Aggie can handle this correctly. There's going to be some fastlings on the way. And that usually means that Aggie's going to have to go home and just kind of block his wall off, get his forge up, get his wall up, and stay safe. So not a bad build order choice here from Blossom, given the incoming gate first. He has opted for actually only 4 lings though. All right, he's going to get a third pair now, having seen that. So 4 lings is going to limit his options a little bit. But once Aggie scouts this, if he does, he'll be good. Now, if Aggie just immediately sends his Zealot across the map, he's in a little bit of danger of getting surrounded and picked off by lings. And yeah, I know some people in the chat are saying playing against the computer is boring, and it is boring. But like, it's one of those things, right? Like, where a lot of times getting better at something involves a bit of grinding, a bit of hard work. And honestly, playing against the computer is a pretty darn good way to get better. It's boring, but it takes out the, oh my god, I have to focus against my opponent. And this is what, oh, actually, no. First, I got to commentate this. The Zealot's getting in. He almost traps it, but then doesn't. So this Zealot is actually going to get in, and that's pretty nice for Aggie, because that's going to buy him some time. If this Zealot gets shut out really quick, oh, can he block him, though, from getting over here? He's trying, and yes, he gets a pretty good block on, but it's still decent surface area for the Zealot. And now the Zealot is actually going to be quite efficient against these Lings. And this is going about as well as Blossom could have hoped for here, or that Aggie could have hoped for, because he was able to get his Zealot around here and buy time, picked off a few Lings, and now he's going to get his wall up safely. Imagine the Zealot gets surrounded here, and then this guy's barely out. Lings are already across the map. It's a little bit more annoying for Aggie to deal with, but getting the Zealot in, that was very nice and very unfortunate for Blossom. And in the meantime, with this reasonably well held, we've got gas up, and we are double overloading, so a bit of supply mistakes there, or possibly just a double SO mistake from Blossom. And cannon is up, so these Lings are not really going to be able to do anything. He's probably going to come up, see the cannon, and immediately pull back. Does lose a Ling. That's easy to do. Got an overlord in there to see what's going on. Pretty decent cybercore timing, given that it was a gate expand build. But anyway, going back to the thing about the computer, like, yeah, it's boring to play against, but like, if you're in the league legitimately to improve, if your concern is having fun, then yeah, just play games and do what's fun for you, but realize you're going to get better slower. If your goal is really, I want to get better at Brood War, then especially when mechanics are at that stage, then it's pretty beneficial to just play against the computer and literally just practice maxing out to like 200 and try to do it in like 12 minutes. You know, somewhere in that mark is a good reference frame. Take your expansions, do that. Try to keep your minerals low and see if you can max out in 12 minutes. See if you can get it down to 11:30. Then do it while you move an army around the whole time. When you can max out in like 12 minutes while Ling's got to run away. When you can max out in 12 minutes while moving an army around against the computer, then you've got enough mechanics that you can get things done. You'll still have lots of situations where your macro gets bad when you're like that because you're new, and just, I mean, even decent players have pressure situations where their macro slips up. About the only people that don't have that is Korean pro gamer level. But that's a pretty good starting point if you just want to develop basic solid mechanics, which are really the gateway to being able to play this game and really having fun with it. And so now these Zealots are forcing a lot of Lings out of Blossom, and unfortunately this is a terrible arc from Blossom. So these Lings here from Aggie doing, these Zealots here from Aggie doing quite a bit of damage. One Zealot not fighting for a moment, but look at all the Lings that are being forced right now. And now he's going for drones. He's going to get one, and he's going to pick off these Lings. Small surface area here. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. Drones are getting some good surface area. Nice little pull there from Blossom to save that drone, but that has certainly hurt the economy of Blossom as he was forced to spam a lot of Lings. Pretty decent macro during that, though, as he did more or less keep on top of his drone production, kept those 4 SDs, 4 SDs, 5 SDs going. And in the meantime, we should have a Corsair about out here from H at pretty typical timing. He will not be able to get an Overlord kill. Might have the subtlest chance of getting this Overlord, but I think the Scourge timing should be enough that he might actually lose the Corsair killing this Overlord if Scourge started immediately. This is going to be close. I think he'll just barely get this Overlord. Will not get any more than the standard one Overlord. So yeah, he's gonna just get it. Okay, that's really fortunate for him, because a lot of times, especially us newer players, we tend to make the mistake. We're attacking an Overlord, and this is what happens. Okay, so unfortunately the fact that he went for a second Overlord, then that's, oh, actually a second Corsair arrives. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so that's really bad for Aggie right now, because he did not scout with that Corsair. He did see, of course, that there was a Hydra Den and hatchery going up, and the timing probably gives him a sense that it's 5 hatchery, but he hasn't seen the drone count, and he hasn't really seen what's making. It's not very good intel. Aggie's playing pretty dark, which means he's going to have to do a lot of guesswork. Now, granted, this is pretty standard here from, and this is the thing that worries me the most right now, because Zerg has a few options from this point, you know. Number one, you kind of want to get a feel if they're teching and they're going to go for lurkers quick or what they're going to do, but they also can play, they can get a few Hydra out to defend some initial pressure and then just kind of sit back and chill, or they can basically stop making drones and just start massing Hydra. And if they start massing Hydra, then you absolutely have to cannon up a little bit at the front and really prioritize Storm. which he's not doing. So if this were just pure aggressive Hydra right now from Blossom, the situation would get a little bit scary for Aggie if he doesn't sniff out what's going on and react in time with those cannons. He also hasn't sorted Storm or Templar, so this is risky from Age, or from Aggie. I really want to call him Age. Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, that's totally up to you whether you want to play against computers or not, you know. I mean, that's probably the best thing you could do if your goal is to get better fast. But, you know, you know why you play Brood War. And, you know, if that's not fun for you and it's not what you want to do, then don't do it, and that's fine. The only difference is, you know, you'll probably, other people that choose to do that route, that choose to play against computers and really break up their practicing, will get better a bit faster than you. But, you know, like I said, being better is not the only thing that's fun. Like, if playing the game is fun for you, then play the game and have fun. That's very important. In fact, really, I'm assuming that's the reason all of us more or less play, is to have fun, right? All right, so Corsair coming out across here. Is he going to lose another Corsair? Yeah, it looks like he's going to lose another Corsair. And Hydra's coming in. Yeah, okay, he's not going to lose the Corsair, so that's good. So he's finally getting some scouting. He does have Templar out, but he doesn't have cannons at the front. But we can see this is actually okay with him, because this is what I was talking about. Blossom is just getting a few Hydralisks out, and then he's going to add a little bit more economy here and not just aggressively bust. And a very fast third base for Age. Now, I wish Age had still scouted a little more. I still feel like he's a little bit blind, and to take a third base like this against a Zerg that opts to play aggressively with Hydra is usually close to death. You can't defend both bases and the natural, and it usually leaves your natural vulnerable to getting broken anyway. So, whole shit, that is a lot to invest in cannons. Yeah, it's going to get his third up, I think. It's going to be tight, because if he gets over here, he can definitely come over and harass the Nexus from the backside of the Nexus. But, yeah, he's going to get up here. He's going to shut down these cannons. He's going to have to deal. This cannon's going to be annoying. I don't know if this is the best option. Some army's going to come over here. DTs are over here, so yeah, this is going to get shut down. And we'll see if Blossom gets out of here. He's being very aggressive with this, but yeah, just defense is coming too quick here. Oh, actually, there's an Overlord here. But we've got enough Zealots that upper ramp should defend pretty well. Corsairs are going to try to aggressively chase off the Overlord to let the Zealots get their kills. Or to let the DT get the kills. And these Hydra are cleaned up and are going to be repulsed backwards. Alright, so got 6 hatches of macro. Getting Lurker. Queen's Nest, Evo Chamber? Got Evo Chamber. Got an Evo Chamber. Oh, actually, we're not going for Carapace upgrades. Going for second Hydra missile attack upgrade. So, very committed Hydra play. Committed Hydra Lurk play, sorry. As we do see Lurkers, and of course Spines are good for Lurkers. And Protoss with nice timing on that second attack upgrade. So going to be some very strong Protoss attacking units, particularly later on when this Hive kicks in and Lings come out. These are going to be pretty weak Lings to Protoss's army for quite some time. He does start that Carapace almost immediately at that Evo Chamber, finishing up, which I like. Wow, that is a flood of Lurkers over here from Blossom, and we'll see what his game plan is. He's actually burrowing. That's an odd burrow spot, in all honesty. I don't understand this at all. He just burrowed like 5 Lurkers, 2 in the mineral line, and 3 down here. None of these are very useful spots, as far as I can tell, for these Lurkers. I don't really understand that burrow. But he is going to take a 4th base, which is good, since Protoss is getting a 3rd base. Someone seeing all those Lurkers pop made me feel very uncomfortable. Yeah, I know that feeling as a Protoss, or as a former Protoss. It's like, what am I going to do against this giant Lurker field? Or if you're a trypophobia person, I don't know. Do Lurkers bother people that have the trypophobia thing? Maybe, I don't know. Alright, so it looks like it's going to be defensive play from Blossom. This base is exposed, but scouting from Age is not great. If Age, with these DTs on the map, Age is probably shooting himself in the foot when you see, or Aggie is probably shooting himself in the foot when he sees this, because he's allowing this hatchery to just go up uncontested. which, if you can help it, is not something you want to do with Zerg. And the other concerning thing here for Aggie is, in spite of that third base, he seems to be growing a little bit slowly, which usually means we've missed some probes. Although actually probes look decent. Oh, never mind. Sorry. That's the killer right here. If this was spent and in gateways, he would have a 3 control group army and be out on the map right now, seriously making Blossom uncomfortable, kind of stifling him down, at the very least, able to put on pressure. But right now he's got this. This army is completely not scary to this. A few lurkers, this is nothing, even with a few units over here. So this is letting Blossom just drone and expand wherever he wants. So I have a feeling Blossom is going to have some insane macro in a little bit, and missing those macro timings for Aggie is really limiting any potential he has to be out on the map and be aggressive, which is really nice for Blossom. Blossom's probably like, oh, this feels so good. There's no Protoss pressure. His army doesn't look that big. I can just drone up and take bases for free. And yeah, so going well. I still don't understand these, especially these 3 lurkers, but you know what? They're over there. They're doing their thing, getting a whole lot of lings out, getting our adrenals up. And Aggie has set himself up for a tough game. I mean, Hive Zerg with good upgrades and 4+ bases is tough to play against. Oh, that was so close to getting in. Overlord arriving just in the right time. Yeah, I've been maining Zerg since, I would say since a year ago, but I basically had another 6 or 8 months I didn't play, so I only started playing again like 2 weeks ago. But yeah, I'm a Zerg main these days, and also Legendary. It's good to see you from way back in the day. That was truly like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years ago type stuff. All right. So Overlord's being attacked by a single Corsair. Not that scary. Eventually going to be picked up. Actually, nice turnaround there. And we got some wings clearing out pylons over here. And in the meantime, Blossom is just macroing up. We can see still matching Age's resources. I don't know why, Pete, you are so agitated. Like, I don't know what you mean by being like a dick. So you'll have to elaborate on that. I'm starting to think you're just trolling at this point, but I'm not sure. Like, if you want to explain, go for it. But yeah. Got a whole bunch of stuff coming out. Got missile attacks. Which is going to be his 3-0 for Hydras, getting all of his upgrades. We have Defiler Mound, Lurkers on the top of the ramp. That gets very annoying to break very quick. Got Forge, double shuttles. Gonna start doing some harassing or getting some Reavers. Yeah, we got Reaver being made here in the Robo. And we've got 3-1 versus single wing. 1-1. How close are we to 2? Yeah, so huge Protoss upgrade advantage right now. If Protoss start making Archons, they're going to be very strong, just absolutely destroying Lings for the time period. But of course, these are Cracklings, which makes them just a little bit more dangerous. And we're getting some creep colonies. Nidus over here. Zerg taking a 5th base. The only thing Zerg hasn't done is take the top base. We can see again, Blossom has huge supply right up there with Aggie. The amount of free bases being taken by both players, that is not ideal. You know, Zerg should be trying to shut these bases down, pay a little more attention. Protoss really could have done more to prevent this base from going up. We got a few Lings on the ramp, plus an army out here, so that should hold us off. And now that Age is maxed, he's coming out. But the problem for Age is that Blossom is also maxed and has an incredibly strong Zerg eco behind this. Could have a few more hatcheries, but we'll see if Age can get anything done here. Unfortunately, the Zealots all at the front of his army, amazing storms. Those Lings came in way too clumped up, and the Nidus at the front is a bit vulnerable. But let's face it, all the Zealots were at the front, shredded by the Lurkers, which leaves only Dragoons, which is not going to bust across this. Although the storms on the Cracklings are fantastic. He is going to get the Nidus, but he should not be able to break into all of this here with all... Actually, there's only a few Lurkers. There's less than I expected. And to be honest, I don't know where Blossom's units are. He needs to get his stuff together. He needs to get a Swarm down, and that will stop this from happening. Does he have Swarm? Or Consume, rather. Yeah, now he just needs to throw that down. Alright, so that is safe. Gonna hold this off for now. I don't see a Zealot Pain Train reinforcement coming, and it looks like Aggie has overstayed his welcome just a smidge, although he's actually going to get out of there in time. And, alright, so Blossom now getting his macro rolling a little bit more. Could have used a few more lurkers at the front. Yeah, he's got a lot of gas because of that, possibly. Are we looking for an ultra switch here with that amount of gas and that amount of banking? No, actually. Alright. So, yeah, Blossom needs maybe a few more hatcheries at this point. He's a little bit more sparse on drones, too. He doesn't actually quite have as good of economy as I initially thought, or it hasn't scaled well. He had a pretty good economy, and then towards the end he started making mostly units and didn't really drone up these bases that much. Now we're getting a few more drones added into the mix, and we're getting a few more hatcheries, so now he's getting his full macro going. He's about to take this base. Aggie, stop letting him have free bases! Make Zerg work for their bases! It's the worst thing ever when you just let Zerg have a bunch, and oh, okay, we got a Scourge, but one Scourge is not enough to stop the shuttle. Reaver goes down, double Reaver goes down. Drones are not pulled, doesn't know about this yet. Alright, now he knows, and so some decent Reaver shots. Gonna kill off some of those Lings, and the Reavers are gonna stay behind these minerals here, continue to do damage. Sending some Lings to attack at the ramp, but holy moly, is that ever a forest of cannons. And, oh man, these Reavers are shredding these Lings, but remember, the upgrades for Zerg have not caught up, so that's part of why everything is not dying and being more effective than you're used to. As Aggie holds on to his bases and continues to bludgeon Blossom here. I think this Reaver is finally going to die. Gets one of them. Now for the second Reaver. Alright. And he's going to lose the shuttle, so a little bit not microed there from Aggie, but a lot of damage was definitely done. And the 6 base going up. What do we have here? Alright, we got 2 Reaver shuttle coming into that space. We did see the double shuttles from earlier, and now getting an army out on the map, but he's flying straight into a spore colony, and Hydra's popping. Will the shuttle go? No, the Reaver will get back into the corner. Now Reaver's drop, drum pull not there from Blossom, and Scarab's going off like mad, decimating the sunken line, or the mineral line, killing off almost all the drones there. And is Blossom re-droning in the process? It actually doesn't look like it. Ooh, that's... Alright, so we got a bunch of Hydra coming over here. Nice Reaver pickup there, and very good Scarab. If only Blossom could get his Hydra coordinated and fighting together, but he's a little bit distracted over here. Actually, he's distracted everywhere right now, and Aggie is just pummeling Blossom. I'm not sure where Blossom's focus is, but he's definitely seems to be missing some of the key points right now. I think he is macroing pretty well. His minerals are low, but he's missing some micro in some key places, taking a lot of damage as a result. But now Aggie trying to force his way over the bridge a little too much into Swarm. One more Swarm would be nice to have on these lurkers, but looks like he's not busting in right now, but all the mining is shut down at several key bases, has not been redroned, and of course now getting attacked, Blossom is forced to do nothing but make units, which is not what he wants to do right now. Another Swarm goes down, keeps those lurkers safe, and holding on for now. Finally going to clean up this Reaver, but oh man, and look at his money is not high right now, so he doesn't even really have the money or the income to just re-drone spam. So this might be slipping a little bit away from Blossom. He really needs to drone. He does have some pretty good lurker fields up though, so if Aggie can't get some Reavers over here and really organize some good busts, he might get into trouble here, especially since he's gonna be pretty close to mining out. He very much needs to get some stuff over. This is a good start, and get these bases up and running, and ideally shut this base down. Like if Aggie gets these 2 bases up and shuts down top, pretty comfortable for him, or if he manages to bust into this base. But I don't think he's going to have enough to do that. Blossom's still pretty high in supply. Upgrades now are almost at parity for Zerg. Both players have honestly upgraded reasonably well in this game. Still not that many lurkers at the front. This is pretty funny. Just chilling. Alright, well, burrows lurker and finally snipes that dude off. And yeah, a whole bunch of units just chilling up here. Alright, so we got stuff everywhere. We got double shuttles. Alright, we got 4 Reavers going down. Some damage. Oh, that is actually a lot of drones. Holy shit. Like, he needs these drones to get to some other base. Oh. Scarab's going down everywhere. Is he going to lose important tech structures? Probably pretty soon. He needs to be careful how he fights this. Attacking 4 Reavers is really a little bit tricky to do sometimes. Although I think he's brought enough units here that he's going to... Oh, but those are some pretty good pickups. He's trying to do his best, but nope. You're going to get everything assassinated finally. Actually, wait, can the shuttle get out? Yes, it can. But in the meanwhile, oh, and then actually, Aggie's trying to do both an attack in, but he doesn't have an obs, so that attack in kind of lost its luster, is repulsed. But again, more drones eliminated right now, and Blossom's economy is, well, not blossoming. That's all I can say about that. But he is securing this. So remember, Blossom still has 6 bases, so even though he's doesn't have the greatest drone saturation, although actually now he's starting to get some pretty decent drone saturation, the fact that he has 6 bases and Aggie has not yet secured these bases is pretty good for him. That's a lot of DTs though. He's going to be so annoyed that he doesn't have an Overlord close by. This number of Lings with no Templar would have been scary, but with 4 DTs, they're going to get clean. Actually, yeah, 4 DTs are going to clean this up pretty well, or 5 or whatever. So he's going to be like, ah, no, why is there not an Overlord here? All right, so these Lings go down very quickly, but he's continuing to stream Lings. But streaming Lings like that is going to be useless without an accompanying Overlord. But there's no defense for these bases, so that should still be very concerning for Aggie right now. Also should be a little bit concerning for Aggie that he has, like, no Templar in his army. You need some storms to deal with this. Blossom is at max supply, and I'm not feeling max Zerg. I guess he's just keeping a whole lot in defense at his bases, but this doesn't feel like a max Zerg. I can't exactly tell where all of his supply is. Alright, so here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 7 DTs. Is there 5? He hasn't. No, don't. Please tell me he sent an Overlord. Oh my god, no, what? Okay. Alright, we're okay. This is really scary though for Age, sort of. But the DTs are going to do so much damage before the Overlord shows up. Just 7 DTs do kill stuff really fast, but still, I like this decision to split the Lings, but actually, a nice decision by Aggie to split his DT as well. That's going to help save his main base from a few cracklings ransacking it, but a few more being sent in, Overlord being sent that way, and this was not good for Aggie. Aggie really needs this mining, and Zerg is losing only a few cheap units to do this. I don't quite know if he's going to get this Nexus. He should get it, but yeah, Aggie scrambling to get into position. A few Lings going here, not doing much over there. Both Nexuses do go down, indeed cleaned up. The rest of these units for Blossom are going to get cleaned up, but that's going to leave Aggie with no base. You can see Zerg is at 3-3, Aggie's reaches 3-3, so again, very nice upgrading from Aggie, but now Blossom is trying to go into late game Zerg mode where you basically just send units everywhere, maybe with a few swarms, and hope to get it done. Is he paying attention to this? Probably not, but there are some juicy Templar here that he could pick off if he is. Zealots being streamed in one by one. Now the Templar are going to start to, actually no, they're probably going to attract the cannon fire, which will then draw the Hydras in to fight that. Good obs coverage though. Notice he does have some obs in some good spots. Unfortunate to see these Templar dying like this though. That's not what Aggie needs. And Aggie really needs to prioritize getting these bases back up here before he mines out. I think that is actually possibly going to be costing Aggie this game in all honesty, because he is very, very low now. This base is mining out, and Blossom is going to be comfortably mining from at least 3 bases for quite some time. Although there's only 2 lurkers here. Although that is a lot of units. That is a big stream, and there's no storms with this army. Oh, that's really bad. Yeah, this is looking a bit rough right now for Aggie. No storms against all of this Zerg everywhere. Like, there's no way he's breaking a base without these storms, which he really needed. He might kill this Zerg army, but he's going to trade not very well doing it. And I don't know where those lurkers are bearing. Where's the storms? Okay, gets a plague. But nothing here that is going to really allow him to go bust over here, especially if the Defiler retreats and keeps that base safe. He's got a lot of stuff that he can just bring over, and he's just not able to kill any bases or do anything about Blossom's mining. That fight did go better than I expected for Aggie. I don't think Blossom coordinated 100%, but Blossom is just macroing away, whereas, well, Aggie's down to his last Nexus to defend. And I wish there were more Reavers in this army too, but there are not. Alright, so we've got a small group of Hydra going out here. I don't know what its goal is, but actually it looks like he's just trying to trap this army here in the middle. He is trying to get this Nexus back up, which is good, but he's not doing it in the most defensive way possible. He's trying to be out on the map with not enough units. He's going to try to go, I think, up the ramp and just hang out up at the ramp, but again, no Templar, and he's not reinforcing with these with these zealots. He doesn't have a shuttle to bring reavers or anything at the top of the ramp to help him defend. So I think, well, he's burrowing down here. And that is a lot of units. That can just overwhelm this. This is only 6 or 7 dragoons. Even at the top of the ramp, this can be overwhelmed if he micros up this ramp fairly well. Too many Hydra reinforcements way too late. I don't know where the attention of Aggie is at, but he's definitely losing this base again. So he's not getting that up. And he's sending some overlords out, or some observers out. But I can't figure out. Okay, so he's checking for a shuttle path. Oh no! Okay, shuttle's alive, but there's not much left in the main. Try to snipe the Defiler at end, but it's not really worth it. He drops the shuttle for not a whole lot. A few gas drones mining depleted gas. He's gonna get the Spire. That's something. He needs some crazy harass right now, though. He needs to defend this base. Needs to get this army over here. Defend this base at all costs. And get some crazy harass off to at least slow Blossom down just a little bit, and then possibly he's got a chance at it. But that's all I see from him as far as having a chance at it goes. Starting to fall behind in supply now as the money dwindles almost. In fact, the money is almost completely out. Yeah, it's not looking good. Blossom actually taking this base, has a few lurkers set up over here. Oh, actually, never mind. He would have almost an impossible time breaking that with just slots, especially if all this stuff was on the low ground. Reinforcements streaming in from behind from Zerg. No more reinforcements. He's finally making last few Templar, but he's broke. What you see is what you get. He's not actually going to be able to mine. He has to kill this in long distance mine, while at the same time harassing and slowing Aggie down, and he doesn't really have the vehicles, the shuttles, he would even need to make that happen. Or he needs to coordinate the break of all breaks, but that would also be hard to see happening at this stage. Alright, well that's not ideal. So let's see, where's he gonna go attack? Is he just gonna go attack here? It looks like he's gonna attack here. And I think he's gonna get surrounded from multiple sides. And it's just Zealots, or almost just Zealots, which are really weak against all these. These Zealots are just going to insta-die. These Zealots are up here actually going to fight okay. We got some Hydra coming in from all different sides. We'll see how much damage this attack can do, as Zerg surrounding it is trading okay so far. And he has punched through the Lurkers, so that's a starting point. And those are some fantastic storms for sure. Now running in, trying to snipe the Templar. Gets a few of them, but not all of them. And all the Hydra go down, but he's left with, what, 4 Dragoons? And a few Zealots, more Lurkers coming up the burrow. Units being streamed in all over the place, and reinforcements really should more or less clean this up. There we go. Everything goes down, and that's got to be it for Aggie. He's got nothing left. Unfortunately, the Reavers were not part of that attack. He's got a little bit of Corsair harass going on, but he's broke. And Aggie is taking both of these bases. Honestly, he does have one more group of Dragoons, but... well, it's a Hive Zerg. I don't see anything. And there we go. GG, well played from Aggie. And game 1 goes to Blossom in a long, vicious game. Oh, Catspaw? LRM Catspaw? Yeah, he's a cool dude. I'll remember that dude. Aggie, I think you had your opportunities, but letting Zerg just freely expand like that wasn't helpful. And then I don't know, just late game you needed a little bit better composition, and you needed to do a little bit more and take bases yourself a little more aggressively and shut down Zerg's mining. That's one of the things you always have to watch for. It's so easy for Zerg to just put up a base and take a free base or two and send 4 Lurkers over there, and then you're just like, oh, frick. Because you know that you're not getting that base back without a huge fight. So you have to be super vigilant about that all the time. I mean, if I could tell you the number of ZVPs that I've lost, or PVZs that I've lost to getting lazy for a minute or two and not scouting expansions for Zerg, just taking them, it's a really painful number. It's a hard lesson to learn, but it's like you just have to get super on top of that, or it's always gonna haunt you. And it's the worst way to lose because you're like, oh, I was 4 base to Zerg's 4 base. He was choked out. He couldn't do anything. And then I let him slip to the 12 and the 3 at Fighting Spirit and have 6 bases. And oh, fuck. It's the worst. The worst. Alright, so we have... That's gotta be Ling open. I don't think I like this wall. I imagine Pylon, Forge, Gateway is a better option. Although this looks like a pretty large area to wall here on Autobahn. Is it Forge here? I'm sorry, this is the kind of wall I think that just cries out, "Ling me! Ling me!" I would look at this wall. Alright, so we got Overlord going across the map. Of course, map is Autobahn, which is one of our ASL maps. At least it was an ASL map. I actually can't remember if it's a KSL map. And, oh, he's trying to sneak, but the probe is just going to sit there. And, oh, pylon block. Probe going full asshole. But you know what? He's making a spawning pool. He doesn't care that much. He's just going to be like, ha, sucker. I don't care about that pylon. It's only going to delay me like 10 seconds, and I'm going to make some lings and just kill it. Alright, so we're going to again have gate first. Now we'll see if Blossom can handle the early Zealot a little bit better and actually catch it, or if Aggie even feels confident enough to send the Zealot across the map, or if he's just going to immediately rally the Zealot to just chill back at home. But for right now, it looks like Aggie is headed cross map. A bold move, in the words of Kerrigan herself. Although he's only made a few lings. Actually, wait, what? What? Does he know it? No, he doesn't know it's gate first. He does know it's gate first. Please tell me this is a ling. Okay, well, that's a ling. Oh, this is a bit uncomfortable for Blossom. With only 4 lings out by the time you get here, that first Zealot could be annoying. Now, I'd like to see him click the drone on the minerals and then spam stop and slow the Zealot down just a little bit more. Cute little trick you can do if your drone is following like that. But that doesn't appear to be his goal. Now, let's see what he can get done with the Zealot. I mean, 4 lings obviously beats a Zealot. 6 lings obviously beats a Zealot. And it looks like he's going to get 6 out in time. Going to go for the drones. And this should be handled reasonably well here from Blossom. Getting some good initial hits off. And, oh, is he going to get a drone? Trying to go behind the minerals. Nice micro there from Blossom. Getting all the lings that surround. Looks like just 1 kill for the Zealot. Well handled. Second Zealot arriving now. But with this base not really up and mining, there's only one place that Aggie can pressure, and it's right here, and a lot of initial hits for the lings, and we'll see if Blossom can continue to handle this Zealot reasonably well. Alright, so Zealot is getting some random hits on drones, finally gets a drone kill. Only 1 so far, though, and going for another gas drone. Just the sporadic hits are not getting it done here from Aggie, and that Zealot picked off. And Forge is finished. Yeah, this wall is like here, double gaps here. It's just maybe this is tight, but pylons usually aren't tight to most things. So I don't know. I really want to know if this is tight. I'm expecting it to not be tight, but it's still a dangerous wall. I mean, you need 2 Zealots to block here, there. Yeah. At the very least, I would switch the Forge and the Gateway and reduce that a little bit. Because Forge above Gate is never tight. Whereas Gate above Forge is always tight. Okay, he's gonna open that gap. We got a few more lings coming across. We have our lair. Do we have ling speed? Nope, not yet. Very slow ling speed here from Blossom. Also, a lot of gas. A lot of gas. Where's the Spire? Okay, there's the Spire. It's going to eat some of that gas. Still a lot of gas, though. Alright, and Overlord getting a scout off on that Stargate. So again, very good Spire timing. Corsair really shouldn't get much in the way of Overlord kills. Might get this initial Overlord, but outside of that, should not really be able to get any kills at all. Alright, so someone's saying Pylon Egg is tight. Alright, well, that's good to know, because at least there's not a hole in the top. So I guess a 3 wide wall. There's a decent number of maps with 3 wide, so maybe that's not as uncomfortable as I thought it was. And second gas here from Protoss, Citadel. Blossom still has, yeah, this is a lot of gas. I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot of gas. Corsair on the way. Spire Red, and like I said, might get this Overlord. Will not get any other Overlords. We've got our fourth hatch up. Fifth hatch. All right, so 5 hatch from Blossom. We're getting our +1. We're gonna start getting leg speed. So we are gonna switch into a bit of slot timing here from Aggie. And we should have some Scourge on the way. Okay. Whew. Well, we're gonna watch where the Corsair is at. Whoa, what's going on here? Again, Aggie likes this 4 Zealot pressure. Actually pretty good surround on some of these Zealots, and this goes much better from Blossom, who now with speed can just pick off these Zealots here. Nowhere for Aggie to go, and Scourge are out now. He could save the Overlord if he would have sent them right away. Going to be just a little bit late, so we'll see if this Corsair is paying attention. Nope, it is going to very much die again. Actually, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for Aggie that the one Scourge decided to go... Never mind. Aggie, you're killing me with this, man. Pay attention to your Corsairs and scout the Zerg first. You haven't really scouted him yet. Like, always... Oh, if you haven't scouted recently, always scout first. Then worry about the Overlords. Like, Overlord kills are butter, but you don't... Again, you got to know what Zerg is doing. You don't know right now. You're just taking a third, like... With not even an archives. Like, what if he's gonna start spamming Hydra? You're just gonna like die to a Hydra follow-up. Really, really risky way to play like this. Especially really risky to play like this when you just got your little 4 Zealot thing slaughtered and you're sitting with 2 Zealots at home. Like, this is just you're just keeping your fingers crossed that Zerg wants to macro at this point. You're gonna get a lot of build order losses if you just play this way. Like, any Zerg that goes aggressive on you is going to just run you over. Now, I like where this Corsair is headed, because it does look like it's headed to the main. But you need to go there and you need to check, what is Zerg building? Is he droning? What tech path does it look like he's choosing? That kind of stuff. And then make your decision to go based on that. Corsair! Corsair! Oh, man, imagine if the Corsair would have flown like 2 hex to the right. It would have been so dead. Alright, so unfortunately Blossom finds his base just a little too late. Had he been on the map earlier, definitely could have shut that down. Definitely could have punished Aggie for that. Interesting 2 gateways over here. I can't say I hate that. I mean, definitely having at least 1 gateway to make a few Templar and keep Templar at your 3rd base is smart. And what do we got now? We got 2 more gateways. We've got 3 gateways. So we're gonna have 6 total gateways now here from Aggie getting his macro up. 3rd base needs a little bit of saturation. Probes are a bit low in general. I'm seeing only about a control group here. Less, maybe a control group here. How much? Yeah, maybe a control group here and barely any here. So we're a little bit low on probes, although we are producing probes from some of our bases. Although none at the natural. Alright, and a bunch of Hydralisks coming down, and this is the scary thing right here, is if this is microed well from Blossom, he wins right here, right now. Unless there's like a bunch of units over here I don't know about. Now if he eats a big storm, but he's gonna get the Templar. Now is he gonna route? Oh no! Okay, those are some pretty good storms. So now it is possible, well, he's not, if he was, see, this is what I mean though, if he was reinforcing with Hydra, like, you're dead, Aggie. And if you would have committed to Hydra right from the start, you would have just been like super dead. But it looks like Aggie's gonna be able to hold this because the reinforcements are just there's not reinforcements. He went for this Hydra attack after droning, and then he was like, oh shit, I could kill him. But now he's probably missed the window. We got like 7 gates running. If they're all well rallied, that's a lot to just bust in off of, what, 5 hatches? Yeah, 5 hatches, plus is putting down this base. Alright, so this Serre is probably going to reach the end of its life. Yep. Alright, so we are still... Yeah, probe production is a little bit spotty. You could definitely help yourself there too, Aggie. A few more probes and you'd be running stronger. Like, you actually have pretty good queued probes at some of your bases, but then to not make any probes at these bases, like, that's really thin minerals right now. That's part of the reason Blossom is starting to outsupply you on, like, because you shouldn't be getting outsupplied on 3 bases, especially with a fast third. It'd be one thing for Zerg to stay within 10 or 20 of you, but I mean, Blossom's 20 supply ahead. Like, Blossom is at a massive advantage right now, supply-wise, despite the fact that you have this 3rd base. And it's making it really hard to hit good macro timing. So you're going to see the same situation as last game, where Blossom just has these 4 bases. You're not able to put on any pressure because your army's not scary enough, and he can just drone and do whatever he wants. Grabbing the nice upgrades. I do like your upgrading, though. That part's very good. And where is Blossom at on that? 1 attack? Where is his thing? Yeah, going for that. He really likes his Hydra upgrades. Honestly, for as much as he likes the Hydra upgrades, I would like to see him play more aggressively with his Hydra. Attack upgrade is nicest when you play aggressively with it. Oh, nice little scout here. It's going to deny any chance for Age to sneak a base. Aggie. Ah, this is hard for me. I'm just going to keep calling Aggie. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of benefit to working on macro. Like I said, if your goal is to get better, there's a lot of benefit to working on macro. I mean, honestly, most players, probably even as high as 2K, could stand to work on macro somewhat. All right, so now we're getting the double evos. So this is definitely a clear way that Blossom likes to play. You know, we can see the same style both games. Very much likes to get his first 2 missile upgrades out, and then, you know, double evo and hive after he gets his 4th base starting to come up. And again, the concern here for Aggie is just that he's heavily outsupplied. Making of it what he can, but not a whole lot he can do. Blossom with some lurkers being burrowed here. And yeah, unfortunately, like, look at the size of Aggie's army. Like, Aggie, your army is just so small. You need more probes, man. Your army should not be this small off of these kind of bases and gateways. And these continued single stairs are probably not worth it. Like, yeah, just don't make them. Like, if you're gonna use them, make them and use them. But if you're not, then I wouldn't worry about it. Or if you want them, like, if you want to have a few because, oh, Zerg might go mutas, then just make a few and keep them at home. And then if you run into the mutas, bring them out later. Alright, so we're going to try to bust up. This is suicide. And hopefully, oh my god. Oh my god. The Reaver's nice, but this is a train wreck of an attack. I don't know what that was. Maybe he's going to get a couple drones with the shuttle, but, like, it's honestly, like, in range of the Reaver. This is not going well. Will he get out with the shuttle? Yes, and then no. No! Okay, he actually got out. Okay, so yeah, I don't quite know. That was just a bad attack. I can't sugarcoat it. That was just not what you're supposed to do. No reason to attack up a giant ramp like that. So now Blossom is wonderfully ahead. He's got units kind of in a bunch of good spots. He's clearing Protoss out. Needs to send an Overlord down here. Oh, he has. And a drone. So Blossom's going to take his 5th, possibly his 6th. Aggie getting shut out over here. He now has 0 army, 0 presence whatsoever. There's literally nothing Aggie can do right now. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I think it's just got to be low probes, because it doesn't make sense, even with giving up a control group, how you have, like, no army. I guess some of it is the fact you are getting some really fast Reavers, which is not bad, but you have, like, nothing with which to contest Zerg. There's no way you can attack. Anywhere you attack, like, you can try a little bit, but some shit will die, and then he's just going to surround you on the 2nd wave. And, of course, a bunch of Lings over here. Again, the DTs from Aggie are nice, but there's not enough of them. Too many cracklings. Nexus shuts down. This base is very heavily defended. Lings are going to get absolutely nowhere attacking over here. But Blossom's starting to send units all around the map. Shuttle's going to go out. Obs again checking. This is going to run straight in. No, it's actually going to sit in a nice ob spot there. And now we have the army moving out as well. Shuttle's in a very dangerous spot if it gets spotted. Where's the shuttle? Oh, it drops the DT. And taking 2 Reavers. Alright, this is not a bad spot to drop 2 Reavers. Lings see it. Scarabs go off. Lings die. More Lings being run in. Pretty good reactions here from Blossom as he burrows that Lurker. But also good Scarabs. And in the meantime, we're going to have some Corsairs going over here. And an attack from Aggie that is not well planned. And Reaver now flying into the main, having gotten a few drone kills. I don't think it's really worth it to sacrifice your whole army just to get a few kills with the Reavers, but the kills are nice. Of course, this army has been completely cleaned up as it was not with an observer. And, alright, we're going to have a drone pull. And we're going to have a small attack, but that army is not breaking up all of this uphill. And these Reavers are out of Scarabs, maybe, and down they go. Shuttle's got... Shuttle... Oh, no! Alright, well, that's unfortunate, but I think the shuttle's going to die one way or the other. Its fate is sealed. So there goes that shuttle. And, yeah, unfortunately, Aggie not really getting anywhere against the iron defenses and just general aheadness and supply of Blossom. No army to make anything happen. And Blossom charging out here, or not Blossom, Aggie charging out here. Wings are going to get shredded, but let's see, where upgrades? 3 attack for Protoss. Zerg is at, what, 3-1? Is he continuing to upgrade? Yes, he is. Nice. And we can see a bunch of Zerg units there blocking anything from happening at the bottom base. And actually, the army from Blossom is split all over the place, which is not good, and it doesn't look like... It does get some good storms off on the Lings. It's going to cost him some of a High Templar. That's not a bad storm on those Hydralisks, though. But again, Templar going down and more reinforcements coming in here, and just pure base Zerg units overpowering the low Templar count and low army count here of Aggie. And just nothing left for him now. And he is going to get close to that point where he mines out soon. Blossom kind of sending Lings everywhere, most of them not being effective, but he's holding on to all the key locations. Has his 5th base up. Still has control of this location to set up a 6th base. Knows Protoss isn't at the top. And just consuming the map. Oh, okay. Templar does throw a storm down over here at the top, but it's like 4 units, so you know, we'll bust through here actually for the moment. Might get a few kills off, but there's just so much Zerg stuff coming out right now. Spore Colony goes down, so the DT is temporarily invisible. Might accidentally get killed by Lurker Spines, though. Now in there killing the drones. No Overlord. Oh, DT going to town. It's not really going to change anything, but does get some 4 or 5 kills. But unfortunately, Aggie's still stuck in this. Just, I have 3 bases and there's nothing I can do. No way I can attack. Sort of predicament. Getting some Defiler energy. We have Defilers? Oh, yeah, we got some Defilers out now. It'd be nice to see Defilers at key locations for defensive purposes. But that's alright. A few Zealots here trying to clear out an expansion for this probe, but it's not happening. 3 Hydras will beat that Zealot down and chase the probe away. And a few more units sent over there to continue to block that off. Gorgonoth, you have not been casted yet. No. Coming up, I think next, actually. You're Tier 2, right? I think I've got either one more Tier 2 set, or you're the last set of my Tier 2 games. I can't remember. These have been some pretty long games. Alright, so as much as I hate to say it, there's really not a whole lot Aggie can do. There's no way he's going to get an overwhelming enough victory to win. Again, he'd somehow have to secure this base and this base while simultaneously harassing and slowing Blossom down a bit. And that's just not going to happen. Oh, okay, 2 Hydra. Can they stop the shuttle from dropping? No, but they will get a few shots off softening of the Reaver. And Reaver again in the main. Looks like he's going to target the pool. That's actually a pretty annoying thing to lose. And it looks like he's going to get the pool because there's a very slow reaction. So he gets the pool. Picks up. Running around. Where's he going? Okay. Coming over here to the natural. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Right there. Right there. Alright. Reavers are shooting at that. He goes immediately for the shuttle. Gets the shuttle. Reaver's taken care of. Alright, so that's it for that defense. Has he started to rebuild his pool anywhere else? As a quick reaction, no. We got Protoss trying to move out of it, but let's face it, that's a lot of lurkers to move into. He needs to just put down one swarm, and this is like never going to get broken. Does he have the energy for it? Yes, he does, but he's not swarming. So actually, it looks like Aggie will be able to break through this position, although sending all those zealots in the front. There we go, pulling them back a little bit. Templar, oh no, oh no, oh no. Alright, I guess, I don't know what he was distracted there. There we go. There we go. And finally pushed back, but again, loses all of his zealots, and his army is again going to be kind of forced back into the natural spawning pool rebuild. Is that happening? No, I don't think that's happening. Alright, so we're just not going to make Zerglings for the time being. Just going to switch into Hydra. Just infinite lurkers. Lurker all day. Oh, never mind. There's a pool. Alright, we got to pull out. 3-2 for Zerg. 3-2 for Zerg. Protoss should have, what, 3-2 as well, so even on upgrades. Zerg would like that last armor upgrade, though, to prevent zealots from shredding those lings. Actually, he could go defend that base, which is one of the unfortunate things I've been seeing is, Aggie, you're tending to leave the bases, your important bases undefended, while leaving these giant armies at your relatively safe bases. Reaver doing a little dance. Picking up a few lurkers. Needs to go defend this top base. Although I think he's just going to attack. And honestly, this base is very undefended. So Aggie is going to have to scramble over here to defend this. And try to deal with this army. And indeed, that appears to be how he's reacting to it right now. As Protoss tries to bust up here, but it looks like Hydra have already gotten over here in time. Nice targeting by the Zealots. But now we've got Hydra over here to defend, and again there's the no Templar problem. A lurker over here also helping to shred Zealots. More Hydra pouring in from most sides, and that looks to be enough to clean this army up. These Hydra are fighting from the low ground, but I still think it's enough. Only 4 Dragoons remaining. And there goes that army. Pylons up here over here, though. Still no Nexus. And Aggie is about at that 0 money point again. And I think we know that there is nothing he can do. And there it is, GG. So again, Blossom kind of smothering Aggie in the long game. Alright, so let's see. We've done Doc. We have not done these games, so we'll go into Gorgonoth versus Stardust. Game number 1. The lurkers were apparently jealous. Alright, so spawning in the top position as the Red Protoss, we have... Wait, did I do the wrong game? I don't think I did, but like I'm panicked enough that I feel like I have to. I thought that was Gorgonoth, but... What? What? Something is off here. Something is off with these replays. This is probably actually Gorgonoth versus Stardust. Game 1. Author was Probe King. Who's the author here? Oh, no? Okay. Huh. I'm not sure. FS is the first one, he says. Alright, so we'll go with this. We'll see if it looks like a Gorgonoth versus Stardust game. Just gonna keep our fingers crossed. See who the players are. Alright, is this... Yeah. Alright. This is... I'm gonna assume this is game 1. So, spawning in the top left-hand corner as the blue Protoss, we have Dr. Stardust. And in the bottom left-hand corner, as the purple Protoss, we have Probe King, who I'm assuming is Gorgonoth. After that terrifying moment of not knowing what the hell was going on. Somebody 1Aing their probes. Just an instant probe attack. Probe rush. Super devastating. Destroys everybody. Like, it's almost unbeatable, to be honest. And no super early scouts, or rather probes going out, so no proxies. And a pylon goes up here, and a pylon goes up there. Just a fraction ahead here for Probe King. Well, yeah, I mean, I assumed that was the case, but, you know, sometimes you got reps that, like, have weird names or whatever, you know? You know? And the gate there. Okay, hopefully we don't get a broken rep. PPs are always a bit scary. I think they tried to fix that, but I feel like I've seen broken reps in Remaster, so I'm not, like, positive that's all sorted out. Alright, so gateway timing, unsurprisingly, about identical. Gas timing, literally identical. How close is that in HP? That's like maybe 6 or 8 HP different. We're talking tenths of a millisecond, I think, at this point. Possibly enough that we can measure it in microseconds. No, not quite. It's more than a microsecond. Alright, so Assimilator is going up. And the probe scouting around, doing its thing, doing its thing. Cybercore before Zealot. Cybercore before Zealot for both players. Oh, are we going to skip Zealot entirely? Looks like we are. Okay, so the greed. The greed is strong with Gorgonoth. And for a moment... Oh, he took a guy off gas to build the pylon, that's all. So it's going to go straight for that Dragoon. Dragoon? 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 Okay. Good, good, good. There were already lots of Dark Templar in honor of Halloween in that Zerg game of Aggie. Remember, there were like 7 Dark Templar defending this location. Ooh, Zealot on the ramp. Looks to be in the right position. It's possibly like a tiny bit to the left, but I think it's right. Of course, Dragoons are fat and easily block ramps. If you fail to block your ramp with a Dragoon, I'm sorry. But that's really bad. It's really unfortunate. Alright, so we're getting a fast double gateway, a fast-ish double gateway here from Stardust. And a pylon from Probe King, so probably some sort of tech building. Wow, would you look at that? He blocks the ramp with the Dragoon. Probe King, I guess that Zealot was in the right spot, since the probe took no damage. Oh, it did take... Okay, so the Dragoon was probably there. And now Stardust is going to come down the ramp. Has his 2 gateways. Nice timing there. Should be able to just bam-bam DD. There we go. And indeed the robo here from Probe King. And it looks like he's going to send a Zealot out. I think he's just looking for the probe right now. Seeing if it's around here. Going to try to sneak in when he moves out. I think he wants to move out when these 2 Dragoons pop. Which will be what? 4 Dragoons and a Zealot against 3 Dragoons? If he goes for it and Gorgonoth isn't careful, he could take a little bit more damage from that than he would like if Stardust opts to be aggressive off of this 2-gate. So we'll see if he does that right now. He is kind of gathering everything at the bridge, which is fairly far out. Makes me think he does want to go across the map, but the good news is the probe will spot it. And then we'll see how Stardust wants to play this. Does he want to be really aggressive, or does he just want to force him up his ramp and make life a pain in the butt to get down the ramp? You can see Gorgonoth is being kind of smart about this, realizes, hey, I'm teching fast, I don't have the gateway count, I just got to go up my ramp. It'll be fine. Now, a 4th Dragoon is going to be out, so I don't really see a bust with ramp advantage being possible here for Stardust, but he can definitely set up a contain. He's got to lead with the Zealot. No! No! Oh! Alright, Stardust gets a little carried away, but he does get some intel out of that. He does realize, okay, there's 4 Dragoons. Oh, wow. Gorgonoth is extremely scared. Double battering. So it's a bit unfortunate. Going to slow him down. The attack was a bit scary, but not that scary. And if he just pokes up the ramp and sits down here, he really makes you feel bad for double battering. And immediately going for that support bay as well. And now 2 gateways. And so I'm a little surprised Stardust, especially having scouted the range, knowing there wasn't DTs or fast Reavers, I'm a little surprised he's not going to make some sort of contain down here. But that's okay. He has his Dragoons positioned nicely at the bridge. I think he's just going to go into an expansion here reasonably soon. He's got our Coral Reaver on the way. We have 5, and we have 7, 8. Yep, just saving up some money for that Nexus. So going to be a faster Nexus for Stardust. And then... What? Where is Reaver? Is it in a shuttle? I thought he made a Reaver. Ah, I guess he made it. Okay. I missed something. I confused myself. Alright, Crawl Reaver number 1 is out. Now, shuttle or second Crawl Reaver? Questions, questions, questions. Keeping on top of that Dragoon production. I love this. This is always great. I like pylons here, there, and everywhere. But, you know, some good spotter pylons to watch for that shuttle. Okay. Just wants to make Dragoons right now, I guess. I would prefer to see a second Reaver coming out. Especially if your opponent's appearing to stay on one base for a long time. Reaver on the way. Obs also headed out here for Pro King, so he's going to get some nice intel, as there's definitely no Obs on the way anytime soon here from Stardust. Well, of course, right as I say that, he's going to make an Obs. But flying in, here comes Gorgonoth. Oh, he's actually a little bit too scared to go in. I would like to see him go in and actually look at the gateways and fully understand what's going on. He hasn't actually scouted. Has he scouted? Can you see? Okay, he can at least see that. So that's good. Gorgonoth does see the Nexus. And, oh, we're going to have Speed Shuttle Harasu. And with these goons positioned, they're a long ways away from being... Okay, they're not as far as I thought. This is nice. Some Dragoons here to be defensive. And going up to 4 gateways. So a lot of it's going to come down to what can this Speed Shuttle do. If this Speed Shuttle can get, you know, 10 probe kills or something, then we're not in a bad spot. Alright, so he's going to come in from the top way, which is fortunate for him. Ob's coming down now for Stardust. Nexus almost out. Is he going to make more Reavers? Yes, he is, so I like that. Nice little spot here that lets his... Oh, that's actually tight to Reaver? Interesting. Interesting. Got our 4 gates. And the shuttle about to come in and harass. Obs is going to see the gateway count as the Reaver comes down. Nexus about to finish. And in goes the shuttle. Shuttle. Here we go. Okay, Stardust is watching nicely. Scarab goes off. Looks like it's going to dud out pretty good. Now, let's see if he can do anything with the micro. He's taking a lot of shots already. Oh, he gets scared. Oh, he's going to abandon the Reaver, so that didn't go the way Gorgonoth wanted it all. Oh, wait, what? Never mind. He's got the Reaver in the shuttle. I just mistook the Reaver, the blue Reaver for... Whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Alright, so 4 gates now, trying to match gateway count. But no damage taken here from Stardust, and we can see he got, of course, a faster Nexus, so that's reflected in the supplies. And I think Stardust is going to be sitting pretty comfortable with his position right now. We should see a Citadel here at some point. Oh, he has no... Oh, does he have pylons morphing? Oh, supply block for Stardust. Aggressive supply block. Kind of supply blocks that hurt your soul. Where you're just like, why did I do that to myself? That actually might give Probe King a chance to catch up slightly in supply. There we go. Pylon's finally arriving. Can make some more units now. Yeah, he's just sitting there waiting to make stuff in his gateways. Finally can. Are we going to see that Citadel? Pretty common to go 4 gates Citadel, 2 more gates Archives, and then off that 6 gate full tech, and then expand. I mean, it's hard to say, but that's sort of what I would think of as PvP standard. Got the pylon. Still no Citadel though. Not in any hurry to tech. And Gorgonoth working off those 4 gateways. Also no Citadel. And oh, Stardust coming out on the map with that's a pretty large army in all honesty. These Dragoons need to back the you know what up, because this army is very scary. Let's see if Stardust can keep it reasonably coordinated. And for the moment, it looks like he is. Oh no, Gorgonov losing some early units initially, and that's not good, especially since he's still behind from that sort of initial build order disadvantage. Getting his expansion slowed down, forced to make a few. Oh, he's not picking up Reavers. He's got to get this all coordinated here. And let's see, what is Stardust working with? He's got 10 there and 6 there, 7. So he's got about 17 goons. And we got 6 here. Yeah, it's like 12 goons and double Reaver, 13 goons against 17, 18 goons. Make that 20-something goons. This is almost double the army size in Dragoon count here from Stardust, which is going to be pretty scary. Looks like we're going to have the engagement. The Reavers are a bit too far away. They're actually not fighting in the battle right now, so this is not as well coordinated as Gorgonov could have it. And some really nice Dragoon spacing here from Stardust, as well as getting on top of those Reavers immediately. Now, the Reavers from Stardust aren't fighting, but when your army size is twice as big, what can you do? Stardust overrunning Gorgonov, and that is all she wrote for Gorgonov. Too much power from Stardust. The Reavers are still alive. You can pick those up, use them to assist in the fight, and Gorgonov is forced to GG. The initial build order differences prove to be too strong. Gorgonov saying double battery was his mistake. I don't know if you mean that was accidental or what. Alright, so let's see if this is actually Gorgonov versus Stardust. Game 2 on Sylphid. Fingers crossed. But I don't know if it will be. Nope. Alright, well, I guess we're missing set 2 of Gorgonov against Stardust. Let's see if there's anything in here that looks weird. Nope, we're just flat out missing it. Okay, we've done that, we've done that. We haven't done these 3. We've done that, we've done that, we've done that. Yeah, okay. So, Gorgonov says, hold on, I guess he has the game. So I am going to take this moment to go use the bathroom. And Gorgonov, if you just want to upload that in Discord, just Discord me, brah. In fact, he already has Discorded me. He's fast. He's fast. He's given me the other games that I am missing. So we'll overwrite this and the other one, and then we will see what we have. I don't know if there's only 2. This might be a series of 3. We'll find out. All right. So I believe I have correctly renamed the reps such that we have all the games we need. So let's see. Let's see if I did the naming convention correctly. Yes, this is promising. All right, so spawning in the top position as the white Protoss, we have Dr. Stardust, and at the 8 o'clock position as the blue Protoss, we have Probe King, and I believe the map is Sylphid, although it looks similar to Aztec spawn positions. And I will be right back. I'm getting a drink of water and using the bathroom. So hopefully no one goes proxy crazy. I'm going to make sure no one's proxying, and then I'm going to get water. I don't think we're seeing proxies. I feel pretty confident that no one's going to send a probe out. Alright, I'll be back. Alright, boyos. I apologize for that break. I don't think we've missed anything critical, but if I missed some harass, I apologize. Alright, so what's going on? We've got a gate and range. So Gorgonoth again going for just Goon, I guess. And a Zealot first from Stardust. And the second gateway. So again, the 2 gate from Stardust. This time it's non-ramp, so a little bit stronger. And again, the... Oh no, definitely something different here from Gorgonoth, who's going to opt for 3 gates before Robo. So very aggressive Goon build, very vulnerable to DT. But this is not DT from Stardust. So this could be good for Gorgonoth. Could be good, could work out. Master crashes in. Was it that loud? Maybe it was, I don't know. Alright, so we got 2 guys pushing in here, but now second Dragoon is out, and Stardust wisely is like, oh, actually, I thought Stardust was backing up. Gonna send the Zealot in. He's gonna go for probes, but really all Gorgonoth needs is a decent pull or 2, and he's fine. Let's see if he executes. Yeah, it looks like he's fine. Oh, what a glitch! Zealot taken care of. And I think he saw the 3 gates, right? Wrong person. Unless it doesn't show me like that, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. Damn, I should have paid more attention to that. Let's see, what's he doing in the meantime? He's going for that Robo. He is kind of being defensive with his goons. So yeah, I think he is at least a little bit aware of it. And so he's just setting up defensively with this 3 gate. We got 2, we got 5 goons on the way. We're about to have 6. I think for now, Probe King is going to be fine with this concave. This is a pretty hard area to attack into, and he's only ever going to be down 1 Dragoon. So I think Stardust can hold this. So I think this is where Gorgonoth now needs to change plans. If he commits to this, it's going to be a bit rough. He's waiting for these Dragoons. Now let's see how much damage he takes running in here. He can't. He's out-gooned right now. He needs to back up. He needs to back up. Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. So Gorgonoth trying to force something when he's down in Dragoon count and doesn't have concave. Honestly, I'm surprised it even went that well for him. Micro, not perfect from Stardust, but not bad. Gorgonoth does get this 1 Dragoon in, but immediately assassinated. And now he's just out-gooned. And we have the Robo up. Support bait on the way to get that Reaver out to defend. And looking pretty comfortable here for Stardust, who... Ooh, picks off another Dragoon. Oh, that's not good for Gorgonoth. And Stardust now feeling confident enough to just set up at his natural with that Reaver on the way. And 2 more Dragoons. He's going to have 7 against, what, 3? Maybe 6 for Gorgonoth? So yeah, Stardust in a pretty good spot right now. And of course, Gorgonoth does not have Reaver coming. He's going to try to expand. And Stardust has these Reavers coming, which will result in a fairly scary Reaver timing. Because no Reavers against 2 Reavers is a pretty difficult hold. You know, you can get it if you micro right, but it's going to be definitely going to give Stardust an opportunity to pressure Gorgonoth. I'm surprised he's pressuring right now. In all honesty, I thought Stardust saw the 3 gateways, and to just charge across the map is a bit risky. Now Gorgonoth appears to have cut, making from a few of those gateways to get this Nexus up, but I still think it's too much, and Stardust is in danger of trading all of his units away inefficiently. Now he does move up onto these high ground ramps that are not actually apparently high ground, and is being chased away. Loses another Dragoon. What does that leave? 6 versus 4? Yeah, it looks like Stardust needs to go. Oh dear. Whoops. Whoops. Gorgonoth is probably cursing under his breath now as he sees that. Or in the game as he saw that. Got that second Reaver. So, yeah, this eventual Reaver follow-up will be a little bit scary. Oh, Gorgonoth, please, no. Please, no, no. Look at the mini-map. Okay, there we go. There we go. Pulls those 3 back. I keep hearing different things. Some people keep telling me they're high ground. They look like high ground, but other people swear they aren't high ground, and that they don't have like the mischance and some of those things associated with it. So it's driving me crazy. Everyone's giving me different stories. I have not gone on the map and tested it because it's not in the map pool. Also, we need a Maynard of probes very badly. Whoa, Gorgonoth is super low on probes. It's like maximum, I don't know, a group and a half. Although I guess they both don't have that many. Not that many over there. But it's definitely more from Stardust. And who's also getting his Nexus up. Actually pretty similar. Actually, no, better Nexus timing here for Gorgonoth. So he does have that going for him. But it's going to be Stardust's attack with 2 Reavers. It's going to be a little bit scary. The 2 Reavers of Doom. Finally a Robo comes. A very, very delayed Robo. Stardust still on 2 gates, picking up the Reavers. I'm expecting to see some pressure from Stardust. Going up to 4 gateways. Citadel. Alright, that's the 4 gateways we already have. And Ob's headed out. We have for Dragoon count 5 and what is that? 6? 11? Versus however many we have here. 6 and 5. So yeah, 11 plus 2 Reavers. Where the fuck? Oh, there it is. Okay. So yeah, definitely a scary attack coming up from Gorgonoth. And we'll see what Gorgonoth, or from Stardust. We'll see what Gorgonoth can pull off. Stardust using the ramp. He's in pretty good position. We'll see. Initial Reaver shots can be pretty decisive, and already that's 1 good Reaver shot in favor of Stardust, and he's already forced Probe King back to his natural, which is going to make it really hard to snipe down Reavers. He doesn't have any position, any spread on the map. Now, the shuttle's a bit out of position. I don't think these goons can run in here, but we've already had several initial good Reaver shots that might be enough to decide the battle. He goes for the shuttle, doesn't get it. That is pretty much decisive. I am pretty sure Stardust is now going to take this fight. Both Reavers still alive. Huge damage being rained down, and all of those Dragoons are taken out, and it looks like there is no stopping this army of Dr. Stardust, especially with both Reavers still alive, even if they are at max derp levels right now. Unmicroed Reavers can do some weird things, but too much damage. And Stardust takes the 2-0 over Gorgonoth, who says, PvP makes me want to kill myself, but you are very good. Well played, well played. So a 2-0 there, and now we move into our A-tier games. So we'll start with Crane and DM. Crane versus Dark Matter. So we have T versus, I don't know what Crane is. I'm kind of open for TVP. So spawning in the top left-hand position as the Purple Terran, we have Dark Matter. And in the bottom right-hand position as the brown Protoss, orange Protoss, brown? Let's try that again. As the orange Protoss, we have Crane. Dark Matter, a generally quite solid Terran. Been around for a while. Apparently Kix's mom is getting a shout out. I don't know if that's a joke or if that's like something serious. The second line, I guess, makes me think it's actually something serious. Dark Matter says yup, so hopefully it's not too serious. And we'll see how Crane's Protoss looks. I know Dark Matter's pretty strong overall. Definitely has some solid TVC. I've played against that a decent amount. I don't know as much about his TVP, but I think he's sitting at like 17 or 1800, so he should be decent. Hopefully I'm not totally wrong on this, but that's what I remember. He was one of the stronger players in the last CPL. Blocking off that mineral patch from probes from running around in circles all day long. And gateway here for Crane. Everyone that likes to build in the back of their base. I don't know. It's not for me. I like my gateways up here, close to the ramp. Barracks goes down for Matter, Dark Matter. And the gas on 12, so no super fast gas for some sort of unexpected, slightly faster FD type timing. And an SCV scout out for matter, dark matter. No harass zealot from Protoss, just straight into core. Probably a good thing since they are cross positions. And it looks like dark matter not too worried about any sort of proxies or the like, as he is just going to go ahead and go right through the center. Protoss, on the other hand, does opt to go through the center, which is going to be very convenient for him, as he's going to go straight to Dark Matter's base, even if he didn't find any suspicious activity in the center of the map. First goon on the way. Looks like he's keeping everybody in gas, so we're not going to see 19 Nexus or 21 next, 1 goon next, 0 goon next, or anything like that. Sees the factory. Everything looks pretty normal. Actually, you should see 2 guys off gas, so it's looking like an FD here from Gorgonov. Or so he sees 2 guys off gas, only 1 guy on gas. So got the FD coming up here from Dark Matter. Dragoon out. We'll chase that scouting SCV away. We'll get one last look at the range. And another pylon goes up. So I think we're going to see a relatively standard TVP opening. Ooh, he's really trying to scout around with this SCV, but he might lose it as a result. Oh, it's going to be close. Dragoons usually get that last shot off at some point. It's so close. There it is. Man. SCV dies. And, oh, Dark Matter is going to come... Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, is he really going to command center at his ramp after scouting just normal Protoss? Oh, he's gonna bunker. That is really interesting. I guess he wants to do this to get, like, a really fast command center before his... Oh, he wants to do... I don't know what this build is. I don't recall ever seeing a Terran do this. This is very interesting. I would also be scared shitless of a run-by here. But he's delayed his tank and gone for command center. So it's not really... it's obviously not a rack CC, but it's like insta-fact CC. And now he's just going to chill and wait for his range. Very standard, the typical 3-goon Nexus, the age-old PVT standard that's been the standard for, God knows, at least a decade now. And all right, now there's less run-by fear with that barracks there. Pretty good SCV timing there for repair. Nice assassination by Crane, looking for the SCV coming down that side. In fact, very nice. So Dark Matter's not going to get confirmation that Protoss is going to be expanding. And Tank is now out, so he can do a little bit of anti-goon harassment. And of course, with only 3 Dragoons, limited harassment opportunity. With 4 Dragoons, tanks are very easily snipeable, but with just 3, not so much. Then you need 3 volleys, and that's a lot of bunker to eat. Although, this is only a 2-Marine bunker, not the most terrifying bunker. I've definitely won some games where Terran puts only 1 Marine in a bunker, and you realize that, and you just get ridiculously aggressive, killing everything in the bunker. And we got Observatory going. Oh, Dragoon's running in there, but they take a siege tank shot, and down goes a Dragoon. And then back to unsiege for Dark Matter. Just happily working off that, getting a very fast armory and academy, so very tech-heavy, information-heavy play here from Dark Matter. So yeah, Crane can definitely get away with that fast Nexus. Even off of 2 gates, can certainly do that. Putting a Dragoon on the ramp, blocking... Oh, nope, never mind. Taking the Dragoon back off. Putting the Dragoon back on the ramp. First Vulture out for Dark Matter, getting his Vulture speed before mines. Interesting. Maybe gonna hope to sneak that Vulture in somewhere, but Crane is pretty well set up. Second factory up for Dark Matter, and of course immediately that 1 attack upgrade. So again, this will be very fast 2-1 here from from dark matter, and we've got the observer on the way. And of course, nothing yet to detect observers. So the only way this observer dies is if dark matter is insanely observant, and it flies it over the bunker and scans it right then, or right now. And dark matter sieging up. And observer comes into the base. And is going to see the 2 factories, the lack of factories in general, which will kind of make him feel, alright, well, I'm not going to get attacked early. Mines? Without mines, this is not scary. If there's mines, this is kind of annoying. But doing his best to get on top, but yeah, that Dragoon is just going to hold off those 3 vultures pretty easily. And command center starts here for dark matter. And vultures think about running in, but 2 Dragoons well positioned here for Crane, so didn't with the initial vultures just fine. Will dark matter realize what's going on? No, a bit late. And 1 vulture escapes by the skin of his teeth while the other 3 are picked off. So still absolutely no map presence for dark matter, and of course, given the build he is doing and the speed with which he got the tech that he's getting, he doesn't have really the ability to even be on the map. We can see very low tank count here, so he's very susceptible to a bust right now. Like if Crane would have thrown down like 4 or 5 gateways and bulldogged him, it would have been a bit scary for dark matter. However, dark matter does have these comsat. Oh wait, he hasn't scanned? Oh, he has not scanned. Okay, that's a bit risky there in my opinion then, because I mean if Protoss had made a shuttle, 100% Protoss just bulldogs the living daylight out of this with the shuttle and runs over this base trying to get set up, and dark matter loses some very, very crucial early tanks. And he's only working off 2 factories, so like, yeah, this is greedy by dark matter to take the base like this without having burned a scan to do so, and he still hasn't burned a scan. A little bit more queuing than I'd like to see here from Crane. That's some pretty deep queuing this early on. So tying up quite a few minerals in these gateways, more so than necessary. Opting for a pretty fast forge, which also surprises me because he sees double machine shop 2-fact. Don't need a forge that fast when you're seeing that with your observer. And this observer might die, but I think it's just going to get chased away. Yeah, it just gets chased away. You can see the factories. Why did he go for such a fast forge? Unless he just really wants fast upgrades. But, eh. Oh, dark matter, start that. Your whole build is about like these super fast upgrades. Come on, man. Where's your science facility, bro? Bro! Why race for that if you... Wait. Oh, he does have a science facility. Alright, never mind. We good. We good. I just didn't see it hidden back up there because this thing blocks it. This is so tech heavy, and of course the supplies reflect how much he's investing in this tech. He's way behind in supply, but it's not really a sign of being that far behind. But he's still very vulnerable. I mean, a shuttle over here, like, is still terrifying. This is so greedy from dark matter. I think this is the first time he burned some scans. He's finally burned a scan now. Is checking a little bit what's going on. Oh, he actually has made a dropship. So let's see how quick the reactions are from Crane. They're actually pretty sluggish, but tanks have a tendency to want to target cannons first. And now he's going to try to get out of there. Unfortunately, that tank is in range of the cannon. And decent escape from the dropship. Does lose the tank though. And Crane expanding, responding by grabbing another Nexus. But as dark matter continues to eco up, this is going to get pretty scary here for Crane. I mean, dark matter is going to have a very strong army at about 13-14 minutes with some crazy upgrades. Alright, so we're missing a few gateways here. Although maybe he just doesn't have enough money to make out of them as he continues to expand it and get his arbiters out, responding with some decently fast arbiters of his own. And now the factory explosion happening from dark matter as he goes straight up to 8 factories, feeling that eco kicking in. Continuing to produce out of these 2 and just getting all the others online. Protoss still holding a supply advantage, but that should narrow a little bit here once dark matter starts macroing out of those factories. And Protoss is now going to be a little bit scared, being like, holy shit, Terran is suddenly on as many factories as I am on gateways. Dropship. Why does this dropship look like it has room for more stuff? I don't like that. Oh, that's so annoying. That's so annoying. Where's he unloading? Is it over here? No, it's over there. Okay, nothing over here. The worst, though, is when Terran drops, like, 2 or, God forbid, 4 tanks up here, and then runs the speed volts up here and mines this thing the fuck up. Oh, nightmares. Nightmares. Alright, so we got a few vultures running around the map. 2-1. Well, actually, no, he's not getting armor, but 2-0 is on the way pretty soon here from Terran. Ah, no, you gotta run the vultures up here and mine this shit up. Then it's the worst. But although right here the tank is vulnerable. Like when the tanks are here and the vultures mine all this up. Haha. It's gonna kill this pylon, which is like a nuisance, but it's kind of trivial. Crane needs actually doing a pretty good job adding gateways. So we got 4, 5, 6, got 10 gateways, make that 13 gateways from Crane. So yeah, actually getting a pretty nice gateway count now. So Dark Matter's still not having the largest army we've ever seen. Still not getting that armor upgrade, which is going to bother me just a little bit. Should have an Arbiter out, right? Close to? Yeah, we got an Arbiter. A few Vultures going to run straight into the giant Protoss army, and unfortunately they are on mine command. Okay, eats a mine. Maybe going to eat a few more mines. Ob's a little out of place. Army kind of going everywhere. Has a few Templar in this. So overall, I like the composition. This is very unfortunate if these guys walk the wrong way. They're very exposed right now. And over here, we have some tanks getting a little bit of work done. Clearing out some of the probes mining at this base. In fact, I don't think any of them were Maynard away either. I don't recall seeing them being moved on the map. And the number here doesn't really suggest there was a Maynard done either. A few Vultures still sitting in the top base obnoxiously. And so that's going to force Crane to split off a bit of his army to deal with this. And it looks like he will get by these mines. Okay, and for some reason turns his Dragoons around. Then he needs to unsplit these from the hotkey though. And now Dark Matter just about maxed. We got a lot of units that are chilling in the base that could be rallied out just a bit. Vessel on the way. Whoa, triple armories. Obviously forgot that he built this armory up in the corner. Either that or he wants to get his 3-1 and his what do you call them? Battlecruiser aerial upgrades as well in the weirdest TVP ever. And this is not initially managed very well by Crane. Just kind of running into the edges of Dark Matter's giant army of doom. And that is a boatload of factories. 4 shops. That is 11 factory macro plates. I honestly don't think he can afford that. He's obviously not going to make many science vessels. All the tanks are on siege though. That worries me a little bit. Dark Matter's hoping to just have enough. If these Templar get in here and rain down some storms, those would be some very powerful storms. And it looks like Dark Matter's trying to get out of there, but just trying to no-siege Protoss in this position here is not the best way to handle this. Although now most of the Zealots getting thinned and lots of reinforcements coming out from Dark Matter here. And Protoss, is he going to overstay his welcome? Maybe. The Vultures come in here, snipe off what remains of the Templar, and that eventually turns into an even trade. It's such an easy thing to do. You are having a good attack as Protoss, and you stay for, I don't even know, 10 seconds too long? And it goes from, yeah, that was a great trade, to, oh, shit. And let's face it, that is a lot of factories. We still have the, that's 6, 12, we got 15 gates from Crane, which is a lot. We got 11 factories here from Dark Matter. Is he actually able to even make tanks out of all of these? Kind of? Kind of? Missing units in quite a few though. And picking off a few of these units. And now it's just the question of how does Dark Matter deal with a Protoss that has cannibalized most of the map. Crane has expanded very well. He's done a very good job getting gateways at most of his bases, and this is a pain to deal with. The only downside is that Crane doesn't have gateways at any major base yet, so depending on where Dark Matter pushes, if Crane gets pushed into his natural, he doesn't really have a very good way to defend small groups of tanks going out and harassing his other bases. And Dark Matter already kind of controlling this position on the map, splitting off a tank up to this base, but 2 gates are going to defend at least a single tank headed that way. However, Dark Matter is very on siege right now. He's moving up towards this top base, and it looks like Crane wants to run in and go for an attack. All the vultures are out of position, and a lot of tanks are not sieged. So we'll see, but the army is pretty small. Some storms going down. It's hitting some good ones. Nice snipe on that Templar. No more energy left, and Protoss immediately pushed back here. So Dark Matter right now proving to be too much from Crane. The tank goes hero mode. That's not going to work out. And in the meantime, Dark Matter has split some tanks over to this bottom base, taking advantage of Crane not paying attention, who is now almost certainly going to lose that base. Now, he doesn't know there's no mines, but he's focusing everything he can up here on this base, and Dark Matter is again unsieged. Reinforcements being sluggishly held up by this tank, and now the army of Crane getting in position to have a pretty good flank. Nice splitting of Zealots on the mines, and Dark Matter sieging up over here. Dragoons are going to pick off this tank almost for free, so a bit of a split army situation here from Dark Matter, who is somehow going to scare Crane away. Has lost the base over here, but it looks like he will finally clean up this army here from Dark Matter. Just a few tanks left over, and meanwhile vultures at the bottom part of the base. That is a lot of mines though, my god. Oh wow, not very many of them actually detonating. And Crane does defend his top base, but he's lost one of them now. And equally important, Dark Matter is securing the left-hand base. He's keeping some macro going here in these factories. Although just as I say that, we have a long idle period. Very long idle period here of factories with no macro. That's hurting him a bit. Oh, cancel it! He did not cancel it. Money was not refunded. So he does waste about 400 minerals with that command center attempt over there. But now Dark Matter does have this side of the map to start expanding to. And let's see, where is Protoss going from here? We got 2-0 upgrades. Dark Matter has 3-1. He's not upgrading his armor that fast. Protoss, where are your upgrades? Where? Oh yeah, your forges over here. Is getting that second or third armor? Third armor. Third attack. Armor. Whoa! EMP goes down on the vessel. Oh, sneaky sneak. A small group of zealots, but a few vultures should get over there and take care of that quick and easy, no problem. Uh-oh, a few zealots taking the wrong path, and it looks like Dark Matter is going to send his whole army over here. Zealots going ham on the SCVs for the moment, but the vultures are coming in to clean this up, although the SCVs are getting some kills, and actually the vultures are not fighting the SCVs. Eventually, I think they might, but Dark Matter's a bit distracted, dealing with this Protoss army in the middle, and actually some of his vultures are getting caught kind of over here on their own. Tanks are all sieged up, though, but the Zealots can run right on top of them. Beautiful D-matrices, though. Very smart of Dark Matter, and that is going to force Crane's army right back. Has to turn around. Vultures now can move into position, and yeah, I don't know. Things looking set up for quite a long showdown. No player really gaining the upper hand yet. Dark Matter doing his job, securing the left half of Fighting Spirit. And of course Crane has the right half. Still could have a few more gateways over here. We have had enough fights though that both players have been able to keep their money quite low. We can see though the Dark Matter has a very large supply advantage over Crane. So I think he must be missing some macro right now. Not having a whole lot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Actually, Dark Matter, is he going to be out of position right now and potentially lose this base? He might. He might. Although, actually, no, there's some vultures. That's going to be hard to break up. Oh no, Dark Matter loses some vessels needlessly. Most of his vessels, in fact. And it looks like we're going to sort of have a trade of bases here. Maybe? It's like, I keep feeling like Crane is thinking about it, but like he's not committed to it yet. He's gonna send a DT over here. Does it get in? Oh, it's blocked. It's gonna derp around because he's gonna be way busy microing over here, I think. So that DT is not gonna do anything. He's definitely losing the base down here. He's coming up to try to defend, so he's not opted to attack the bottom position with his army and shut that base down. But that is a huge army from Dark Matter, and it's set up in a really good spot that's hard to attack. And it looks like Crane is just melting trying to fight this. He's getting nowhere, and now Dark Matter takes an overwhelming victory, and it will probably result in Crane losing at least his top bases, and probably this base as well, as Dark Matter splits tanks. In fact, so grievous the loss that Crane just says GG. So Dark Matter's build and general pushing pull, or what do you call it? What's the word I'm thinking of? Shoot. I can't even think of it. Alright, well, we'll go into game 2 on Aztec. Can Crane get some vengeance in the second game and even out the score? So, spawning in the top position as the purple Protoss, we have Crane. And in the bottom right-hand position as the green Terran, we have Dark Matter. So notice Crane has chosen Aztec. And what is one of the defining features of Aztec? A reverse ramp map. So, certainly something Dark Matter will be thinking about, I imagine, is some early game pressure or aggression from Crane. And we'll see if he opts for that. And give me 1 sec, my phone is about to die. Don't die, phone. Don't die. Don't do it. I think it's alive. I think it's gonna survive. Alright. We're alive. Within reason. Whoa! Oh, what's that, F5? Yeah, okay. It is amazing how they managed to make the old school graphics look worse. Like, Brood War never looked that bad. Like, this looks decidedly worse than old school Brood War. And then, of course, there's the nice clean look of Remaster. Alright, so we do have a gateway here from Crane, which we'd expect. But the question is he going to make a Zealot? Is he going to pressure down this reverse ramp? Is Dark Matter going to just CC on the high ground? No, he's not. He's going to make a barracks. And a gas, obviously. Bam. No forward gate, no committed Zealot pressure, nothing like that for Crane. I guess he just likes Aztec. We'll see if he does make a Zealot in here. I am quite curious. Nope, no Zealot. Alright. Well, no Zealot pressure from Crane. I was kind of thinking he might, just because reverse map and he picked Aztec, but clearly not the case. Dark Matter needs to put 2 more guys on gas. There we go. And has that first SCV out, scouting around. And second gate there. Cybercore. Oh, actually, never mind. This is 10:15. Okay, so yeah, I was gonna say I had a feeling he was gonna want to do something aggressive since he picked Aztec, and indeed he has. Now let's see if Dark Matter's thought about this and thought, Aztec, you probably want to do something aggressive, don't you? Probes in, gonna get a look, and we'll see how Dark Matter decides to play this, because of course the danger with 10:15, you know, is there's a lot of Dragoons. If you're just doing FD, there's enough Dragoons for sure to snipe your tank, if you're not careful. If you're down the ramp, well, that's an awkward place to be, but, you know, we'll see if Dark Matter plays this with Siege, and how he does this, because he could be in danger from the early goon pressure of this build, but he's got a goon queued in here and not making from there. That is not exactly what you want to do, Mr. Crane, but he does get the Dragoon down. Could have optimized that a little bit. That's going to slow down his Dragoons slightly. Alright, so yeah, he's going to get the bunker up. That's smart. And just go into straight siege mode and defend with bunker and siege. So it's gonna hinge on some good bunker repairs here from Dark Matter to buy at least a little bit of time for that tank, and good initial tank control to avoid that tank getting sniped. Let's see how quickly Crane gets up the Dragoon here. Nice, is paying good attention to that. Got the barracks down, command center going up. So similar build to what we saw last time. I actually really think this is fine for what he's doing here. Dragoon's got to move back just a bit. Range a little ways from being done, and of course Dragoons rallied on down. And major pressure about to rain down upon the bunker. We'll see how his repairs are. I'm actually a little bit worried about that barracks position. It can sometimes gum up SCVs repairing the bunker, and I'm honestly surprised he put the bunker where he did, because that's like a natural concave for Protoss, right? Like if he puts the bunker back here, then the Dragoons kind of there's less room to line him up. He's got 3. That's ballsy too. 3 Marines. I would have 4. We'll see if we can make it work out. Alright, first tank is out, so that part is nice. But he's going to have to be very careful with this tank, especially once these next 2 Dragoons get here. Now, siege is coming up pretty quick. He's got what? 2/3 of the way, so he's about to be able to siege this tank. And then he should be fine. If he retreats all his SCVs, it's a little dicey. But if he just sieges up, leaves a couple SCVs there to block if necessary, he's fine. Alright, so we got 5 Dragoons. Needs to get another one over, but tank is up. So that is going to force Crane off the bunker for a moment. He's going to go for it. But he's going for it with... Oh, I don't think that's what Dark Matter wanted to do. He's on top of the tanks. He's going to get at least one, but he's not... Oh, he doesn't go in further. That's really surprising. Wow, I did not expect that. I firmly expected him to keep moving in here and at least snipe off the other tank. So he's going to kind of reset things and then perhaps try running in again. Remember, this tank is not sieged. It is not sieged. What am I hearing? I'm hearing attacking sounds, but I don't know what from. So he's just chilling outside right now, sending a few more Dragoons. He saw this SCV. I guess he's afraid to run in there. But Dark Matter only has this one tank. This is still dangerous. Could definitely run in there and snipe that tank. Doesn't know it, but... Oh, that tank is like super snipeable. Oh my gosh. Dark Matter really vulnerable like this. Is Crane gonna run in there? Now that's gonna gum things up a little better. That's actually pretty good timing for that supply depot. Dude, you got 6 Dragoons. It's 1 tank and a bunker with 3 Marines. Just go, kill him. He's like 100%. I don't think he can save the tank. Okay, now yeah, there we go. Now Dark Matter's like, okay. That's smart. That's also smart. So now, all of a sudden, much safer for Dark Matter. I think Crane had a moment, but now I think that moment is gone, and Dark Matter safely has his natural up and mining way faster than Crane. So pretty good position now for Dark Matter, who's also doing some very nice scouting on the map. I guess looking for any more tech switches or similar such things. Observatory. So yeah, he's just going to transition now, Crane, into standard play. Unfortunately, not able to do a lot of damage to Dark Matter, and we can see very clearly that the supply for DM, despite all these fast Dragoons from Crane, is right up there. I'm looking at SCVs, and we got 9 down here. Good number there. Oh, wow. He's got 10 there, but he's got less than... Well, okay, he's got... Yeah, economies are roughly even. Dark Matter, I think, has just a few more in the main, but not by a tremendous amount. eBay floating off, armory comes down, and double Pec 3. Is the guy just on patrol, or is he just actively scouting over here? I don't know. So just continue to make observers and stay on 2 gates. So I think a 3rd base has got to be coming up soon. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this. He's taking a 3rd base closer to Terran, which I generally don't like. It is down a high ground pod, which does help with defending it a little bit, but it's also just kind of conveniently in Terran's line of pushing. And Dark Matter with a boatload of tanks down there, and we're gonna have a timing here from Dark Matter. So yeah, it's 6 fact. And yeah, now you can see the aheadness of Dark Matter kicking in, right? Because Protoss has taken this Nexus, and he's only got 2 gateways, and he doesn't have the money to even put down more gateways, whereas Dark Matter's already at the point economically where he can afford to throw down 6 gateways. Already has a bunch of tanks. This is going to be a very scary timing here from Dark Matter. Protoss is getting a Citadel. That's worth noting. If he goes for DTs, that could be very annoying. And Protoss does, of course, see what's coming. Getting a shuttle out, which is smart. And we're definitely going to add... Okay, so he's adding enough gateways. I'm just curious to see if he's going to make DTs and use that to slow Dark Matter down, because there's... Oh, he's getting... Dark Matter is getting... Okay, so that's not going to be as bad. Can still burn up some scans, but Protoss now adding a boatload of gateways himself. Going up straight to 8. Pretty hard probe cut for that. Good response. You definitely have to cut some probes, especially if Terran gets up his factories that fast. And right now is about when Dark Matter should go. If he waits, he's going to kind of miss his window. Like right now, this is like what Protoss has is damn near A-movable. But he's giving Protoss enough time to get out a shuttle, and if Protoss can get a round or two in off 8 gates, then there's Protoss has enough to hold with. Like Dark Matter can still win. It kind of comes down to control. But for the moment, alright, so we're trying to kill the obs. Doesn't quite get the obs. Oh, it needs to bring the tanks up, though. Alright, there we go. Now pull the vultures back. No, what do you do? Oh, he wants to... I don't know what he wants to do there. I don't know about that. Well, losing a few... Whoa, shit! Dragoon AI for the win, or possibly a misclick for the win from Crane. So that's not the best start. And we'll see if Dark Matter can keep up his macro as he does this push. Right now he's making nothing but vultures. And moving out across the map. So let's see, we got a bunch of speed lots coming. We're missing... Actually, no, I think we got stuff in every gateway. Nope, we're missing one gateway. We got legs almost done. So we'll see how Dark Matter's pushing is. He's very much in a line here. There we go, trying to get his tanks into better formation. He's lost a lot of vultures now, and for right now, he's continuing to just move forward very aggressively, trying to use the SCV perhaps to trap a few of the Dragoons. And SCV gets sniped off, and now it looks like Protoss wants to stand and fight. Where is that shuttle? That shuttle is going to add to the fear, and honestly, there's... Well, okay, never mind. There's more vultures than I thought in here. So this still looks okay for Dark Matter, who is continuing to force Protoss back. Where is he going? Oh, he's got a few tanks going out of control, though, and now Protoss moves in, and Dark Matter is not sieged up. This is a fight that Crane can win. Dark Matter has messed this up a little bit, moving his tanks back, but I think he might still have enough. Nothing in the shuttle to drop, but Dragoons is moving on top of the tanks. And yeah, Dark Matter getting caught with his pants down a little bit. Some mines get down, needs to throw down the siege, but I guess he just wants to keep trying to run over Protoss. Pretty good mines will force Crane back a little bit, and the push continues. But now, well, Crane, back up, back up. Ah! Okay, Crane doesn't back up. Some Goliaths out for Dark Matter, which is nice to get rid of the shuttle. Zealot's still coming in here. Protoss trying to take this fight, reduce this count, and the challenge for Dark Matter now is that Protoss is off of 8 gateways, which is pretty good reinforcements, and Terran gets a little bit stronger in mass. 2 tanks, 3 tanks out in the open, not very strong. A big line of tanks, quite strong. So it's been thinned, and Crane is definitely capable of holding. I was worried for him at first, but his initial engagement went pretty well, and I think he can hold this off now. In the meantime, though, Dark Matter's playing this kind of economically, right? He's got a 3rd command center up. You know, Protoss is barely sent some guys here, but it's not like it's over. And honestly, now Dark Matter's at the 3rd base. So, I mean, if Dark Matter shuts down the 3rd, he's in a great spot. I didn't expect this to happen from Crane, but it looks like he's going to, because that is a lot of vultures. That is a lot of vultures. Maybe we're going to see a counter here? It's either going to be a counter or a flank. But this base is looking like it's... No, he's gonna flank. Alright, let's see what these vultures can do. Here come a bunch of slots trying to get on top of the tanks. Are there needs to target fire the goons with the tanks? Yeah, there we go. Nice target firing. Letting the vultures clean up all the zealots. They will get rid of most of the tanks. Is it enough to clean up Dark Matter's army? It is just barely, but not before Dark Matter goes to the base and assassinates most of the probes over there. Crane has a lot of gateways, so able to macro pretty decently through that. And actually, no, never mind. It's not over. It's not over yet. Okay, now it's probably over. So Crane does save his 3rd base, but with losses. And going to be pretty similar economical timings from both players now. Wow, Dark Matter is actually adding... He's up to 8 factories now. That's a little surprising. Probably some missed macro rounds allowing for the high factory number. Yeah, Dark Matter is pretty aggressive with his no sieging. Oh, no! Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, This is now suddenly not going as well for Crane. Huge assassination run. And oh no, Dark Matter makes a beeline for the natural. A few mines being laid, but that is a lot of vultures. And the probes are not being pulled. Some definite economic damage going down. That's another 5 or 6 probes there, all forced to run away. And for the first time in the game, Dark Matter holds the supply lead and still running vultures into the main. Crane is reacting pretty well with his pulls, but you know, we can get another 5-6 kills out of this too. And alright, well, let's see. Unfortunately, Dark Matter is not really paying attention to these vultures, but there's a lot of kills to be had over here. And Dark Matter at the same time trying to push over to this base. And I mean, Crane is doing a pretty good job, all things considered, but it's hard to work with this many undefended locations. And with Dark Matter, someday Dark Matter is going to land this third command center. Like, honestly, he's doing a lot with his army, but he's not getting, like, if he was just landing that third and macroing up, he'd be getting so far ahead. Now Crane, Dark Matter finally overextends, I think. Although a third tank does show up, but with a little spreading of these Dragoons, he will clean this up. So yeah, Dark Matter does finally get that cleaned up. So honestly, it's still pretty good defense from Crane, but those vultures getting in and wreaking some havoc, definitely not good for him. Have slowed him down pretty bad, whereas Dark Matter has been obviously unharassed and has his third base up and running now. Crane does it as well, but economy a bit stronger for Dark Matter. And again, that's still a very tight supply. Actually, Crane has a boatload of SU. He should send just a group of probes back here. And oh, Dark Matter's just going to take a fourth. He's got mines all over the map. I can see why he wants to do that. Knows he can bring his tanks out to defend with these mines placed everywhere, slowing down Protoss. Plenty of time to move around and go wherever he would like to go. Do we have science? No, we don't have any of that, but I don't think... Oh, Protoss is actually on his way to Arbiters, so a little bit of a window there for Crane. Maybe he can get something done with the Arbiters once they are out. Ah! Running into a few mines. Doing his best to clear these out. I like that. Space has not been scouted yet. Dark Matter doing some scouting of Crane. And no upgrades for Protoss. Does Dark Matter have any? He should. He's working on at least his armor, so he probably has his +1 attack. Working on his +1 armor. Oh, Vulture's finding some more probes. Trying to get some juicy snacks, but drill on the probes prevents too many more from dying. But we can still see that it's, you know, supply lead here for Dark Matter. Oh, actually, wait, what? Oh, he had to float it out because it was in such an awkward position. Do we have a science facility? I don't think we do. Well, if he's going to want to get to attack, he's going to need a science facility. Again, good mine placement from Dark Matter. He knows exactly where and when Crane is moving around this map. Pretty much has every location covered. Oh, these Dragoons need to be... Oh, never mind, there's an ops there. Also a wall. Rogue tank alert. Going crazy. Honestly, I like Crane's mine clearing. He's done a pretty good job for as far as things go. Just as I say that, he walks into a boatload of mines. But I was going to say he's done a pretty nice job of not running into mines. My casters cursed him. Back through time, my casters cursed him. Alright, so Dark Matter's still up 20 supply, has his fourth base up. Pretty good mines on the map. I think he's liking his position quite a bit. Getting that +1 upgrade, getting that science facility. Ooh, very nicely timed. So he is going to be able to go straight into his armor. Do we even have a forge for Crane here? Yeah, he's getting his first weapon. Is it his first weapon? I think it's his first weapon. Yeah, he's working on his first weapon. How far? Not very far, so definitely behind in upgrades. We'll see how quickly Dark Matter goes into that attack. Probably not super immediately. Crane at what, 9 gateways? Trying to take his 4th now, but I mean when the Terran has his 4th and you only have your 3rd, yeah, you're not usually feeling pretty good about that game. Finally getting some of these mines off the middle of the map. Still no upgrades started here. And alright, Siege comes up from Dark Matter. And oh man, Crane is not babysitting this army. Bad time not to be babysitting your army. Oh my god. Literally almost all of his Dragoons got melted. High Templar desperately throwing down some storms to prevent hot pursuit from the Vultures. But I mean, that was just a solid control group wiped off the map right there alone. Well, Dark Matter swinging over to the other side as Crane moves across. Still no upgrade from Dark Matter. He seems to have forgotten about that. Arbiter maybe looking for a good stasis opportunity. The Goliaths are on top of it. I don't think he has Goliath range though. Didn't feel like it. Alright, here comes Arbiter. Is he an EMP? No, no. EMP? EMP? No. No, stasis. Engagement. Alright, here we go. We got an engagement from Protoss. But there's very few Dragoons in this and quite a lot of Vultures, so I don't think these Zealots are going to do a whole lot. And it's a really nice setup from Dark Matter here. And Protoss' army is just absolutely melting. Tanks really widely spaced right into an arc. And Crane says GG, has nothing left. Knows he can't stop Dark Matter from pushing his 4th after that attack. And Dark Matter takes the game, takes the series 2-0. Ooh, man, this is a long cast. A lot of reps. Alright. Tier 1 game now. No, that was our Tier 1. Next set of Tier 1 games. Alright, in the top right-hand corner, as the orange Protoss, we have Tim. And in the bottom left-hand corner, as the blue Terran, we have Nablime. So a little more PvT action, probably going to be giving us long games. I guess that's not a guarantee, but it's not uncommon to get some fairly long games. And again, these are two guys I don't know all that well, so I don't know what to expect from either of them. As I get the all-important hydration. And put the barracks over there, have a nice little spot to micro the Marine. And the gateway here from Tim. And looking like some pretty normal openings here from both of our players. Actually, wait, is Nablime going to take gas? No, it's looking like Nablime is going to go Rack CC, but Rack CC in the natural, or Rack CC in the main. Alright, so yeah, definitely an economic opener here from Nablime. And we're getting core up from Tim. Should see an SCV going out right about now to make that command center. Gonna be a bit late on the SCV. Oh, unless, okay, wants to make a Marine first. Alright, that's fine. I guess that makes sense. I thought it was usually 15 CC. But going for Marine first. So not too late on the command center the way he's doing it. And is that misplaced? Is that a hex off? Feel like it's a hex off. I might be going crazy, but I feel like it's maybe a hex off for Nablime. I need my grid to see. It might be right. It might be right. I might just be going crazy. First refinery going up. SCV is going to arrive and see, hey, everything looks normal. Just one gate. It's getting goon range. I feel all right about this. Dragoon chasing the SCV out. Okay. Can't get another hit down, and Tim throws down his Nexus. Yeah, I guess it's just the angle I'm looking at it from. Alright, and bunker, of course, starts for Sublime. No floated racks yet. A lot of times it's common if you're going rack CC to do more of a barracks supply thing, get a wall going so you can more easily defend against any initial zealot pressure. But of course, Tim did not for that, so it's been a very comfortable expansion so far for Sublime. Second gateway going up pretty fast though for Tim, so I think we will see at least a little bit of Dragoon pressure on this bunker, as we're still quite a ways away from a factory. First factory is put down. Okay, I should have rephrased that. Quite a ways away from a tank. We're actually very close to a factory, as you guys just saw. A little SCV transfer here from Dark Matter, taking the weird route around back. Or did I call him Dark Matter? It's Sublime. It's Sublime. Whoop. Alright, so Goon positioned. Wow. Oh, this is very bold. It is going to work. Oh, no. Ooh. That was... I mean, yeah, that was cute by Sublime. I can understand why Tim was not paying attention to it. And cute little risk from Sublime. Took a risk. It paid off. And Tim is probably going, ah, no. Now, I don't think he'll try it again. Does need to get something over there to repair. There we go. But yeah, I don't think we'll see him try that tactic again. Because, of course, if Sublime tries that and Tim is 100% there paying attention, he just micros back and gets free shots off on the Marines. Okay, so our add-on's almost done. Still a ways away from a tank and repair. And a very fast third base in response from Tim against this. Whoa, okay, there we go. Line him up. Now we got some pressure on that bunker. Eating a little bit of money. Whoop. Alright. No academy, right? Oh, actually there is an academy. But he did not get range. He just wants scanners. Scanner. Scanner equals new scanner system.in. Anyway. Oh, what is he? He wants an SCV. He gets one. Of course, we got 4 Marines in that bunker. That's pretty safe there. So if Tim gets this expansion up comfortably, then he's kind of back in it economically. However, if Terran cuts somewhat hard and goes for, yeah, like a little, like 3 factory timing or 4 factory with a hard cut, that can be a bit scary. Now, he's already gotten an academy, so that limits the cut ability and whatnot, but might see acute timing here from Sublime. Of course, Sublime, well, we'll see. He already threw down a scan. Has he scanned at the 3rd location? Yes. Looks like he has. So he does know that this 3rd exists, and that explains probably why he's going pretty abruptly to 4 factories with SCV cut. Seeing that, I'm assuming the SCV cut's not accidental. I'm assuming we're going to see Sublime try to hit a timing. And his window here is definitely early. Like, his window is getting close to where it's going to close. He needs to move out probably in the next, I don't know, 20-30 seconds, I would think. As the factory count goes up, we're going to see a lot of vultures, it seems like, as part of this. Because right now, look at what Protoss got. He's got 4 Dragoons. Only 2 gateways. Like, okay, he's got a few more than 4 Dragoons, but he doesn't have that many Dragoons. I don't like the fast cannon. I really dislike the fast cannon. Once you've scouted, maybe, then you can throw a cannon down. But, like, if Terran's going dropship, the cannon's not so bad. But against something like this, that cannon is just less Dragoons you have to deal with this. So, let's see how Sublime's execution is. He's ready to roll with this 5-fact. I believe he has the kind of timing where he can make something like this work. We got, what, 4 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I got 8 Dragoons. Well, the tank count is a bit low, though. I would love to see this with 5 or 6 tanks. So we'll see what he can do. It might be possible here to delay this long enough for these gateways to kick in, because we can see the macro gates are going down now. 3, 4. He needs more gateways than that, though. We've got 6. Probably needs to get to 7 or 8. Leaving 1 tank behind, a bit risky. The mine's being laid down, but he's got to be wary of vultures being picked off here, even if he is going to have a lot of reinforcements. However, I don't think these vultures have speed. Oh, they don't have speed, do they? No, they don't have speed. Alright, so slow volts can get picked off. This is actually not going anywhere right now for Nablime. So Nablime, I feel like, is kind of throwing away an advantage. This is way too bold. I don't know what he's... Okay, some vultures do arrive, but without speed, like... Now Tim's got to back up, just buy time. But this army is not scary. 3 or 4 tanks is not that scary in these vulture numbers, especially as macro from these gateways kicks in, and it looks like Nablime or Tim has bought enough time for himself. Nablime just going to try to go around. Okay, that's a little safer. Got to back these Dragoons up. Got to back them up. Back them up. Don't lose them needlessly. Army is getting a bit bigger from Nablime. And it looks like Tim wants to set for some sort of a flank, but some very nice mines being laid to cover the rear of the push here by Nablime as he moves up, and I think these Dragoons are going to indeed back up, yes. Continuing to just buy time. Do we have a thing? Yes, we're getting leg speed, so he's about to have legs, and lots of slots with legs, is getting the shuttle out, and Nablime, it looks like Nablime is going to expand behind this, which is good. Still working off just that one factory, missing a lot of vultures out of his push, though. A lot of open factory time, a lot of non-macro time. Okay, so 2 more goons go down. That's one thing that's not helping Nablime's cause, is Tim is continuing to bleed units, now loading up that shuttle. 3 zealots, 2 sets of goons, and we'll see. Sieging up, I think, is this going to be it? Is Tim going to pull the trigger? No, he's not ready to yet. He is doing a good job keeping his army out on the map. Looks like he's going to try to bomb the tanks, and this is a weakness of this. There's not much in the way of defense. Unfortunately, there's no mines. He's going to try to occupy the tanks, but the target firing is pretty decent. And now the Dragoons run in, and are there enough? Is the spread? Would like to see a little more spread. The Dragoons are a bit too clumped. He has enough to break this up. He just needs to spread them a bit more. And it looks like with reinforcements, there we go. Nice reinforcement timing. Tim has taken care of that timing from Nablime. So now he has this small window here where he can harass. I'm still driving. He's lack of... Does he not know he doesn't have speed? Because not having speed on your vultures is really a problem. Very slow reinforcements, and vultures just lose a lot of their valuable utility like that. Now he has to deal with the counter from Tim, presumably to his 3rd. Tim eating a few too many mines here for my liking. And we're going to have a small counter over here. Oh, can he get a tank over? Oh, he's unsieging, but he is sending zealots. But the Dragoons are on top of the base. Now he needs to bring the rest of his army over here and help defend, because once a tank gets over, this will be cleaned up with just Dragoons. Good mine drag there. He gets one more good one, but the tank has made it over, and we're down to just 1 Dragoon, so that will get cleaned up. And fortunately for Nablime, he's going to get his base up. We got 2 Stargates. We got a Tribunal. We just need to double-click A and A there from Tim. Whoa, I didn't realize that did that. Holy moly, that's interesting. Alright, well, A is apparently disable everything. That looks so weird. Looks so weird. Anyway. Third base going up here for Tim. Vulture's going to come over and harass it. Dragoons are quite far out of position. This is almost enough vultures to threaten a Nexus. He may get a cancel out of this. Snipes the probe. Is he not? Oh, he's not going to attack the Nexus. Maybe he's just going to lay mines. I don't know. I didn't lay enough mines. I don't think he can get a cancel out of that. If that was 8 to 12 vultures, he could definitely get a cancel out of this. But at this number, nah, I think Protoss will get over here in time. Hopefully we'll eat a few less mines doing so. Unfortunately, these mines are a bit out of position for this army. But these mines could be annoying, depending on how many get soaked up. So yeah, not going to be able to force a cancel on the Nexus, but is getting some decent Zealot kills. And finally those Vultures do go down. Although, you know, decent damage. Like I said, they were in the ballpark. 8 Vultures would have denied that Nexus. A few more mines, etc. Got a group of Vultures laying some mines over here. Did he finally have speed now? Yeah, he's got speed. All right, Vultures are fast. This is what I like to see. We're getting some more factories up now. Got going to 6 factories. Got the starport. Getting some armories going. Looks like that'll be very nice armory timing to get that 2-1 going. Right away, ASAPly. And double arbiters for Tim. Getting a bunch of gateways, keeping on top of that macro fairly well. Ooh, Vulture's fighting a few probes to try and eat. Just running right through, very determined to kill those probes. Looks like they got probably half of that transfer. Yeah, we have a forge. It's over here. Second or first armor? Second armor, second attack. So Protoss staying on top of his attack upgrades pretty nicely. 5, 5. Got 12 gates here in the main. Got the 4th base up and running. Getting his 5th base. Only other thing would maybe be to start getting some gates in this base as the money kicks in. Starting to mine up a little bit to deal with the potential threat of recall. So keeping those mines mostly cleared out. And there we go, starting recall. There are 2 arbiters out, right? Yes. Oh, and nicely split onto different control groups. That's always a good thing to do if you're a newer Protoss. If you put all your arbiters on a single control group, well, you know how they tend to clump up, which makes them beautiful EMP targets. If you put them all on individual hotkeys with the rest of your units, then you can usually, especially if you spread out before a PvT fight, you can have arbiters coming in a bit wider and they don't all get one EMP that just crushes your soul. 5th base going up uncontested here. And now Tim is maxed, so we see a control group, second small control group. They're all 3 small control groups, but yeah, okay, there we go. That's a 4th, and enough to round out all those other control groups. The only thing I don't like about these groupings is they're all Zealot Goon mixes, which is a little bit inefficient for mine clearing. It's a little nicer if you can have, like, you know, your goons, 2 groups of goons and 2 groups of Zealots on separate keys. You can clear mines a little bit easier. But of course, right now, Tim, with the complete smothering map control, means he knows there's no mines on the map, so it's not really a problem at this point. Later on, it can become an issue. We'll see if that is the case. And I love this beautiful Arbiter production here. Queuing Arbiters maybe a little too much, but getting a few gateways up right now, Tim should really focus on getting another good, solid 15-20 gates up, as his money is just going to go up high. And this is not recommended. I think this is accidental though. Donates about a control group for free. That will get those arbiters producing though. So unless he wanted to produce arbiters with that. But he's gonna have like 6 arbiters, which is a metric ton of arbiters. Maybe keeping these in the base for recall? Maybe he's just gonna recall anyway? Over here? Come in here to 3rd base? That would be a scary recall, honestly. It'd probably kill most of the SCVs. Only 1 tank. Oh, nope. Nope, needs to come to this base from the top. He can definitely get in here and recall. Unfortunately, loses an arbiter to do that. And so now he's going to sadly go home, having telegraphed his intentions to Terran. It's not going to prompt any more turrets there, but I'm sure Nibelheim is very happy he built the number of turrets he did over here. So we're going to get a second forge, get those armor and shields, attack and shield spinning quickly. Attack and armor spinning, and then shields. Alright, now we're getting the gateway count up at the 2nd base, and possibly an engagement over here. Are we going to have any pre-stasis? That is a lot of tanks, though. Good solid 2 groups of tanks there. And this is not enough here, in all honesty. I hope he doesn't pull the trigger on this. Alright, he's going to back up. Vulture's chasing a bit far. Alright, now he's bringing down some more of his units. Looks like he has a little more of his army down here. Still needs to grab the rest of these guys, but is cannibalizing the map, doing a good job of expanding. Just a question of, can he get a decent engagement against this large, scary, terrifying Terran army? Alright, so we're going to have a swing up. Oh, this is not the best place to attack for Protoss. I don't feel like this fight is going to go well from Tim, but maybe I'll be wrong. We'll see. Actually, there are some pretty good pre-stasis though, and Vultures are kind of far in the front, but the Zealots are gone. This is the moment where Tim needs to back up. He needs to feel it and back up. Are there reinforcing Vultures? There should be. Actually, this is going better than expected, but it's so easy to overstay your welcome. And yeah, Tim close to doing that. Look how much stuff is stasis too. This is, when this unstasis is, it's going to do well. But nice macro from Tim. You can see supply for Tim has not dropped that much during the fight, which means that pretty much all of his gateways are going to work for him. So that is fantastic. Like, that's one of the easiest ways to lose a game, is do a fight like that and don't macro during that fight, and then all of a sudden Terran's totally left and you have nothing popping out of your gateways. That's rough. That's rough. Alright, so Nablime just waiting everything to unstasis. Still has quite a lot of supply. A good trade, but Nablime is kind of getting... Well, he's taking a fourth, but he's kind of getting to that point where Protoss is taking control of the whole map, and he really needs a good engagement to go his way. Oh, Vulture's finding a few probes to kill over here. That's obnoxious. Laid a few mines. Has a few control groups just chilling. Oh, we got a recall, I think, over to this base. Looks like a recall given the energy on the Arbiter. And that is very annoying for Nablime, because Nablime needed that base. He's starting to mine out. And he just lost that base. Lots of army over here to defend. Not enough to stasis the ramp or do anything obnoxious. And it looks like Protoss just wants to fight this straight up. Not really getting any tank kills, though. He's trying to buy time to snipe the command center. That is not going to happen. But... well, I didn't think that was going to happen. No, it's still not going to happen. But it definitely did buy more time than I expected. SCVs are over here. Should get a repair on that command center here any moment. Once he notices it's in the red. Oh, Nablime has a group over here. Definitely not enough to deal with anything of Tim's. I really hope Tim's going to notice this command center is dying. But there is a lot of action going on right now. What's Terran at? 3-1? 2-1. 2-1 versus 3-1 Protoss. Wow. Good upgrades from Protoss. EMPs? EMPs? EMP? No? Again, not enough from Protoss, I don't think, to overrun this position. Although it's going better than I expected, actually. Somehow Protoss is going to come close to taking this fight. And actually, Nablime forced to retreat, a little slow to reinforce that. And, oh, he did notice the command center, thankfully, in the fray. As that is a very important object. And it looks like some nice... No more target firing. But still, it's starting to look a little bit grim for Nablime now. He's making no headway here. He's having trouble holding on to this base. Goon's constantly harassing. And his army out here is kind of stuck. Reinforcement for Tim. Is it going to be on time? Not really, but there's only tanks here. And the rest of the army is sort of AFKing right now, allowing this engagement to go very well for Tim. There is still repair, but look at this. Zealot's picking off the SCV. He is floating that command center away. And finally, this spot is going to stabilize? Just barely? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, holy fuck. It's going to be close. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, my gosh. That was really close. I was actually scared for a second. He really has to keep this command center alive. It's still not looking good, but he's got to keep this command center alive. He cannot afford to lose it. Wow, that was a desperation repair. And oh shit. Oh, if he just recalls right. Oh, nice EMP though. Sick. So totally shuts down that Arbiter, but you know what? But There's a lot. Let's see. No, actually. Does he get it in time? No, he should go on top of the tanks. It's a better spot. Does he want to go? Alright, we're going to have a chase. We're going to have a chase. Where are we going? Is he going main? No, this is not going to work out. This is going to die. This is going to die. Damn, a recall here, that would have been the perfect spot. Maybe he was afraid of getting EMP'd, but he recalls with, like, this army right there. These tanks are fucked. They're clumped, and there's no vulture support. So, missed a good EMP opportunity. And we got to transfer over to that base. And, I don't know, there's not a whole lot Sublime can do. He just needs to be, like, very, very turtley and try to somehow get control of one half of the map or the other now. But the problem is, it's really, there's not a lot he can do, because he's mining off this one and a half bases. And, I mean, he's really well defended against recall. Which is going to be tried again with double Arbiter. I say he's really well defended. Let's see if I'm right about that. I'm decently right about that. He couldn't even get an Arbiter in. He needs Halu to get in at this point. That actually would have been the one spot the Arbiter could have recalled. That would have been somewhat effective. But the problem here is it's going to take him quite a while to get up another decent army. Like, this is almost a desperation push. The only way I think he could play this now would be to, like, sort of slow... Oh, he's going to turn around. He's scared. Would be to sort of slow creep and try to get control over half of the map and just split the map. Because he can't really mass up another army and be aggressive. And now it looks like Tim just wants to slam himself down the throat of Terran. D-Matrix goes down in the front Vulture, but honestly this looks like more than inadequate Terran units, although some major AFKing here from Protoss' army. That is some derp-heavy Dragoon behavior that might actually allow Terran to hold this. Still probably not enough. D-Matrix is doing their part, though, to keep things alive. Mine goes off. Okay, so everything does get cleaned up here. And all Protoss needs to do now is just break this location, and it's formally over. Continuing to do his best with those D-Matrixes, has a lot of energy on those science vessels. Dragoons walking immediately on top of the tanks. Just needs to reinforce this a little bit more, and he'll break this position, because Sublime's macro can't keep up, and we all know Terran doesn't usually do as well in tiny, small-scale fights in most cases. Units here on hold position. I don't know why they're on hold position. So here comes the next reinforcement, but that's not enough to attack this. Yeah, and he wisely says, okay, I'll pull back. Nice maintaining of probes away from that expansion. That is mined out. Could maybe have one or two mining here to get the last of these mining patches, but, you know, that's small change. Alright, so we're going to have a small move out towards the top. Actually, going to find a nice intercept on these probes, so that's at least a small victory, and Sublime needs every possible victory he can right now to change the tide. And there we go. Finally, we have the recall over to the bottom base, cleaned up here, and that's it for mining. I mean, Sublime's broke, completely broke. He's going to get a bottom base kill, possibly a top base kill, but honestly, if there's Arbiters with energy, I don't know where they are. Yeah, this Arbiter with energy could just go over here, do a recall up here, kill him when he moves up, but I mean, he's got no money. He's done mining. He's going to try to secure, I think, this side and mine in desperation, but I don't really see it working out. Protoss is so determined to do this recall. I think he's going to get in here now, and that's actually going to be annoying in its own right. He does get a recall down. A few Zealots in here, a few Dragoons. Tanks are derping hardcore, but he's going to pull back up into these... Oh! Ooh, big mine to back. Unit's still over here blocking the mining. He is pushing his way up into this top base, so that is good for Sublime. And he has floated the command center very fast, so good on Sublime, but can he stabilize his main? I honestly... There's nothing coming out of these factories, and Protoss is right over top of them. There's this one tank here. And of course, with these turrets down, now the recall path is wide open. There's only that one turret to defend that. Sublime, no! No, you need to mine, like, right away! Hey, he has done a very good job, though, floating these double CCs. But he's having... Oh, that's crushing. That's soul crushing. Alright, he's literally having to float his factories over here. Although, actually, the factory float might draw Protoss over here, and Protoss might just have some problems with these tanks and mines. Oh, he's literally right-clicked the factory, so that's kind of fortunate. I mean, I'm trying to find small victories here for Sublime, guys. Like, it's obviously looking very, very terrible. Oh, he's gonna completely just float. All right. Well, now that's pretty much saying, all right, I give up. One recall over here. Just there's not enough units. One recall ends it. No way he can defend. Like, science vessels need to be defending the shit out of this. And it looks like Protoss is just going to opt to bust the main to block all of Sublime's production. Kill off all the remaining depots. He's already forced the factory float, but yeah, I guess coming in and killing the depots is nice. Will he stop the 3rd armor upgrade? I don't know. I'm looking for small victories, guys. I mean, he is finally mining, but of course Protoss has a 7k bank. And he's got an arbiter ready for recall over here. Sublime is actually setting up for recalls in a hurry. But the dangerous recall is to anywhere over here, which there's still some bottom paths available, or anything in here. Setting up a boatload of turrets, but again, you know, supply depots, everything like that getting killed off. Sublime is going to be pretty much blocked when all these depots finally fall. And he's still a long way from his factories reaching his destination. But this is the epitome of the Terran life, if you will. Defend, 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 defend till the end. Defend until literally everything is dead, and then defend some more. Until your last unit falls, until your last tank falls, your last CC is dead, then you stop defending. Okay, he has moved this arbiter around a little bit, so I think he's aware of it. Sometimes it's difficult to keep track of where everything is when you're trying to play fast in the middle of a game. But again, the defense is pretty solid here from Sublime. Alright, here we go. Are we paying attention? No, we are not. Oh shit. Is this game ending? Is it enough? I don't think it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's enough. Well, maybe Sublime can get back. Maybe. If there's a second recall to follow it up with, though, there's not. And he is going for it. Can he get this arbiter inside? Oh my gosh, this is going to be perfect. Right on top of the tanks. Even the mines are enough to do it. And I think that's it. Sublime has, like, nothing left. Although, actually, there's still not that much Protoss in his main... Oh, one. Okay, that's it. There we go. Triple, quadruple recall into arbiters. Finally ends it. And Tim takes game 1 over Sublime. And I get logged out of Battle.net. That happens way too often. Oh, fuck off. Let me in, man. Let me in, man. Come on, let me in. Alright. Game number 2. Sublime has opted to play on Roadkill for our second set, one of the ladder maps. Alright, so spawning... What did I just do? What was the button for that? I hit some button that does this. And at one point, oh well, I can just put them all back that way, I guess. Not 2x. I'm missing a button. What do I need? There we go. Alright, now it looks good. So, spawning in the 9 o'clock position as the Yellow Terran down a game, we have Sublime. And currently taking control of the series with a win in game 1, the Purple Protoss BSL-5 Tim. And I am going to take a quick bathroom break. Alright, folks. Back. Let's see what happened. Hopefully nothing important. Sorry for the static screen. Alright, so Cybercore. It looks pretty standard from Protoss. We've got a wall at the Le Natural. So, a wall but with factory. So dealing with the ramp map, I guess by walling, but going straight into a factory. Cybercore up. Spark were. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. A good interpretation of the sounds. And for anyone that doesn't know yet, I will plug my tournament. I am hosting a tournament on Saturday. Basically, the idea behind it is just going back in time through the map. So the round of 32 starts at current maps, and each round moves back about 4 years through previous OSLs, with the finals ending on the maps of one of the 2000 OSLs. It's open to anybody. First 32 players to sign up. There is a thread in the TL tournament section, so of course if you want to play that, you are more than welcome to sign up and enjoy the fun. $40 to first place, $10 to second place, so a little bit of money on the line. Nothing huge, but enough to keep it at least a little interesting. You know, for a day of doing something you're already probably going to spend most of the day of doing, chance to win some money. Should be nice. And second gateway, right after expansion, so... Oh, this is 21 Nex, huh? Yeah, putting guys back on gas, doing my favorite build, 21 Nexus. Needs to start the Dragoon in this gateway, though. Interesting that he's not. There we go. Pretty nice build. I like it. It's a pretty solid option against FD. You get 4 goons out at FD timing, which is more than enough to handle FD with decent micro. Dragoon being very annoying at the wall. SCV's forced to repair with no bunker. And we're a ways away from tank, at least a little ways away. Very nice pulls though here though. So well handled by Not1Le. Oh, they're loving each other, loving on each other. Obviously not going to break down the Devo, but is forcing the repair, forcing SCV pulls. And yeah, I don't know. This is not bad micro from Tim for the interesting situation. Finally, does he get a kill? Yes, he gets 1, but the tank is out now. Bye-bye, Goon. Run away. Run away. Still trying to shoot at the depots. Oh, actually, that's interesting that he can do that. That's very annoying. Killing off the scouting SCV in the midst of all the micro. So he's going to force a little bit more repairing still. All the way until siege mode. Of course, he's only made 1 Dragoon, so not the most terrifying repairs in the world. Siege is done. Gonna move that tank back just a little bit further. Siege up. Second take comes out. We'll probably also siege up. And double gateway. Robo. Second siege. And 2 pack 3. Plus armory. So we're gonna go fast upgrade, sort of long game style here. And Tim with that Robo. And Ob, so yeah, just moving right into the Obs, moving into the comfortable standard play, and the Academy for Not1Le. So this is very similar to what we've seen Dark Matter do, honestly. Getting the command center out before the tank, and then immediately into the very fast armory and Academy for intel. And Tim, similar to the previous game, is going to opt for that fast third Nexus right away off of just about 4 Dragoons. And Tim keeping 2 goons at the front. Nicely positioned away from the tanks. And oh, he's getting out a fast Goliath. Okay, so he's going for the army for the upgrades, but also to chase away a potential shuttle. However, there is not a shuttle coming. Yeah, moving that Goliath back into position and getting a depot up. And oh yeah, definitely worried about shuttle. Which is, I guess, because he hasn't scanned, so he's just playing it very safe. But in the meantime, Protoss is just getting up another Nexus. I've said it before, I don't particularly love that fast forge, especially if you're getting observers out like this. Maybe in the case of this base where you're actually, it's kind of, you've made it into a complete island by walling it off tight like this. Maybe then I understand the forge against the potential dropship, but I'd still maybe rather just leave 2 or 3 dragoons and wait till you actually see what's going on. Oh, nice noticing of the obs. Good observation skills there by Not1Le to kill off that first obs. But Protoss did get all the way over here, so he did see the command center, he did see the 3 factories, he saw the armory, he knows what's going on, he knows he's pretty safe right now. He shouldn't really cut probes in favor of gateways, and he's not. And getting a very fast upgrade, getting a cannon, getting his citadel up. These dragoons at the front, I don't know what they're doing. And it looks like, I hope he's just going to his ridge here. This map reminds me ever so slightly of Sniper Ridge. No, sorry, Jade, with the sort of ramp up to the natural and the high ground third base with one entrance. Of course, there are differences, but a subtle reminder. Oh no, is he gonna snipe a tank? He's gonna come forward. Oh, this is a little bit aggressive here. That is a lot of tanks. Overcommitting there by Tim. Loses a lot of dragoons in the process. Does snipe off a tank or two, but that was a few too many to go after. A little bit of scare there. You can see no macro in those factories during that attack. It's one of those things you can always be working on as a player, especially for any of us that are below 2K. That tends to happen during those tense moments. You tend to be like, oh shit, I'm getting attacked, and then just one track mind, must defend, and forget to keep the macro rolling. Second armory going down, third base is up. So that's going to allow Not1Le to keep up pretty well economically, and a little bit of a gateway explosion here from Tim now as his third base eco kicks in. Do we have an art? Oh wow. I don't know about. That's interesting. Getting the archives. A little bit late. Got the stargates pretty fast, but the archives a bit slow. That's interesting to build them both over there. That third base is kind of far away. If you lose it, you're vulnerable. This is turning into a marathon cast in its own right. Jeez. And we still have one more series to go. Alright, so we got 2 armories up. But now that I've gone this far, I gotta finish, right? I can't just, you know, let it go. Can't leave like one series uncasted. Alright, so dragoons coming down. Oh, actually, alright. Did he attack the Nexus? No way to tell. No way to... Actually, yeah, he did attack. That's why he knows. So, he did attack the Nexus. Not like Supervision Protoss being on top of everything and seeing the Vulture. Vulture alerted him to its presence. Not going to be able to hide down there and snipe any probes. A bold Maynard. Protoss has no obs coverage. Notice this is a Maynard without any Dragoon protection. So that's a pretty bold Maynard. And Not1Le just missing that. Just as the scan goes off, he's like, ah. If his Vultures would have been up here a second earlier, could have picked off some thirsty probes. And wow, that's a very aggressively fast third base here, or fourth base here from Not1Le. Off of just 5 facts. Very risky. Very risky. Oh, somehow these guys get in. I don't know. I don't know how that happened. A little bit of a slip up gets 4 kills. Can we get a 5th? Yes, we can. 5th? Can we get a 6th? Negative. 5 kills, 3 vultures. Good trade. Arbiters on the way. Getting some stasis. We've got a group of tanks here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 tanks? 10 tanks? Something like that. Obs coming over here to look. Very few turrets right now. Very few turrets. He just finished his eBay, I guess. Got his science facility up. Working on those upgrades very nicely, though. Headed towards that 2-1 upgrade at a good timing. And oh, we're going to swing around here. Moving his tanks out into a good position to defend this 4th base. Honestly, if you put like 3 tanks here, this bridge is like almost unbreakable. That's really all he's got to do. So I guess I can understand now in hindsight taking this 4th base pretty fast. But Protoss is moving down here very aggressively again, but does back up. Realizes, oh shit, okay, there's a bunch of tanks out here. I gotta be careful. think he scouted that with the obs now. Protoss. Oh, we did say Terran was upgrading too, right? Nothing yet with the facility. Is there a vessel out? Doesn't seem like it. Not much out on the map, honestly, in the way of mines anyway. But I guess this is the other way you can defend this base. Just block off this whole position. And oh, that's annoying. These tanks are not quite in position, and Protoss is going to immediately go harass the minerals. Nice. Cute play. Cute play. Doesn't get a ton of kills, but that's obnoxious. Just walk over, harass the third base. And meanwhile, Tim is again grabbing the entire map. Not super huge supply from Tim, who is finally missing some macro pretty bad. Getting a little bit into that cute play and not keeping up on some of the core macro that he could be doing. Macro! Where's the macro? I don't know. Very long idle gateway period. That's kind of scary when Terran's getting big. I'd be scared shitless not to macro like this during this period. There's nothing going on either. I don't know where his focus is at. I guess just expanding. But to miss this many... Like, if Terran pushes now? Yikes. Yikes. Unless he just wants to hold for more arbiters, but... I don't know. He's got, what, 1, 2, 3 small groups. Where is everything? 4 groups. He's got his army very much all over the place. But it still looks like he has a pretty small army. And he's already got 2 arbiters, and like 4 arbiters is a pretty good arbiter number. I don't think you really need to hold off on macro more than that. Finally makes a few more units. Like, that was long enough with nothing going on. I feel like it was probably intentional. Maybe he just wanted more arbiters, but that seemed a bit on the excessive side. Plus, if he wants more arbiters, he's like gotta hold off there. Oh, was he supply blocked and I just missed it? Nablime is pretty badly supply blocked. If Tim was, I didn't feel like he was, but maybe I just spaced it. I don't know. Alright, so Tim is unfortunately letting Nablime walk into a great position, but Nablime has kind of not laid any mines out in front of this, but this is not how you attack a Terran. This is disastrous. I don't know what Tim is doing right now. He wants to stasis down. Nablime doesn't have really that much stuff over here, though, in spite of his army size, but this is still, it's down to just Dragoons. Some tanks on the high ground. This is very aggressive from Tim. Very determined to bust in here, trying to force his way up on the high ground. Mines are being laid. Yeah, this is overextension for what he got out of this. He is going to sort of break this, but Nablime should get over here and reinforce this. Oh no, Nablime was only at 160 though, wasn't he? His supply wasn't that high. It was maybe a little bit early of a push from Nablime. Well, I don't know. If Tim actually gets on top and gets all these tanks, that's not a bad trade. But it seems like Nablime had nothing to reinforce with. A nice little vulture up there, though. Alright, so he cleans this up, so that turns out good for Tim. This is very aggressive, almost bad. This vulture is going to go ham on these probes for a little while. Should notice right about now. Yeah, suddenly nothing's going on. No, I was talking about Tim not macroing, though. I was looking at his gateways. Nablime also was stuck at 160 for ages. Man, where's Nablime's stuff? He has very little. Where is he keeping out? He's just kind of small right now. I'm scared for Nablime. Protoss has the whole map, and Nablime is, like, really not getting out a whole lot of macro. He's getting some more factories up, though, which is good. Catching a vulture over here, and Arbiter scrambling back into position. Alright, we got an obs with that, so we can clear out these mines pretty well. Another small group moving down here. Vulture's laying a bunch of mines. Oh, this base is pretty undefended, but actually get some... This is going to be kind of units all everywhere. We'll see how it goes. Vulture's running by. Does lose some zealots to those mines, but not too bad overall. And another group of vultures moving over here with these tanks. And, oh, jackpot. Move that Arbiter. Move that Arbiter. Yeah, nice, Tim. Remembers and pays attention to his Arbiter there. Scan is thrown down, though, so he's going to get all the probes, but the Arbiter was a good thought to try to save some of them. Anytime you're having to scramble back with Zealots, not ideal. And wow, nice. Good EMP there. Gonna keep the Arbiter energy. He doesn't even know the Arbiter was out of energy, so it just dies the turrets. So good save there with that Science Vessel. So heads up play from both players in the defense of this Nexus, but now Protoss is looking to move in, and the army is pretty well spread, but it's not that big, but I guess Tim doesn't actually pull the trigger. Doesn't want to go for it. Nablime now maxed, or very close to it. Should be on his 2-1. I don't think oh no, he is. Okay, good upgrades. Protoss just at 1, so slow upgrades for Protoss here, especially considering how fast that Forge was. Obviously upgrades forgotten for quite some time. This amount of money, definitely not a conscious decision not to upgrade. It's definitely just other things are going on, forgetting to upgrade. And now Nablime moving onto this high ground, looking to take a 5th base. So yeah, some major economy here from both players. Of course, we can see Protoss has more than half the map. He has all of these expansions, plus the 2 edge expansions, the 2 edge cases. Terran only has has three edge cases. Terran only has 1 edge case. And again, just allowing Terran to sneak around the map like this. Not quite as good at obs coverage and presence as we saw on Fighting Spirit here. There we go, now he sees it. But Nablime is... well, yeah, this is not going to go well for Nablime. 1 fat stasis is all this needs. Oh, but good EMPs! Maybe this will go okay for him, but that's a lot of Protoss coming in here. Got most of the tank siege up, just not enough Zealots. Zealots are on top of the tanks now. Target firing is okay, but again, that's another decent trade from Protoss. Actually, he like ran out of scans for a moment there, and Protoss is again going to clean up another army. Vulture's arriving to reinforce this, but that went well for Tim. Anytime you clear out all the tanks completely, you're going to target down the vessel, not a bad choice. Bisu is a huge fan of doing that. And vessels are pretty obnoxious, so I get it now. He's going to be forced back. He has lost most of his units, and rallying in just 2 or 3 units, not the approach to take. Finally has some units popping out of the gateways. Getting some units coming from over here. Yeah, if he gets everything together, I don't think Nablime's got enough to hold on to this position. Very Zealot-heavy macro, but just coming down here trying to deal with some of these mines, get everything cleaned up. Whoa! I don't know where these Zealots are going, but they're going straight into the minefield and Vultures, so those guys are not helping out the cause at all. Possibly misrallied, possibly just trying to distract and scare Nablime. It looks like Zealot's moving very carefully forward here onto this base. Needs to keep a few Dragoons on top of these tanks, which this is not on top of these tanks. This is not on top of these tanks, and now the fight for this base begins. Are we going to have just a crazy reinforcing battle? I don't know. We've already got a lift on the CC. Target firing with the Dragoons. The Zealots are going to occupy this long enough. Tanks on oh, they're under an Arbiter, though, and not going to be noticed. So he's actually going to kill off those 3 tanks. And that command center goes down. Nice snipe on that for Tim, keeping Nablime pinned back to 4th bases as he moves the command center over here, though, to try to get back to 5. Scan goes down. Tanks are picked off. And here comes some major reinforcements, but the mines are still very good right now for Nablime, so we'll see how this goes. Got a pretty good army up here on the high ground. I think Nablime can hold this spot the way he's defending right now with the high ground. Protoss running in here, trying to get somewhere from all sides. You almost got to zoom out to see this entire fight going everywhere. And actually there's no tanks, but I think still just enough for Nablime to maintain his high ground pod for the moment, but reinforcing like crazy right now. As Nablime gets that cleaned up here on top. Still has his 4 bases. But the game is getting a bit messy here as Tim is just sensing that he can continue to stream units here and eventually break Nablime at this point. And these units are just coming in from all over the place. I'm not sure if it's 100% effective. No, Nablime's got a lot of stuff up here. Alright, Tim's got to back up now. He's not breaking this much stuff without some good stasis or something like that going on. Let's see if he can keep the tank target firing solid on the Dragoons. Looks like it. Dragoons are now melting. So for the moment, location secured. Can get a few more mines on the map now. Can Nablime, but his money is not super high. And he's... oh, I don't know. Wait, when did this... oh, he floated the command center here to move to here. That's what he did. I wondered where that command center came from. He actually floated away from his mining 3rd. I'm like 99%. I'm gonna go. Maybe I made an observer gaff and totally missed something going down here. But the fact that this CC just floated over, I'll go back and check that at the end of this game. But if he did, I have to say I think that's a blunder to float away from here because nothing's dead over here. I don't think this died to a recall or something like that we just totally missed. And now, what the? What? Oh no! A recall sneaks in over here. That is 0 mining for Not1Le. I think Not1Le has just about lost this. It's pretty hard to win when you're not mining. Command center snipe. Are we 100%? Yes, we are 100%. Command center is sniped. Brutal. Now going back to land this base. SCVs are just running all over the place. Barely has a hold on this base. No minefields. Next wave of reinforcements will break Not1Le completely. Turn rate is basically like latency. Like the lower the turn rate, the more delay there is. So like if turn rate's on like 1, if you click and move a Dragoon, it'll respawn like 1/1000 and it'll finally move. If the turn rate's 24, the second you click, it's almost instantaneous. Alright, so this base cleaned up. Reinforcements coming out from Tim all over the place as he's completely maxed. I think this is going to be the final punch that breaks Not1Le's one base of mining. These Dragoons are busy being Dragoons. Without an obs. Oh, actually, Protoss is going to go right down the gut of Terran. Alright. Alright. That can work. There's no mines. He's going to definitely bust the ramp. Quick thinking to build a wall, but it's not going to last long. So we're going to have Zealots on top of that tank. Good siege on the ramp. But, I mean, what's he got? He's got, like, 10 tanks. I'm going to leave this base totally... Now, what I would love to see now is just split a small amount over in, like, recall. Because, like, you've obviously busted the main. There's literally... I mean, you can even see some of the factories are barely making. A couple tanks popping. Oh, actually, this is not the best way to fight this army, but it is buying time if he wants to move down the ramp. D-Matrix going off on a random vulture. Not a critical vulture. And this army is just slowly getting picked apart here. There's just too much Protoss. And Not1Le is basically out of stuff. And Zealots flooding in on top of all the factories. Not1Le is securing the base over here, but I'm not sure it matters at this point. This last little bit is trying to do something, but we got Zealots on top of the tanks. Actually, Dragoons are melting. Moving on top of them, can't quite kill them, but Not1Le does say GG. And now I just want to see one thing, and that's I want to make sure that base did not, like, die to... What am I doing that does this? It turns off all of these. I even knew what it was earlier. Alright, so this base has not died to recall. If this base died to recall and I missed it, guys, I'm probably just gonna, like, quit. But I think he floated this. Oh, okay, well he did... Okay, so it didn't die to a recall, but a few units did scare him away from it. And then he floated it to move over to this base. Interesting. Where's my other little tab at the right? How do I turn that back on? I don't know all the keys. There we go. Okay, so it wasn't a recall. It was like a couple units snuck over. Alright, so a 2-0 for Tim, and we go into the last game, which might be the premier game of the day. Shoop Dwooper versus Gladstone, who, like I said, I'm pretty sure Gladstone... Oh, it's A. A that I'm hitting. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Alright, so spawning in the top right-hand corner of the map. As the red Protoss, we have Kakulza, aka Shoop Dwooper. And in the top left, as the blue Terran, we have Gladstone, who I'm pretty confident is SMI, so I'm expecting him... SMI was a solid clan. That was mostly guys that were like at least C, C+, I Cup with plenty of B-, maybe some B guys on their team. So this should be a pretty solid matchup, and Shoop Dwooper is a solid Protoss. I don't know who is favored, but we could still have an hour of games left to go. Maybe an hour and a half if we get 3 long games. Also, so far, every game has been a 2-0, which I guess is sort of fortunate because if they wouldn't have all been 2-0s, this cast would definitely be getting out of hand long. We're already at 4 hours, 15 minutes, and counting. Alright, so everything looks pretty normal here. So far. Anywhere? Get there? Geht er und auf Gas? Ja, alright. And the barracks for Gladstone. As we wait to see if he will take gas, which he will. So everything proceeding as expected here on Fighting Spirit. Four and a half, 5 hour casts. Water's a must-have. Must-have. Alright, and SCV going out to scout here. Gladstone, as well as the barracks. Got the core going up. Ah, so core zealot. So maybe a little bit of zealot harass here from Shoop to Whooper. I do remember him liking to do that quite a bit from before. He definitely likes to gate expand in PvZ as well, unless that has changed from a little while ago. What was my best rank on IC Cup? The best I ever laddered to was C-. But there were a lot of like C guys I would practice with, and I traded fairly well, so I was probably to the point where if I would have played 50 to 100 games, I would have made C. So I would say like high C-, low C, but formally C-. When I was playing Protoss main. SCV on the way down. Finding our SCV, what? Did I just mistake a zealot for an SCV? Has this cast been that long? Am I that tired? Apparently I just did. I don't know. Maybe I've never played StarCraft at all. I'm probably just keyboard rank. I don't think you should listen to anything I'm saying. Oh, shit! Well, this game could be long, this game could be short. Because we have Le Two Factory from Gladstone. He doesn't want to deal with any of this bullshit. He's just going to fucking make factories and just roll over you. Alright, so we got some range going on, as we'd expect, and we're just going to have a 1-gate expand here from Shoop to Whoopa. Dragoon is going to get blocked. Good reaction time, moves that Dragoon right away from there. Sees the fact the SCV's on the ramp is interesting. I wonder if that's in preparation for the Zealots. Actually, this is going to be some pretty decent aggression here from Shoop to Whooper. There are going to be 2 factories, but we're going to have 2 Dragoons and a Zealot attacking before... Right as the first tank pops, that's going to break the ramp quickly. Like, he's getting up the ramp. This tank is going to be scrambling to defend itself. SCV goes down. Tank should be popping right about now. Yes, it is. Alright, so we immediately break the ramp. The tank is there. Now, let's see what these Dragoons can do. They're going immediately for the tank. SCV's out to repair. Is the repair sufficient in time? Yes, it is. No, it's not. So he does get the tank, but he's going to lose the Dragoon. He did not scout, though. I don't believe that there were 2 factories. I don't think he went far enough in. But that did cost Gladstone a lot of money. He was not able to make tanks from both factories. He has continued making Marine Zone, resecured his base. Shoop Whooper now killing off the SCV, getting his Robo, getting his Nexus, so he's definitely still in danger from this 2-fact. This is like not held by any stretch of the imagination. If he would have gotten in there, immediately sniped off the tank and seen everything, I'd feel a bit better for him. But like, he's not panicking to throw down more gateways. He does not know, he does not even suspect that this is 2-factory. So this could still be a scary moment. We can see shop going down. We're researching mines and sieges, kind of an everything 2-fact right now. And here we go. We're going to rally speed volts across with... Actually, no, we're not. Ooh, these vultures, unless he's already got speed, which I don't believe he does. Does he? No. So that's a little unfortunate. His rally of vultures is not going to be fast. He's opted for siege and mines before speed rally. I thought he was going to get speed so he could rally the vultures across the map really quick, but he's not done that. So, I don't know. Let's see. Shoop-Wooper's definitely setting up. Now he's adding gateways. Let's see if he can handle this. SCV here to tank the damage. 2 tanks. Moving forward, that's pretty scary when you see 4 Marines, 2 tanks against just 3 of your Dragoons. And mines are immediately being laid. Now 4 Dragoons out from Shoop-Wooper. Good micro so far. Nice shots on the mines, keeping the mines from getting laid. Trying to target fire down the tank. Almost gets it, but not quite. Now this second vulture should seem a little bit fast. Tank sieges up. That can be risky, though. Sieging up a first tank that fast. Shoop-Wooper moves in, goes for the tank. Doesn't quite get it, though. And now he is under fire. And these vultures can start to lay mines out in front of these tanks and begin the containment process. Nice SCV brought over for the repair. 3 gateways from Shoop-Wooper. Oh, he's a long ways away from more Dragoons, though. This looks very strong for Gladstone right now. Is he making a shuttle? He is making a shuttle. He's going to get the obs out first. He's adding a 4th gateway, but already the Nexus is in range. Lots of mines are being laid here. Good micro from Shoop-Wooper, though. I got to give him credit. Oh, but Gladstone maybe missing a little bit of macro here. And the only thing he needs to do now is to start walling Shoop-Wooper in and possibly sending a few more tanks on. Actually, the fact that Gladstone doesn't have a crazy train of reinforcements coming across the map, and it does not have anything for turrets and mines, he might not actually hold this. Or Shoop-Wooper might be able to hold this. That's a lot of mines to break through, but with a shuttle to drop and a few zealots popping out, he's got a chance, depending on how this goes down. The lack of turrets, the lack of like a bunker or some depots out here, I feel like it's really hard. Oh, but Shoop-Wooper loses. Okay, so that... Alright, even if he breaks this, that's already kind of a win for Gladstone. Unfortunately, loses a Dragoon there. This tank is pretty weak, though. He's got a good chance to break this. It's not being reinforced, in fact. It doesn't look like. So... yeah. But losing the Nexus hurts. Yeah, losing the Nexus hurts. Alright, here we go. 2 zealots. Can we drag the mines? Oh, I don't... what? That was a weird way of trying to approach that. I would have been going for the mines. Still a bit of a distraction. Still a bit of a distraction. Oh, actually, is he going to get it? This is... okay, he's going to get it. Oh, okay. Gladstone, I like the idea. Doesn't work out. Does allow Shoop-Wooper to break this. Can come down and re-expand, but Gladstone needs to deal with the threat of Bulldog, but economically he's in pretty good shape now. Opting to expand behind this rather than continue the constant unit production. But let's remember, 4-gate with Protoss, a lot of production, especially with a shuttle out. That's marginally scary. Maybe more than marginally. I mean, he's only got 3 tanks. A shuttle that comes in there and bulldogs that takes out 3 tanks pretty easily. Ob's on the way. Alright, he's going to see this and think, okay. Alright, moving a tank to the high ground for defensive purposes. Adding a 3rd factory. Floating out over here to look for any shuttle. Observer dies. Now, is Shoop-Wooper going to move out, or is he scared of vultures? Questions, questions, questions. All kinds of Dragoons popping out. Did he make zealots for a shuttle? Only 2. Oh no, that's not as strong for bulldogging. Bunch of mines over here. Probe cannot take that expansion. I don't know, maybe Shoop-Wooper's not going to be aggressive. Interesting. But now there's starting to be some pretty decent tank count here from Gladstone. A few more vultures, some mines, he'll be almost completely safe now. Especially as these factories come up. I think Shoop-Wooper's just going to miss the window. If he was ever going to try that. Not going to happen now. Just going to come in here, clear out this vulture, and expand to his 3rd base. And try to do his best playing from a little bit behind. I mean, we can see his Nexus is still not done. So painful for Protoss. Given the factory count now, I have a feeling that Gladstone is just going to timing. And possibly overwhelm him. I mean, what do we have? We have a group here. A little over... oh, we still have a decent Dragoon count, actually. We still have a group and a half of Dragoons. But these factories are starting to kick in now, and he's on more factories than gateways. And, you know, he's trying to double expand. So now we've got relatively even economies. scanners going down. Really good pylon coverage of the base. I do like that. Like the vision of Protoss here, even if it's unintentional, is pretty fucking fantastic. Like if there was dropship, there's no way a dropship is getting in. Now, is he getting leg speed? Oh, he's gonna start getting leg speed, so that will help. But 4 gateways, as time goes on, 4 gateways against 5 factories, bit of a challenge here. Alright, killing the turret so he can get out. Finally gets his tanks to help out. Vultures, obviously, killing buildings at an incredibly slow rate. Now Shoopduper's like, oh, okay. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Got an obs. Really worried about drops, honestly. Getting a Maynard probes over there now. Is this going to trigger more gateways? Because Shoopduper's going to need more gateways unless he just crushes the first part of Gladstone's push. But I'm not expecting that to happen. That is a lot of tanks. Pretty good setup of the tanks, too. Some initial sieging going up now. Continuing to move forward with some of the tanks. Already immediately leapfrogging the tanks. And Shoopduper is going to try to come from both sides. We got a shuttle coming around. Let's see if Shoopduper can get it done. Gladstone's going to need to target fire on top of those Dragoons, but actually Shoopduper has a boatload of Dragoons, and it might be enough of an arc to take this, although there are still a lot of tanks alive, and I don't know, is it enough? Is it enough? It is going to be close, and actually Shoopduper might break him. Might, but no, there's no reinforcements coming. So in the end, Gladstone's going to hold this position, and Shoopduper is going to be forced back, and now the panic gateway is going down, but now it's Gladstone reinforcing out of 5 factories compared to Shoopduper's 4 gateways, and I don't think that is going to be enough as these vultures come racing across the map here. Zealots being picked off, and Gladstone moving into the natural, ready to siege those tanks up back on top of the natural. That's going to kill Shoopduper's mining there, and getting mined up at the front, more reinforcing vultures, and all Shoopduper can do is say GG. What is this one? R? R. So Gladstone takes game number 1. Alright, so if we're going to see a series that goes more than 2 games, Shoopduper is going to need to win this game right here on Circuit Breaker. He's opted to play more macro, opted for the wide open map, and trying to get his vengeance on Gladstone. Prevent the 3-0. How do I keep hitting A? I swear to God. So spawning in the top left-hand corner as the red Protoss, we have Shoopduper. And on the right-hand side as the orange Terran, we have Gladstone. No super fast probe here from Shoopduper. So we are going to play macro. No, that's premature. But we're not going to, like, proxy gateways. But as far as I know, Shoopduper is generally a fairly macro-favoring player. So our pylon, our usual stuff, and like I said, I mean, I feel like, you know, I know Shoopduper is good. I mean, we saw it too in the last game. Like even with all the attacks and stuff, you saw both players, like their minerals were quite low. I mean, it was. I feel like they're probably 2 of the stronger players in Tier 1, and that was reflected in some of the things we saw in that game. And just the army control generally looked pretty. Shoopduper's last attack there to try to defend that, honestly, that was pretty good goon arc, pretty good attack. Just Gladstone just had a little too much, in all honesty. But I still feel like I'm inclined to say Gladstone's favored. I mean, he looked reasonably good in that first game. And just given his SMI history, you know, I think he is probably marginally favored over Shoopduper. Although you know, certain parts of his pushing looked good, but certain parts didn't look quite as good. I don't know. It's hard to tell. We'll see. We'll see where this game takes us. Cybercore coming up and pylon. So yeah, looking pretty Pretty ordinary. Okay, so again, Shoop the Whooper does like that harass Zealot. Does like to apply early game pressure. And we've got our factory up. Factory. Zealot heading out across the bridges. Gonna try to intercept the SCV. No, not gonna try to intercept the SCV. Okay, we got range. Getting range, going relatively standard opening. Now it's pretty much you're in the realm of standard. Like he's not 10-15ing. He's not getting DTs. He's not going for Reaver. All that kind of stuff. It's just gonna be some normal macro PvT. Same thing. Well, we can't confirm the same thing from Gladstone yet. We can take a look though and see he's only got 1 on gas, and then confirm the same thing. Just gonna be an FD. Gonna go into a macro game. So we won't have too much going on here for the next couple minutes. This SC or this Zealot. Actually, he just likes to make the Zealot to scout with. Doesn't he want to send out a probe? Zealot will obviously not be able to do anything. There'll be 4 Marines and a tank probably out or close to out before the Vulture gets there. Before the Zealot gets there. Jeez, this has been too long. I think 4 hours and 30 minutes is kind of testing the limits for what I can do right now. It's been a long time since I've casted this long. My brain is starting to go to mush. I'm just saying some random things at times. Apologies. Apologies. Alright, 3rd degree on the way. 28 Nexus, 29 Nexus. Maybe you save a probe, honestly. Sending the Zealot out as a scout. Does save you some minerals for obvious reasons. Oh, he's making a lot, though. A lot of Marines. 6 Marines here. Okay, he's going to stop at 6. Oh! Okay. Not going to get in. Gets stuck in the little nook. Almost finds a way to sneak in. Alright, FDZ moves out across the map. Oh, Zealot sees it. Okay. Zealot's a bit annoying. Oh! Blocking from Gladstone. Getting most of that health down off that Zealot. Vulture on the way. 2nd Vulture also on the way. Robo. Oh, very fast Robo. So Shoop the Whooper feeling confident is micro, and honestly, from everything I've seen in Shoop the Whooper, has pretty good early game engagement micro most of the time. We saw that defending the push last time. Let's see if he can keep it nice and tight here. This is where it's always tricky. You got to reposition those goons like mad once they start to misbehave. But he's just going to retreat to the bridges. Got his 4th Dragoon out now. Got his Zealot out. We'll see if Gladstone even wants to go further than this or just wants a few mines at the bridge. Alright, so Shoop the Whooper, yeah, just going to defend the bridges, and Gladstone going to turn around and go home. Realizes, yep, Shoop the Whooper's had enough time. I'm just going to go home. Getting up that academy for those scans. Not knowing what's coming next. And Shoop the Whooper adding 2 gateways as well. Vulture well positioned over here, but look at this beautiful defense. Can see the edges of those bridges if Vultures come that way, so good little setup there from Shoop the Whooper. And 2nd factory, siege. And just again, nice Vulture scouting, nice coverage. Getting all the key places checked out to see what Shoop the Whooper might be doing. If a Zealot can ride a Vulture bike, I don't know. If Zealots couldn't ride Vulture bikes, then I would probably just have to completely quit Protoss altogether, because if you don't ride bikes, that's a little depressing. Like on a 1 to 10 scale, that's at least a 5 or a 6 in terms of how depressing it is. Alright, so eBay. So just getting up all of his stuff. And then we'll see if he's gonna timing push again or do things a bit differently. First obs out there for Shoop. Scans going down. And okay, so scans, sees there's not an assload of gateways, whatever, says, alright, well, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick 3rd base ourselves. Pretty annoying spot, honestly, to play against Terran for Protoss. Like, you really don't want to take this base. Because Terran comes here, they creep to here, and then they just kind of creep, and it's very annoying to play against. So we'll probably get Shoop the Whooper playing more of a vertical game here. If he takes this base, I'll be genuinely surprised. You can see he's already clearing out mines over here on this side now with an obs, taking those three dragoons and getting a look at what's going on. Oh, good paying attention there. Got a few tanks coming out, actually just one tank. Do we have an armory anywhere? No, yes we do. Alright, clearing out the vultures and the mines over here. +1 starts for Gladstone. Command center spotted. Observer stays alive. So just gonna move it, I think, to the front now. Ooh, is he gonna go out? No, I'm probably not gonna go out and hunt it. Be cool if he did, though. Oh, wow. Playing very conservatively. Very safe. And we're also playing safe against any sort of drop action. Getting a citadel up, taking the third base. Again, yeah, as expected, was not going to take the base over here. And a small contingent of dragoons just clearing. And we can see gates coming down here from Gladstone. Going to be a little bit ahead of Shoop-to-Whooper's production here, but I don't think we'll see too much in the way of aggression from Gladstone. Trying to make timings like that against the Protoss expanding like this is risky. But he's going to go ahead and move his army into position. Has not thought or noticed that the Observer went over to there to scan for it. So the Observer is going to be seeing this army moving out. And Shoop-to-Whooper actually has a decent army right now. He's got a shuttle out, and there's a gateway explosion from Shoop-to-Whooper. So now the economy is starting to kick in shortly, putting those 8 gates down in preparation. And is he going to go for it? That is a bold move. He is attacking from the high ground. Tank's very nicely positioned away, though, so they don't really have to attack and fight like from right below the high ground. A few more tanks coming out, and also the first few vultures, as well as vulture speed here for Gladstone. And his starport. So he wants those vessels out fairly quick. He'll definitely have great vessel to arbiter timing, that's for sure. Oh, well, now Gladstone knows, putting up a depot there to kind of block this off, and Shoop-to-Whooper is just gonna... Oh, right now he's just chilling at the high ground pod. Just comfortable being up there, just like, yeah, I like it, I'll stay here. Academy up. Zealot for bombing. And just moving into mass zealot production. Legs are about done. Usually you start making zealots about 50% legs, because it's roughly the build time of a zealot. Works out pretty well. If you're ever defending a timing push and you need to know if you should make goons or zealots, well, if your legs are not more than 50% done, you're going to have slow lots for a little while, so usually dragoons are going to be a better option than slow lots. Stargate, a bit slow compared to the archives, but maybe he wants to get some Templar out first. Does he have a forge yet? Probably. No. Actually, a few vultures are going to sneak out here on the map here for Gladstone. Only 2, though. So he's going to get a little bit more presence on the map. Is he adding a forge anywhere? It doesn't look like it. Alright, so very forgeless play here from Shoop-to-Whooper. And it's giving him a nice supply lead. As a result, not cutting any corners for any of that kind of stuff, and moving immediately into a pretty high gate count. Still thinking about pressuring down here, but man, that setup, that's not going to go well. Yeah, he's going to try this. This is ballsy. I don't know if this is a good decision. He had a pretty comfortable lead, but the dragoons are just going to clump like crazy, and the zealots instantly evaporate. He's got to pull back like right now. He really wants to break in here, but this is not worth it. Shoop-to-Whooper losing a lot of his goons, still trying to pick off a few units. Alright, if you're outside the range of the tanks, then sure. Sure, smart. Gonna send over some zealots to continue to reinforce this and commit quite a bit to breaking Gladstone's position here. Alright, now I'm moving in. He does have dragoons attacking the command center. Tanks moving their way into position. And Shoop-to-Whooper mostly playing this positional. I don't think he's actually going to commit to running in here, but he lost a lot of supply doing that. He gave away quite a few units for that attack. I don't think it was worth it, just to kill some Marines in a bunker and a depot and be disruptive. Finds that vulture, finally kills it off. Zealot coming down here, presumably to clear mines and or check for vultures. And we should have, oh, a little late on the Arbiter Tribunal as well. So Arbiters are getting a bit slowed down for Shoop-to-Whooper, which might be concerning as this game goes on. Like if Gladstone gets near max before you have arbiters, that's usually pretty unpleasant playing against a Terran like that. Oh, Shoot to Whooper sends in an observer. Or a goon. A little too close. Alright, now we're getting a forge. A very vulnerable forge, might I add. If that third location gets pushed and goes down from the low ground, say bye-bye to any future upgrades. Tribunal just about done, only at the 13-minute mark, so yeah, very slow arbiters here. He'll have a few before he maxed, though, given that attack. His supply didn't exactly shoot up. Kind of took it back a bit. Arbiter, please? Maybe Arbiter? It's going to be some very slow ARB timing. If he's not careful, he's going to max with, like, I don't know, 1 Arbiter? Which you really don't want to do. That's just not enough. Okay, so he has cleared that out, but he hasn't cleared out the mine down here. Okay, he does start his Arbiter, but he's got to be careful, because if he does another round of units, he's going to have very low Arbiter count, which is going to make this first attack from Gladstone, first move out from Gladstone, very problematic. Very bold, aggressive Observer attempt. And he gets a reaction from Shoop to Whooper, but he's already ran away. Alright, is he going to hold? Is he going to hold on production and get a few Arbiters into his mix here? As Gladstone is approaching his max, he's working nicely on his upgrades. Going to have that 2-1 out here fairly soon, or at least that 2-0. Now, is he going to hold off on maxing? It doesn't look like it. And has he made any Templar? No, he's not made any Templar either. He's not either. Oh, he's getting good Storm. If he makes some Templar, that's a little bit of a compromise that can work. Ooh, and Gladstone moving out a little bit on the early side. Gladstone is not maxed and trying to move over the bridges. This might not be the best first engagement here from Gladstone. Shoop to Whooper looks to have a pretty good arc set up and all of Circuit Breaker's middle to work with. Not the biggest army we've ever seen from Terran, just a group of vultures and some tanks. And Shoop to Whooper's army looks positively huge. Honestly, I'm scared for him. I don't see how Protoss doesn't just devour this army. Let's see how this goes. That is a huge Protoss army just raining down on Gladstone right now, and it's a beautiful arc. Units everywhere. Vultures, Goliaths fighting tons of Dragoons in the force, though, and a very well-controlled engagement here from Shoop to Whooper, and it does start exactly as one would expect with a dominating victory for Shoop to Whooper. And yeah, against a ground army that big, Gladstone just pulled the trigger too soon. That was just not the time to move out. Oh no, where is Shoop to Whooper going to go from here? He is taking the rest of the map, that's good. And this will allow him to get a few Arbiters in his mix. I can't tell if he's overdoing it, though. He's still got a lot of units left, but reinforcements are not exactly streaming in right now. And all the Zealots are gone, and is Shoop to Whooper throwing away some of his advantage? I think he might have. Got a little too aggressive trying to just win right there, and now we can see it's pretty much back to parity. Actually, Gladstone with a subtle supply advantage. Shoop to Whooper giving up almost all of his army in that fight. So close to having it, and then not. So Gladstone's probably like, in his head, he's like, yes, thank you, Protoss. That was so nice of you. Give me back that big lead. Or give up your big lead that you just got. We've got an Arbiter out. Right, now we got 2 Stargate Arbiter. I like that. Good Arbiter production in there. No Templar being made at this point yet, but again, we can see the gas is very low. He's not started mining the 5 gas. Something being loaded up, dropship being loaded up here. And, oh, we're taking the bottom base. So a quasi-hidden base. To take it down there, that's... He's not pushing on the map. He's not sprawling on the map yet. This is a hidden base. We'll see if he gets wind of it. And we have the dropship going out right now. Ah, nice. Nice. Bunch of mines being laid over here. I'm going to allow Gladstone to start to move toward taking this base as well. And Shoop to Whooper is working on cannibalizing his side of the map. Lots of Dragoons coming over here. We're going to clear out most of the mines on the ramp. But in comes the dropship with the tank. It needs to go low. Needs to go low. But that will alert Shoot the Whooper to it. And oh no, the vultures are not doing what they're supposed to do. Tank's got to take down the cannons. But we do have a gateway over here making a Dragoon. And immediately Shoot the Whooper sending some army down here. Not the scariest drop of all time. In fact, the probes can continue to mine uncontested and without worry. Just call him Shoot. Yeah, I guess I can just call him Shoot. If you find more than 2 obs, you win. Is he that low on obs? Yeah, I think you might be right. I have not noticed too many obs. Actually, I just found 2 obs. Well, he said more than 2. Does he not have it there? You might be right. Oh, no, there's 3. 1, 2, 3. I win. But you're right, it's just 3 obs. Wait, is it, if this, unless, no, this is Zealot. But we can see the command center's been found. Vulture's trying to come over here, but Shoot the Whooper's on top of this. So splitting up armies, moving all over the map. Gonna force the lift off on that bad boy. And honestly, it's probably gonna die. See if the Vultures can defend it. No, they can't. That's a dead command center. So an unfortunate investment there for Gladstone that gets taken out. Gets punished for trying to be a little bit on the sneaky side. Not gonna get a CC for free like that, but he is establishing his 4th base in the usual location. The only thing he's got to worry about now is Shoot the Whooper kind of cannibalizing his own side of the map. We should see him start to put down a truckload of gateways here. Given his minerals now and being maxed, this should start to rise quite dramatically. Will allow him to keep gateways all over his side of the map. Where's our Arbiter research at? Getting some energy for the Arbiters, then probably some stasis. Got our 1 attack. No further upgrading. Oh, we got a recall over here, folks. We got a recall as we check the upgrades with a High Templar. So let's see how this goes. Good storm number 1, but only 1 storm, unfortunately. And the recall is a bit clumped up, so I don't actually think this recall is doing that much damage. No tanks to splash kill the SCVs, so most of the mining is going to be left up. And these vultures are going to clean this up, although he does kill the armory that is busy upgrading. So a nice little victory there from Shoot. And finally, the recall is 100% cleaned up. But, oh, he didn't kill it in time. Shit, I thought he killed it in time. But he did not. So actually, that armory kill was completely in vain. Served no purpose. So close, and yet so far away. Good probe spread from Shoot. Maybe can spread him out just a smidge more at this base. But now the only worry for Gladstone is Le Recalls, which we're about to have another... Oh, but that's going to let him know the Arbiter's there. Where's the vessels? There should be vessels somewhere. There's a vessel, but it's not in place. So... Oh, is he just going to chase the dropship, or is this intended to recall? Oh, no. Oh, now he's going to go for the recall, because he's like, oh, it's going to die. That was a pretty weak recall. That recall is not really going to do anything. Gateways starting to go up in this base. Could probably stand to get a few more gateways up. Oh, this is very vulnerable to recall, though. That would actually be a very... Oh, wow. Yeah, that would be an excellent recall, but I guess he doesn't notice it or isn't aware of it. But he could definitely recall and do some damage over at this base. DT running around. I don't know where it's going. Where did that Arbiter go? Oh, right there. Oh, man, this is, like, so recallable back in here. Ah, would be excellent. Would be most excellent. Would be most excellent for Shoop, but he's not found the weak point. Oh, maybe he's gonna find it now. Yeah, if he... Oh, no, it's defended over there. Go over here, but of course this is gonna be one of these maybe base tradey situations. Oh, he really wants the main. Oh, that actually gets Gladstone to hightail it and book it back here because he knows he's got no defense. Where's the recall? He's looking for the perfect spot. He puts it down. It's a decent recall, but Gladstone is wise to it, so he should be able to scramble back there, but he will likely lose his starport in the process, and possibly his science facility as well, which will be quite annoying for keeping that vessel count nice and low. Not exactly target firing them down, trying to save the one. Will Shoot the Whooper kill it, or will the Dragoons just kind of derp their way into it, into not killing it? It looks like, yeah, they're not going to kill it. Not going to focus that down. Has killed the science facility, though. But in general, the recall being handled fairly well from Gladstone, and not doing a tremendous amount of damage. Now, if that opens the door for further recalls, like if you had another Arbiter going to recall this base right now, it would become incredibly annoying for Shoot the Whooper, but at the moment, I actually don't see that happening. I'm looking on the map. There is an Arbiter stalking, but he's not found what seems to be the weakest point, which is an entrance into the base over here. Yeah, there's some turrets, but I think you can get in there and get a recall down over here, which would be very annoying for Gladstone, for sure. Of course, now again... Oh, alright, now we're going to try this spot again. Are we going straight back to the main, or are we going for the fourth? Because another recall to the main might work. But a recall to the... There we go. Now we found it. We massaged our way into the spot. And, bam, we got a recall down here. Only 2 tanks to defend. So again, Gladstone is going to opt to defend. So this part is good for Shooper. The Gladstone is being rapidly coming back here to defend. Storm goes down, killing some of the SCVs, shutting down the mining at the fourth. And actually, no, Gladstone is going to try to push at the same time. And Shooper is not expecting this. Now he's going to try to get involved in this. Storm goes down, but that is way too much army to take. So we'll see how Shooper deals with this in 2 locations, as well as Gladstone. Action all over the place. Protoss army getting obliterated. Shooper is definitely going to lose a couple bases, since there's nothing being made in the gateways right now. And it looks like Gladstone is... No, he's not lost his command center. But he is having trouble getting his units over here to defend this base. And now Gladstone pushing over towards 9 o'clock. That's interesting to see. But that's what happens when games get busy at this level. And Gladstone right now is unable to do anything about this base getting attacked. Nothing at all. Oh no, the Arbiter! Ah! Ha! But the Goliath stopped attacking the Arbiter for reasons unknown. And, alright, so this base is going down. And possibly this base as well. But we have more recalls from Shoop as he moves immediately to hit this base. Not a terrible idea. And only a few vultures over here. GT already over there. Let's see, where's he recalling? What's he recalling? Oh, he doesn't have enough for recall. Never mind. This Arbiter's just going rogue, doing God knows what. And siege at the front. Shooper's added a boatload of gateways over here, though, so that might allow him to defend the base. And now, having cleaned up everything over there, he is going to try to push here into the mined-out third base. But that is not... Oh, wait. One of these Arbiters has enough for recall. And this is actually the only remaining mining base for Gladstone. Suddenly, this situation is pretty scary. If the recall goes down... Oh, but it's kind of small. Shooper doesn't have that many units. He's actually recalled from here. He's recalled from here, not from here, which is surprising. He's basically saying, no, this base is going to die. That's okay. I'm a bit surprised that he opted to recall from that particular location. Now, can Gladstone get over here and save this base? He really needs to. And the Arbiter goes down pretty quick. Science Vessel has not laid down an EMP. Shoot targets that down. Yeah, this is going to be saved. If Gladstone can get these vultures to not fuck him over. And most of Shoop-de-Whooper's mining... Oh, wow, this game has changed radically. Shoop-de-Whooper is down to just 1 mining base as well. So, remember, this command center's still alive, too. A lot of units still out for both players. But Shoop-de-Whooper now down to just 1 mining base. Now, is Gladstone going to bring most of this stuff back home? Or what is his game plan here? Because now we're in low eco PvP. Oh, potential? No. Petered out. Petered out. Petered out. Alright, so Shoop-de-Whooper breaks free down at this base. Still a huge bank for Shoop-de-Whooper. A modest bank for Gladstone, especially in gas. Lots of vultures coming up. Not lots of anything else. Seeing the way Shoop-de-Whooper is keeping his army collected, I feel like he wants to continue the recall game. But remember, he's lost a lot of his mining. He's also got, like, no gas now. Oh, he's gas broke as fuck. Well, no, he's still got a bank, but if he doesn't start mining more gas, he's about to be gas broke as fuck. Right now, nothing happening for Shoop-de-Whooper. Just trying to keep this base alive, I guess. Trying to save those probes with some cloak. And his army. And in the meantime, Gladstone just setting up his base over here at 3 o'clock. Oh, something just died to that army. Lenexos. So Shoop-de-Whooper's going to try to get a second mining base. And Gladstone is going to push at near maxed out. Got his 3-2 rolling. Shoop-de-Whooper, I don't think has very good upgrades. Yeah, he does not have very good upgrades right now. So Terran army is a bit strong, a bit beefy. A bit tough for a gateway-heavy army to fight. Although Shoop-de-Whooper does have a large gateway army to work with here against Gladstone in the middle. Now, where's Gladstone going to go? It's tricky for him because he wants to go down here and get these bases, but Oh wow, okay, that was weird. Shooper's trying to find an angle, trying to get up on top of the high ground pod, but Gladstone is like just sieged in a way to prevent him from doing that. And oh my god, that is a pretty solid stasis. Does he get another one? No, he does not. That actually didn't end up being quite as insane as I thought, but pretty annoying to get both of his vessels because now he's got to scan. If there's still an Arbiter around, which actually there is not. Oh, this Arbiter is still killing the vultures. Ah! Ooh! Ooh! When did... Oh, must have been getting ready for the Shoop the Whipper pulled his stuff away. That's going to cost him his bottom right Nexus. But he does have this Nexus back up now. So Shoop the Whipper is threatening to move to like 3 mining bases. So if Gladstone just sits for too long, it's going to get rough for him. But I think what he wants to do now is just kind of take his half of the map. A bunch of Goliaths showing up. Oh, but he can recall if he wants to save this. It seems that he does not, though. And now he's recollecting his rather large, beefy Gateway army. And he has maintained a very beefy army this entire game. Alright, so that Nexus is assassinated. And now I guess it's a battle right now for Gladstone. Well, Gladstone could just take this base and that base, or he could try to push to this side. But we'll see what happens right now. Lots of Protoss running in here. Shoop the Whipper going for a major attack. And Gladstone trying to pull everything back up here against the walls, hugging them strongly. And wow, that is another huge army, but it looks very Dragoon heavy against just an absolute tremendous number of tanks. It's going to get nowhere against that, and Shoop the Whipper is going to be forced to pull backwards. Just way too many tanks for that kind of Dragoon army. That's at least 2.5 groups, if I'm seeing that right, just stacked up deep. And now Shoop the Whipper doesn't have that much. And can Gladstone push across the map? Because that would take care of all of Shoop the Whipper's mining, but one mineral-only base. And it looks like, ooh, we're going to have a counter here, but it's scanned, so Gladstone is probably going to move on top of this counter. Not going to let his right side bases that he's trying to set up here go down. See, on top of that mining, assassinating these Templar, moving up over the high ground now, chasing Shoop the Whipper away, sending some vultures over there, picking off a few of the probes at the top base, and Gladstone playing this pretty well. Unfortunately, Shoop the Whipper just not realizing how deep that tank line was. We got a few Zealots coming over here, which is obnoxious, but there's no mining here. I don't think Gladstone's really going to sweat bullets about this. He's got a few tanks at home. He might initially freak out and think, oh my god, counter, but then he's going to be like, it's just like 5 Protoss units, whatever. Leaves a few vultures there. Is he going to leave any tanks behind to defend this at all? Does not seem like it. So he is going to come all the way. I'm surprised at that decision. I guess he just doesn't want to open potential floodgates. He needs to bring a vessel to finish off his DT. But looking at the supply difference, you know, Shoop the Whipper's just kind of... It feels like he should be macroing a little bit faster, because he is still on, like... Well, okay. We've been a little... Never mind. He's only mine. That's why he just has not resaturated his probes, and it's really hurting him right now. I mean, a lot of the time that doesn't really matter, but in this case it's hurting him very bad. It's really crippling his macro. And I mean, he's 125 supply Protoss against a maxed out Terran. That's not where you want to be. Even if he does still have a pretty large Gateway army. And I don't know where the fuck this command center's going. It's going on a fucking journey. Yeah, I think it's going to 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock or something. Alright, so Gladstone with his big army just kind of trucking around, setting up in the middle, deciding where he wants to push to, chasing Shoop the Whipper up some ramps, and Shoop the Whipper's probably sitting here thinking, shit. Oh! Actually, he's not thinking shit. He's thinking, I'm going to recall Arbiters, which are then going to make a recall. Does one of them have enough to recall? Or is this... No. Alright, well, 1 EMP. Okay. Okay, EMP. Wait, he missed the Arbiters. So it's buying Shoop the Whipper time, and we have Maynarded out workers now, so we're getting a little more saturation. But this recall not proving to be terribly threatening, as the number of units recalled was like 6 plus 3 Arbiters. But he does escape with 1 Arbiter, so that's not terribly costly in terms of Arbiter cost. And of course, I'm sure Shoop-de-Whooper's still at like 1-0 upgrades because he lost his forges at that vulnerable third base location. So yeah, he's fighting a pretty uphill battle here. Very heavy gateway force against a heavily upgraded Terran army, poor upgrades of his own, and he just isn't really hitting primo stasises. He almost had that window where you just cause infinite problems with recall. Oh, look at that asshole. Look at that. I'm going to trigger a mine, though. But now Gladstone's starting to get an economy rolling again. Pretty max. We've got one more recall attempt here at the main. It's a decent one for sure. Gladstone's probably like, ah, this is driving me insane. It's like Shoop-de-Whooper's reestablishing a foothold, and I did not want that. Very aggressively running into the main, too. It's going to allow Shoop-de-Whooper to trade somewhat efficiently, but, you know, Gladstone is marching in. It's a shame Shoop-de-Whooper's not saturating this. If he got to, like, 3-base saturation, you know, then he could start to make a stand of it against Gladstone running off 2 bases. But he just doesn't have enough units right now. And, I mean, these recalls are doing some stuff, but not that much stuff. And these little attacks are pretty cute. They're doing all right for him. I like the fact that Gladstone's gotten a factory over here, gotten some tanks set up at this base. Just the lack of defense here is a bit of a concern. And one thing that Shoop-de-Whooper's doing a good job of, it helps that Gladstone has no turrets, but Shoop-de-Whooper's doing a pretty good job, I think, as far as I can tell, of keeping most of his arbiters alive, which is allowing him to return for these recalls pretty easily without spending deep into his gas bank. Now keep in mind, mining from Gladstone is still pretty rough. Like, this base is going good, but, like, I mean, if we look at the economies of these players, unfortunately Shoop is mined out here. Really needs to get the probes up there. So we got a... Oh, well, no, it's still thinner for Shoop. Wow, these Dragoons are proving to be utterly invincible. Gladstone is having to take so much time, and another recall down here from Shoop-de-Whooper. He is playing his best, trying to break Gladstone here at this bottom base, and maybe he's going to do it. I don't know. Gladstone's still holding the supply advantage, but Shoop-de-Whooper's just all over the place with these recalls, trying to send in the rest of his army now and take advantage of Gladstone being out of position AF, which he certainly is. And yeah, right now Shoop-de-Whooper's army is raining death down on Gladstone, although keep in mind, Gladstone's still holding 2 bases. He's probably not feeling as comfortable as he was, though. He just donated most of his army. Not most, but a 1/3 chunk. He's still got this Dragoon and Arbiter annoying the shit out of him up in his base, up in his top base. And now he's got to deal with a bunch of Protoss down here that's cloaked that he's walking right into. Gladstone needs scans. He needs something here. I guess he's just going to Bulldog this down. The Arbiter runs away at an inopportune time. And he's finally just going to kind of power through this. Oh, look at that. Two Storms on that Templar, still controlling this bottom base. But, I mean, let's face it, Gladstone is hypothetically still mining 2 bases. Shoop-de-Whooper finally getting at least a few probes going here, and has a probe in place to take this bottom nexus. Alright, so finally gets rid of that Arbiter, but... and keep in mind, Shoop-de-Whooper just moved this, so he's aware that it has enough energy to recall. So, yeah, this game is turning into a bit of a moderate to low eco sort of nail-biter game. Oh, he's going to go for it again, but does he have an army here? Collect your shit, bro. Collect your shit. It's like, it's going to be the smallest recall of all time. I'm assuming it's going to come from here. He's going, wait. Oh, that was not a beefy recall. That could have been better. Maybe some godly storms will do some damage, but that was honestly not the recall of terror. That was a whiff. There we go. There's a hit. But now all of a sudden he's recalled all of his army. Some panic storms going down, but I think Shoop-de-Whooper just lost one of his 2 remaining mining bases. Yeah. It certainly looks that way. Maybe a recall? Does he have any Arbiters left? Maybe some Great Storms? That Templar gets assassinated pretty quickly. Trying to bring back this army. This base is still pretty well defended from the high ground. His last... Does he have any Arbiters? No, he's ran out of Arbiters. Oh, he stopped making Arbiters. If he had a recall here of something decent, or 2 good stasis, an outside chance, maybe? Last gasp attack here, but I don't know. It's starting to look like Shoop-Da-Whooper might be out of options. And there it is. GG. Hard-fought game number 2. But Gladstone again takes it 2-0 over Shoop-Da-Whooper. Every single set today, a 2-0 set. But that is it for our CPL cast today. So thanks to everybody for watching. It's been fun. It's been long, 5 hours and 5 minutes. So